The Art of Packing: How to Have a Comfortable Holiday by Catherine Hamilton Huff. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To pack well is an art few women possess. The time is fast approaching when one's thoughts turn to the summer holiday outing, and any skill in the packing line is doubly appreciated at this psychological moment. In order to feel happy on a holiday, one must be well dressed, and the way clothes are put into the trunk has much to do with bringing about this happy estate. One woman will pack twice as much in the same size trunk as her sister who does not understand the art, and her clothes too will arrive in better condition. In fact, it is the trunk that is most closely packed that has the best chance of reaching its destination in apple pie order. For the corners are well filled and there is no shaking about of articles once the cover is down. From experience, I have found that it is a good plan to commence a week or so before a journey to jot down the articles that will be useful on the trip. Memory on the day of packing is apt to play traitor. A list of this kind will be found of immense assistance when the real work begins. When you get up in the morning, ask yourself what is the first thing needed for the toilet, and so on. Perform the imaginary functions through the day, and so avoid the stupid little slips of memory that necessitate the starting out on a shopping expedition as soon as holiday town is reached. A great deal of the fatigue of packing, with many a headache, is spared if the trunk is raised a foot or so from the floor on a firm foundation. Another hint to the uninitiated is to collect the articles to be taken and lay them on the chairs, etc., of your bedroom. In this way you can cast your eye over them and decide which is best to lay at the bottom of the trunk. This simple scheme will avoid a lot of changing of plans and racking of brains at the last moment. Every one will say, of course, heavy things go in the bottom of the trunk, but at the same time they will throw a forgotten book on top of blouses, and then wonder why clothes are so unmercifully crushed on being unpacked. It is not the weight of the book that does the mischief, but being heavy, it slides about on the lighter clothing and crushes it. All corners of the trunk must be filled, if only with soft paper. Apropos of blouses, there are envelopes made of muslin, 18 by 22 inches, into which the best lingerie is slipped, together with its accompanying belt, stock, and pins. And a good way to keep dresses smooth is to fasten 4 rows of hook eyes in the inner side of the trunk, 4 inches apart, and draw a tape taut through the eyes. When a dress is folded and placed in the trunk, pin it to the tape with safety pins. Use plenty of tissue paper between the gowns and their adornments, and, where the material is light and perishable, put extra pieces in the folds. Stuff out the sleeves of bodices and baste tissue paper around the collars and cuffs, where laces and embroideries are used as a trimming. In placing waists in the trunk, they should be arranged in alternate ways, one waist to another's neckband. Happy is the woman who has a trunk long enough to admit of placing skirts at full length, for a skirt can bear much folding from side to side, though but little from top to bottom. In fact, the less folding that is done, the better. Never turn a skirt wrong side out. The daintier the material, the more surely will it lose its freshness. Between heavy coats and wraps, put thicker tissue paper, that of the brown variety. When a hat trunk is not in one's possession, be careful to fasten securely the chapeau in the position in which it is to travel. Long millinery pins are best for this purpose, stuck through the brim of the hat to the bottom of the tray. The hat crown should be stuffed with tissue paper and covered with a veil of the paper. Long feathers should be detached from the hat, rolled in soft silk, and twisted about the shape. Boots and shoes are slipped into bags or rolled separately in paper and laid at the bottom of the trunk. Stockings and other substantial little odds and ends fitted in the interstices. A large, convenient tray is like a trolley car. No matter how crowded, there is always room for one more. It will hold your hats, fans, gloves, handkerchiefs, everything but gowns and lingerie that should have plenty of room beneath. Most women are called upon to fold the wearing apparel of their big brothers or husbands, and the service is often conducive of coldness between the two at the end of the journey. It is most difficult to fold trousers so that the creases shall be only those put in by the tailor, but by placing together the two brace buttons, the crease will fall in the right lines. It is well to grasp the trousers by the lower edges and let them fall at full length in the original creases. They can then be doubled once across without the slightest injury. For folding the coat, the principal thing to remember is that the sleeves should be pulled out slightly at the shoulder. The coat is then laid in 3 folds, the back falling between the 2 front breadths, and the second fold put in at the waist. A safe way to pack small quantities of medicine or toilet articles is to put them in tiny bottles enclosed in old glove fingers and tie them on. Then pack all the bottles in a tin pail without a handle, put the top on tightly, and bury among the clothing. If bottles are carried in the usual way, rubber stoppers will be found less likely to work out of place than those made of cork. When the stopper is well in the bottle, give it a twist all the way around and it will not come out till one twists it back again. Here is a scheme devised by a woman who spends much of her time on ocean steamers. She finds it much easier to carry a suitcase and a telescope bag and to dispense with the steamer trunk. Shore clothes are put into the suitcase and the telescope is separated and the 2 parts placed under the berth to act as drawers. In one side the deck clothes are kept and in the other half night clothes by day and day ones by night. In this telescope stocks and collars may also be stowed. She also hangs her shore hat in a roomy bag and suspends it from the ceiling. Toilet articles are most gettable when kept in a pocket on the wall. The golf girl has a nice little trunk designed for her special needs, which is quite as convenient for the girl or man who is a favorite week-end guest. In size, it resembles a steamer trunk. A compartment is arranged for golf bag and sticks, and sections with sliding partitions hold shirtwaists and hats. In the lid is a long space devoted to the packing of skirts. For some years it has been considered smart and travel to have one's trunk and suitcase and bag plastered over with foreign and domestic express and hotel labels and stamps. Now fashion has changed and it is thought snobbish to display in this poster style one's little journeys in the world. End of The Art of Packing, How to Have a Comfortable Holiday by Catherine Hamilton Huff. Read by BettyB.
The Art of Reading by Ainsworth Rand Spofford, 6th Librarian of Congress. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The true university of these days, says a great scholar of our century, Thomas Carlyle, is a collection of books, and all education is to teach us how to read. If there were any volume out of the multitude of books about books that have been written which could illuminate the pathway of the unskilled reader so as to guide him into all knowledge by the shortest road, what a boon that book would be! When we survey the vast and rapidly growing product of the modern press, when we see these hosts of poets without imagination, historians without accuracy, critics without discernment, and novelists without invention or style, in short, the whole prolific brood of writers who do not know how to write, we are tempted to echo the sentiment of Wordsworth, "The intellectual power, through words and things, goes sounding on a dim and perilous way." The most that anyone can hope to do for others is to suggest to them a clue, which, however feeble, has helped to guide his uncertain footsteps through the labyrinthian maze of folly and wisdom which we call literature. The knowledge acquired by a librarian, while it may be very wide and very varied, runs much risk of being as superficial as it is diversified. There is a very prevalent, but very erroneous notion, which conceives of a librarian as a kind of animated encyclopedia, who, if you tap him in any direction from A to Z, will straightway pour forth a flood of knowledge upon any subject in history, science, or literature. This popular ideal, however fine in theory, has to undergo what commercial men call a heavy discount when reduced to practice. The librarian is a constant and busy worker in far other fields than exploring the contents of books. His day is filled with cataloging, arranging and classifying them, searching catalogs, selecting new books, correspondence, directing assistants, keeping library records, adjusting accounts, etc., in the midst of which he is constantly at the call of the public for books and information. What time has he, wearied by the day's multifarious and exacting labors, for any thorough study of books? So when anyone begins an inquiry with, "You know everything, can you tell me?" I say, "Stop a moment. Omniscience is not a human quality. I really know very few things, and am not quite sure of some of them." There are many men and women, too, in almost every community, whose range of knowledge is more extended than that of most librarians. The idea, then, that because one lives perpetually among books he absorbs all the learning that they contain, must be abandoned as a popular delusion. To know a little upon many subjects is quite compatible with not knowing much about any one. "Beware of the man of one book" is an ancient proverb, pregnant with meaning. The man of one book, if it is wisely chosen, and if he knows it all, can sometimes confound a whole assembly of scholars. An American poet once declared to me that all leisure time is lost that is not spent in reading Shakespeare. And we remember Emerson's panegyric upon Plato's writings, borrowing from the Caliph Omar his famous but apocryphal sentence against all books but the Koran: "Burn all the libraries, for their value is in this book." So Sheffield, Duke of Buckingham: "Read Homer once, and you can read no more, for all books else appear so tame, so poor. Verse will seem prose, but still persist to read, and Homer will be all the books you need." Of course, I am far from designing to say anything against the widest study, which great libraries exist to supply and to encourage. And all utterances of a half-truth, like the maxim I have quoted, are exaggerations. But the saying points a moral, and that is the supreme importance of thoroughness in all that we undertake. The poetical wiseacre who endowed the world with the maxim, "A little learning is a dangerous thing," does not appear to have reflected upon the logical sequence of the dictum, namely, that if a little learning upon any subject is dangerous, then less must be still more dangerous. The art of reading, to the best advantage, implies the command of adequate time to read. The art of having time to read depends upon knowing how to make the best use of our days. Days are short, and time is fleeting, but no one's day ever holds less than 24 hours. Engrossing as one's occupation may be, it need never consume all the time remaining from sleep, refreshment, and social intercourse. The half hour before breakfast, the 15 minutes waiting for dinner, given to the book you wish to read, will soon finish it and make room for another. The busiest men I have known have often been the most intelligent and the widest readers. The idle person never knows how to make use of odd moments. The busy one always knows how. Yet the vast majority of people go through life without ever learning the great lesson of the supreme value of moments. Let us suppose that you determine to devote 2 hours every day to reading. That is equivalent to more than 700 hours a year, or to 3 months of working time of 8 hours a day. What could you not do in 3 months if you had all the time to yourself? You could almost learn a new language or master a new science. Yet this 2 hours a day, which would give you 3 months of free time every year, is frittered away, you scarcely know how, in aimless matters that lead to nothing. A famous writer of our century, some of whose books you have read, Edward Bulwer Lytton, devoted only 4 hours a day to writing, yet he produced more than 60 volumes of fiction, poetry, drama, and criticism of singular literary merit. The great naturalist Darwin, a chronic sufferer from a depressing malady, counted 2 hours a fortunate day's work for him, yet he accomplished results in the world of science which render his name immortal. Be not over particular as to hours or the time of day, and you will soon find that all hours are good for the muse. Have a purpose, and adhere to it with good-humored pertinacity. Be independent of the advice and opinions of others. The world of books, like the world of nature, was made for you. Possess it in your own way. If you find no good in ancient history or in metaphysics, let them alone, and read books of art, or poetry, or biography, or voyages and travels. The wide domain of knowledge and the world of books are so related that all roads cross and converge, like the paths that carry us over the surface of the globe on which we live. Many a reader has learned more of past times from good biographies than from any formal history. And it is a fact that many owe to the plays of Shakespeare and the novels of Walter Scott nearly all the knowledge which they possess of the history of England and Scotland. It is unhappily true that books do not teach the use of books. The art of extracting what is important or instructive in any book from the mass of verbiage that commonly overlays it cannot be learned by theory. Invaluable as the art of reading is, as a means of enlightenment, its highest uses can only be obtained by a certain method of reading, which will separate the wheat from the chaff. Different readers will, of course, possess different capacities for doing this. Young or undisciplined minds can read only in one way, and that way is to mentally pronounce every word and dwell equally upon all the parts of every sentence. This comes naturally in the first instance from the mere method of learning to read, in which every word is a spoken symbol, and has to be sounded whether it is essential to the sense or not. This habit of reading, which may be termed the literal method, goes with most persons through life. Once learned, it is very hard to unlearn. There are multitudes who cannot read a newspaper even, without dwelling upon every word, and coming to a full stop at the end of every sentence. Now, this method of reading, while it may be indispensable to all readers at some time, and to some readers at all times, is too slow and fruitless for the student who aims to absorb the largest amount of knowledge in the briefest space of time. Life is too short to be wasted over the rhetoric or the periods of an author whose knowledge we want as all that concerns us. Doubtless, there are classes of literature in which form or expression predominates, and we cannot read poetry, for example, or the drama, or even the higher class of fiction, without lingering upon the finer passages to get the full impression of their beauty. In reading works of the imagination, we read not for ideas alone, but for expression also, and to enjoy the rhythm and melody of the verse, if it be poetry, or if prose, the finest rhetoric and the pleasing cadence of the style. It is here that the literary skill of an accomplished writer, and all that we understand by rhetoric, becomes important, while in reading for information only, we may either ignore words and phrases entirely, or subordinate them to the ideas which they convey. In reading any book for the knowledge it contains, I should as soon think of spelling out all the words as of reading out all the sentences. Just as in listening to a slow speaker, you divine the whole meaning of what he is about to say before he has got half through his sentence, so in reading you can gather the full sense of the ideas which any sentence contains, without stopping to accentuate the words. Leaving aside the purely literary works, in which form or style is a predominant element, let us come to books of science, history, biography, voyages, travels, etc. In these, the primal aim is to convey information, and thus the style of expression is little or nothing. The thought or the fact is all. Yet most writers envelop the thought or the fact in so much verbiage, complicated with so many episodes, beaded out thin by so much iteration and reiteration, that the student must needs learn the art of skipping in self-defense. To one in zealous pursuit of knowledge, to read most books through is paying them too extravagant a compliment. He has to read between the lines, as it were, to note down a fact here, or a thought there, or an illustration elsewhere, and leaves alone all that contributes nothing to his special purpose. As the quick, practised eye glances over the visible signs of thought, page after page is rapidly absorbed, and a book which would occupy an ordinary reader many days in reading is mastered in a few hours. The habit of reading which I have outlined, and which may be termed the intuitive method, or if you prefer it, the shorthand method, will more than double the working power of the reader. It is not difficult to practice, especially to a busy man, who does with all his might what he has got to do. But it should be learned early in life, when the faculties are fresh, the mind full of zeal for knowledge, and the mental habits are ductile, not fixed. With it, one's capacity for acquiring knowledge, and consequently his accomplishment, whether as writer, teacher, librarian, or private student, will be immeasurably increased. Doubtless it is true that some native or intuitive gifts must be conjoined with much mental discipline and perseverance in order to reach the highest result in this method of reading, as in any other study. Non omnia possumus omnes, Virgil says, and there are intellects who could no more master such a method than they could understand the binomial theorem or calculate the orbit of Uranus. If it be true, as has been epigrammatically said, that a great book is a great evil, let it be reduced to a small one by the skilful use of the art of skipping. Then he that runs may read as he runs, while without this refuge he that reads will often assuredly be tempted to run. What I said just now, in deprecation of set courses of reading, was designed for private students only, who so often find a stereotyped sequence of books barren or uninteresting. It was not intended to discourage the pursuit of a special course of study in the school, or the society, or the reading class. This is, in fact, one of the best means of intellectual progress. Here there is the opportunity to discuss the style, the merits, and the characteristics of the author in hand, and, by the attrition of mind with mind, to inform and entertain the whole circle of readers. In an association of this kind, embracing one or two acute minds, the excellent practice of reading aloud finds its best results. Here, too, the art of expression becomes important, how to adapt the sound to the sense, by a just emphasis, intonation, and modulation of the voice. In short, the value of a book, thus read and discussed in an appreciative circle, may be more than doubled to each reader. It is almost literally true that no book, undertaken merely as task work, ever helped the reader to knowledge of permanent or material value. How many persons, struck by Mr. Emerson's exalted praise of the writings of Plato, have undertaken to go through the dialogues? Alas, for the vain ambition to be or to seem learned! After trying to understand the Phaedo, or falling asleep over the Gorgias, the book has been dropped as hastily as it was taken up. It was not perceived that in order to enjoy or comprehend a philosopher, one must have a capacity for ideas. It requires almost as much intelligence to appreciate an idea as to conceive one. One will bring nothing home from the most persistent cruise after knowledge unless he carries something out. In the realm of learning, we recognize the full meaning of that scripture, that to him that hath shall be given, and he that hath not, though never so anxious to read and understand Plato, will quickly return to the perusal of his daily newspaper. It were easier, perhaps, in one sense, to tell what not to read, than to recommend what is best worth reading. In the publishing world, this is the age of compilation, not of creation. If we seek for great original works, if we must go to the wholesale merchants to buy knowledge, since retail geniuses are worth but little, one must go back many years for his main selection of books. It would not be a bad rule for those who can read but little to read no book until it has been published at least a year or two. This fever for the newest books is not a wholesome condition of the mind. And since a selection must indispensably be made, and that selection must be, for the great mass of readers, so rigid and so small, why should precious time be wasted upon the ephemeral productions of the hour? What business, for example, has one to be reading Rider Haggard, or Amélie Rivas, or Ian Maclaren, who has never read Homer or Dante, or even so much as half a dozen plays of Shakespeare? One hears with dismay that about 3/4 of the books drawn from our popular libraries are novels. Now, while such aimless reading, merely to be amused, is doubtless better than no reading at all, it is unquestionably true that overmuch reading of fiction, especially at an early age, enervates the mind, weakens the will, makes dreamers instead of thinkers and workers, and fills the imagination with morbid and unreal views of life. Yet the vast consumption of novels is due more to the cheapness and wide diffusion of such works, and the want of wise direction in other fields, than to any original tendency on the part of the young. People will always read the most that which is most put before them, if only the style be attractive. The mischief that is done by improper books is literally immeasurable. The superabundance of cheap fiction in the markets creates and supplies an appetite which should be directed by wise guidance into more improving fields. A twofold evil follows upon the reading of every unworthy book. In the first place, it absorbs the time which should be bestowed upon a worthy one, and secondly, it leaves the mind and heart unimproved, instead of conducing to the benefit of both. As there are few books more elevating than a really good novel, so there are none more fruitful of evil than a bad one. And what of the newspaper? It may be asked. When I consider for how much really good literature we are beholden to the daily and weekly press, how indispensable is its function as purveyor of the news of the world, how widely it has been improved in recent years, I cannot advise quarreling with the bridge that brings so many across the gulf of ignorance. Yet the newspaper, like the book, is to be read sparingly and with judgment. It is to be used, not abused. I call that an abuse which squanders the precious and unreturning hours over long chronicles of depravity. The murders, the suicides, the executions, the divorces, the criminal trials, are each and all so like one another that it is only a wanton waste of time to read them. The morbid style in which social disorders of all kinds are written up in the sensational press, with staring headlines to attract attention, ought to warn off every healthy mind from their perusal. Every scandal in society that can be brought to the surface is eagerly caught up and paraded, while the millions of people who lead blameless lives of course go unnoticed and unchronicled. Such journals thus inculcate the vilest pessimism, instead of a wholesome and honest belief in the average decency of human nature. The prolixity of the narrative, too, is always in monstrous disproportion to its importance. Does not the burning of a metropolitan theatre, says a great writer, take above 1,000,000 times as much telling as the creation of a world? Here is where the art of skipping is to be rigorously applied. Read the newspaper by headlines only, skipping all the murders, all the fires, all the executions, all the crimes, all the news, except the most important and immediately interesting, and you will spend perhaps 15 or 20 minutes upon what would otherwise occupy hours. It is no exaggeration to say that most persons have spent time enough over the newspapers to have given them a liberal education. As all readers cannot have the same gifts, so all cannot enjoy the same books. There are those who can see no greatness in Shakespeare, but who think Tupper's proverbial philosophy sublime. Some will eagerly devour every novel of Miss Braddon's, or The Duchess, or The Woman Calling Herself Ouida, but they cannot appreciate the masterly fictions of Thackeray. I have known very good people who could not, for the life of them, find any humour in Dickens, but who actually enjoyed the strained wit of Mrs. Partington and Bill Nye. Readers who could not get through a volume of Gibbon will read with admiration a so-called History of Napoleon by Abbott. And I fear that you will find many a young lady of to-day who is content to be ignorant of Homer and Shakespeare, but who is ravished by the charms of Trilby or the Heavenly Twins. But taste in literature, as in art or in anything else, can be cultivated. Lay down the rule and adhere to it to read none but the best books, and you will soon lose all relish for the poor ones. You can educate readers into good judges in no long time by feeding them on the masterpieces of English prose and poetry. Surely we all have cause to deprecate the remorseless flood of fictitious literature in which better books are drowned. Be not dismayed at the vast multitude of books, nor fear that, with your small leisure, you will never be able to master any appreciable share of them. Few and far between are the great books of the world. The works which it is necessary to know may be comprised in a comparatively small compass. The rest are to be preserved in the great literary conservatories, some as records of the past, others as chronicles of the times, and not a few as models to be avoided. The Congressional Library at Washington is our great national conservatory of books. As the library of the government, that is, of the whole people, it is inclusive of all the literature which the country produces, while all the other libraries are and must be more or less exclusive. No national library can ever be too large. In order that the completeness of the collection shall not fail, and to preserve the whole of our literature, it is put into the statute of copyright as a condition precedent of the exclusive right to multiply copies of any book, that it shall be deposited in the Library of Congress. Apprehension is sometimes expressed that our National Library will become overloaded with trash, and so fail of its usefulness. 'Tis a lost fear. There is no act of Congress requiring all the books to be read. The public sense is continually winnowing and sifting the literature of every period, and to books and their authors every day is the day of judgment. Nowhere in the world is the inexorable law of the survival of the fittest more rigidly applied than in the world of books. The works which are the most frequently reprinted in successive ages are the ones which it is safe to stand by. Books may be divided into three classes: first, acquaintances; second, friends; and third, intimates. It is well enough to have an acquaintance with a multitude of books, as with many people, though in either case much time should not be given to merely pleasant intercourse that leads to no result. With our literary friends we can spend more time, for they awaken keen interest and are to be read with zest and consequently with profit. But for our chosen intimates, our heart companions, we reserve our highest regard and our best hours. Choice and sacred is the book that makes an era in the life of the reader, the book which first rouses his higher nature and awakens the reason or the imagination. Such a volume will many a one remember, the book which first excited his own thought, made him conscious of untried powers, and opened to his charmed vision a new world. Such a book has Carlyle's Sartor Resartus been to many, or the play of Hamlet read for the first time, or the Faust of Goethe, or the Confessions of St. Augustine, or an essay of Emerson, or John Ruskin, or the Divine Comedy of Dante, or even an exquisite work of fiction like John Halifax or Henry Esmond. What the book is that works such miracles is never of so much importance as the epoch in the mind of the reader which it signalizes. It were vain to single out any one writer and say to all readers, here is the book that must indispensably be read, for the same book will have totally different effects upon different minds, or even upon the same mind at different stages of development. When I have been asked to contribute to the once popular symposia upon books which have helped me, I have declined, for such catalogues of intellectual aids are liable to be very misleading. Thus, if I were to name the book which did more than most others for my own mind, I should say that it was the Emile of Rousseau, read at about the age of 17. This work, written with that marvelous eloquence which characterizes all the best productions of Jean-Jacques, first brought me acquainted with those advanced ideas of education which have penetrated the whole modern world. Yet the Emile would probably appear to most of my readers trite and commonplace, as it would now to me, for the reason that we have long passed the period of development when its ideas were new to us. But the formative power of books can never be overrated. Their subtle mastery to stimulate all the germs of intellectual and moral life that lie enfolded in the mind. As the poet sings, books are not seldom talismans and spells. Why should they not be so? They furnish us the means and the only means whereby we may hold communion with the master spirits of all ages. They bring us acquainted with the best thoughts which the human mind has produced, expressed in the noblest language. Books create for us the many-sided world, carry us abroad, out of our narrow provincial horizons, and reveal to us new scenery, new men, new languages, and new modes of life. As we read, the mind expands with the horizon, and becomes broad as the blue heaven above us. With Homer we breathe the fresh air of the pristine world, when the light of poetry gilded every mountain top, and peopled the earth with heroes and demigods. With Plutarch we walk in company with sages, warriors, and statesmen, and kindle with admiration of their virtues, or are roused to indignation at their crimes. With Sophocles we sound the depths of human passion, and learn the sublime lesson of endurance. We are charmed with an ode of Horace, perfect in rhythm, perfect in sentiment, perfect in diction, and perfect in moral, the condensed essence of volumes in a single page. We walk with Dante through the nether world, awed by the tremendous power with which he depicts for us the secrets of the prison house. With Milton we mount heavenward, and in the immortal verse of his minor poems, finer even than the stately march of Paradise Lost, we hear celestial music and breathe diviner air. With that sovereign artist Shakespeare, full equally of delight and of majesty, we sweep the horizon of this complex human life, and become comprehensive scholars and citizens of the world. The masters of fiction enthrall us with their fascinating pages, one moment shaking us with uncontrollable laughter, and the next dissolving us in tears. In the presence of all these emanations of genius, the wise reader may feed on nectar and ambrosia, and forget the petty cares and vexations of today. There are some books that charm us by their wit or their sweetness, others that surprise and captivate us by their strength. Books that refresh us when weary, books that comfort us when afflicted, books that stimulate us by their robust health, books that exalt and refine our natures, as it were, to a finer mold, books that rouse us like the sound of a trumpet, books that illumine the darkest hours and fill all our day with delight. It is books that record the advance and the decline of nations, the experience of the world, the achievements and possibilities of mankind. It is books that reveal to us ideas and images almost above ourselves, and go far to open for us the gates of the invisible. A river of thought, says Emerson, is continually flowing out of the invisible world into the mind of man. And we may add that books contain the most fruitful and permanent of the currents of that mighty river. I am not disposed to celebrate the praises of all books, nor to recommend to readers of any age a habit of indiscriminate reading, but for the books which are true helpers and teachers, the thoughts of the best poets, historians, publicists, philosophers, orators, if their value is not real, then there are no realities in the world. Very true is it, nevertheless, that the many-sided man cannot be cultivated by books alone. One may learn by heart whole libraries, and yet be profoundly unacquainted with the face of nature or the life of man. The pale student who gives himself wholly to books pays the penalty by losing that robust energy of character, that sympathy with his kind, that keen sense of the charms of earth and sky that are essential to complete development. The world's great men, says Oliver Wendell Holmes, have not commonly been great scholars, nor its scholars great men. To know what other men have said about things is not always the most important part of knowledge. There is nothing that can dispense us from the independent use of our own faculties. Meditation and observation are more valuable than mere absorption, and knowledge itself is not wisdom. The true way to use books is to make them our servants, not our masters. Very helpful, cheering, and profitable will they become when they fall naturally into our daily life and growth, when they tally with the moods of the mind. The habits and methods of readers are as various as those of authors. Thus, there are some readers who gobble a book, as Boswell tells us Dr. Johnson used to gobble his dinner, eagerly and with a furious appetite suggestive of dyspepsia and the non-assimilation of food. Then there are slow readers who plod along through a book, sentence by sentence, putting in a mark conscientiously where they left off today, so as to begin at the selfsame spot tomorrow. Fast readers who gallop through a book as you would ride a flying bicycle on a race. Drowsy readers to whom a book is only a covert apology for a nap, and who pretend to be reading Macaulay or Herbert Spencer only to dream between the leaves. Sensitive readers who cannot abide the least noise or interruption when reading, and to whose nerves a footfall or a conversation is an exquisite torture. Absorbed readers who are so preoccupied with their pursuit that they forget all their surroundings, the time of day, the presence or the voices of others, the hour for dinner, and even their own existence. Credulous readers who believe everything they read because it is printed in a book, and swallow without winking the most colossal lying. Critical and captious readers who quarrel with the blunders or the beliefs of their author, and who cannot refrain from calling him an idiot or an ass, and perhaps even writing him down so on his own pages. Admiring and receptive readers who find fresh beauties in a favorite author every time they peruse him, and even discover beautiful swans in the stupidest geese that ever cackled along the flowery meads of literature. Reverent readers who treat a book as they would treat a great and good man, considerately and politely, carefully brushing the dust from a beloved volume with the sleeve, or tenderly lifting a book fallen to the floor as if they thought it suffered or felt harm. Careless and rough readers who will turn down books on their faces to keep the place, tumble them over in heaps, cram them into shelves never meant for them, scribble upon the margins, dog-ear the leaves, or even cut them with their fingers, all brutal and intolerable practices, totally unworthy of anyone pretending to civilization. To those who have well learned the art of reading, what inexhaustible delights does the world of books contain! With Milton, to behold the bright countenance of truth in the quiet and still air of delightful studies; to journey through far countries with Marco Polo; to steer across an unknown sea with Columbus, or to brave the dangers of the frozen ocean with Nansen or Dr. Kane; to study the manners of ancient nations with Herodotus; to live over again the life of Greece and Rome with Plutarch's heroes; to trace the decline of empires with Gibbon and Mommsen; to pursue the story of the modern world in the pages of Hume, Macaulay, Thiers, and Sismondi, and our own Prescott, Motley, and Bancroft; to enjoy afresh the eloquence of Demosthenes and the polished and splendid diction of Cicero; to drink in the wisdom of philosophers, and to walk with Socrates, Plato, and the Stoics through the groves of academia; to be kindled by the saintly utterances of prophets and apostles, St. Paul's high reasoning of immortality, or the seraphic visions of St. John; to study the laws that govern communities with the great publicists, or the economy of nations with Adam Smith and Stuart Mill; with the naturalists to sound the depths of the argument as to the origin of species and the genesis of man; with the astronomers to leave the narrow bounds of earth and explore the illimitable spaces of the universe, in which our solar system is but a speck; with the mathematicians to quit the uncertain realm of speculation and assumption, and plant our feet firmly on the rock of exact science; to come back anon to lighter themes, and to revel in the grotesque humor of Dickens, the philosophic page of Bulwer, the chivalric romances of Walter Scott, the ideal creations of Hawthorne, the finished life pictures of George Eliot, the powerful imagination of Victor Hugo, and the masterly delineations of Thackeray; to hang over the absorbing biographies of Dr. Franklin, Walter Scott, and Dr. Johnson; to peruse with fresh delight the masterpieces of Irving and Goldsmith, and the best essays of Hazlitt, De Quincey, Charles Lamb, and Montaigne; to feel the inspiration of the great poets of all ages, from Homer down to Tennyson; to read Shakespeare, a book that is in itself almost a university. Is not all this satisfaction enough for human appetite, however craving; solace enough for trouble, however bitter; occupation enough for life, however long? There are pleasures that perish in the using, but the pleasure which the art of reading carries with it is perennial. He who can feast on the intellectual spoils of centuries need fear neither poverty nor hunger. In the society of those immortals who still rule our spirits from their urns, we become assured that, though heaven and earth may pass away, no true thought shall ever pass away. The great orator, on whose lips once hung multitudes, dies and is forgotten. The great actor passes swiftly off the stage and is seen no more. The great singer, whose voice charmed listening crowds by its melody, is hushed in the grave. The great preacher survives but a single generation in the memory of men. All we who now live and act must be, in a little while, with yesterday's 7,000 years. But the book of the great writer lives on and on, inspiring age after age of readers, and has in it more of the seeds of immortality than anything upon earth. End of The Art of Reading by Ainsworth Rand Spofford, 6th Librarian of Congress, recording by David Wales.
Calvinists by John Hayward. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Chad Horner. This denomination of Christians of the Congregational order are chiefly descendants of the English Puritans, who founded most of the early settlements in New England. They derived their name from John Calvin, an eminent reformer. The Calvinists are divided into three parties: high, strict, and moderate. The high Calvinists favour the Hopkinsian system. The moderate Calvinists embrace the leading features of Calvin's doctrine, but object to some parts, particularly to his views of the doctrines of predestination and the extent of the design of Christ's death, while they hold to the election of grace. They do not believe that God has reprobated any of his creatures. They believe that the atonement is, in its nature, general, but in its application particular, and that free salvation is to be preached to sinners indiscriminately. The doctrines of the strict Calvinists are those of Calvin himself, as established at the Synod of Dort, A.D. 1618, and are as follows, viz. 1. They maintain that God hath chosen a certain number of the fallen race of Adam in Christ, before the foundation of the world, unto eternal glory, according to his immutable purpose, and of his free grace and love, without the least foresight of faith, good works, or any conditions performed by the creature, and that the rest of mankind he was pleased to pass by, and ordain to dishonour and wrath, for their sins, to the praise of his vindictive justice. See Proverbs chapter 16 verse 4, Romans chapter 9 from verse 11 to end of chapter, Romans chapter 8 verse 30, Ephesians chapter 1 verse 4, Acts chapter 13 verse 48. 2. They maintain that, though the death of Christ be a most perfect sacrifice, the satisfaction for sins of infinite value, abundantly sufficient to expiate the sins of the whole world, and though on this ground the gospel is to be preached to all mankind indiscriminately, yet it was the will of God that Christ, by the blood of the cross, should efficaciously redeem all those, and those only, who were from eternity elected to salvation and given to him by the Father. See Psalm chapter 33 verse 11, John chapter 6 verse 37, John chapter 10 verse 11, John chapter 17 verse 9. 3. They maintain that mankind are totally depraved in consequence of the fall of the first man, who being their public head, his sin involved the corruption of all his posterity, and which corruption extends over the whole soul and renders it unable to turn to God or to do anything truly good, and exposes it to his righteous displeasure, both in this world and that which is to come. See Genesis chapter 8 verse 21, Psalm chapter 14 verses 2 and 3, Romans chapter 3 verses 10, 11 and 12, etc. Romans chapter 4 verse 14, Romans chapter 5 verse 19, Galatians chapter 3 verse 10, 2 Corinthians chapter 3 verses 6 and 7. 4. They maintain that all whom God hath predestinated unto life, he is pleased in his appointed time effectually to call by his word and spirit out of that state of sin and death in which they are by nature, to grace and salvation by Jesus Christ. See Ephesians chapter 1 verse 19, Ephesians chapter 2 verses 1 and 5, Philippians chapter 2 verse 13, Romans chapter 3 verse 27, 1 Corinthians chapter 1 verse 31, Titus chapter 3 verse 5. 5. Lastly, they maintain that those whom God has effectually called and sanctified by his Spirit shall never finally fall from a state of grace. They admit that true believers may fall partially, and would fall totally and finally, but for the mercy and faithfulness of God, who keepeth the feet of his saints, also that he who bestoweth the grace of perseverance bestoweth it by means of reading and hearing the word, meditation, exhortations, threatenings, and promises, but that none of these things imply the possibility of a believer's falling from a state of justification. See Isaiah chapter 53 verses 4, 5, and 6, Isaiah chapter 54 verse 10, Jeremiah chapter 32 verses 38 and 40, Romans chapter 8 verses 38 and 39, John chapter 4 verse 14, John chapter 6 verse 39, John chapter 10 verse 28, John chapter 11 verse 26, James chapter 1 verse 17, 1 Peter chapter 2 verse 25. See Orthodox Creeds and Hopkinsians. End of Calvinists by John Hayward.
The Eruption of Mt. Asama of 1783 by Isaac Titzing. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Availle in August 2019. The Eruption of Mt. Asama of 1783 by Isaac Titzing, taken from Illustrations of Japan. In the beginning of the month of September 1783, I received from Yedo the following particulars of the dreadful ravages occasioned by the eruption of the volcano Asama-ga-daki in the districts of Joson and Zinzo. On the 28th of the 6th month of the 3rd year Tenmyo, July 27, 1783, at 8 o'clock in the morning, there arose in the province of Shinano, footnote, an extensive central province of the island of Niphon, to the northwest of Kai and of Musashi, in which Yedo is situated. End footnote. A very strong east wind, accompanied with a dull noise like that of an earthquake, which increased daily and foreboded the most disastrous consequences. On the 4th of the 7th month, August 1st, there was a tremendous noise and a shock of an earthquake. The walls of the houses cracked and seemed ready to tumble. Each successive shock was more violent, till the flames burst forth with a terrific uproar from the summit of the mountain, followed by a tremendous eruption of sand and stones. Though it was broad day, everything was enveloped in profound darkness, through which the flames alone threw at times a lurid light. Till the 4th of August, the mountain never ceased to cast up sand and stones. The large village of Sakamoto and several others situated at the foot of the volcano were soon reduced to ashes by the ignited matter which it projected, and by the flames which burst from the earth. The inhabitants fled, but the chasms everywhere formed by the opening of the ground prevented their escape, and in a moment a great number of persons were swallowed up or consumed by the flames. Violent shocks continued to be felt till the 8th of the 7th month, and were perceptible to the distance of 20 or 30 leagues. Enormous stones and clouds of sand were carried by the wind toward the east and north. The water of the rivers Yokogawa and Karusawa boiled. The course of the Yonegawa, one of the largest rivers of Japan, was obstructed, and the boiling water inundated the adjacent country, doing incredible mischief. The bears, hyenas, and other beasts of prey fled from the mountains and flocked to the neighboring villages, where they devoured the inhabitants or mangled them in a horrible manner. The number of dead bodies floating upon the rivers was incalculable. About the middle of the same month, a more circumstantial account of this phenomenon was transmitted to me from Yedo. It is in substance as follows. From the 4th of the 7th month, August 1st, there was heard, night and day, a rumbling like that of very loud thunder, which gradually increased in violence. On the 5th, a shower of sand and ashes fell on all sides, and on the 6th, the volcano projected at Oyewake an immense quantity of stones, some of which were so large that 2 persons were not able to carry them. 27 villages were swallowed up, and 4 only escaped, namely Matsuyeda, Yasue, Takazakie, and Fusie-oka. At the last of these places there fell a shower of red-hot stones, each weighing 4 or 5 ounces. At 2 o'clock the same day, the mountain of Asama cast forth a torrent of flames and balls of fire. The earth shook in a frightful manner, the whole country was enveloped in darkness, and, though midday, it was not to be distinguished from the darkest night. The thunder was so tremendous that the inhabitants were paralyzed with terror to such a degree as to appear inanimate. About 10 o'clock there fell small stones mixed with sand and ashes at Fusie-oka. The ground was covered with them to the depth of 8 or 9 inches. At Yasue they were 14 or 15 inches, and at Matsuyeda 3 feet deep. All the growing crops were totally destroyed. On the 7th, about 1 o'clock, several rivers became dry. At 2, a thick vapor was seen at Asuma over the river Tanegawa, the black muddy water of which boiled up violently. An immense quantity of red-hot stones floating on the surface gave it the appearance of a torrent of fire. Moko, one of the lifeguards, and a great number of men and horses were swept away by the current and cast on shore at Nakanose, or carried along by the river Zinmei-gawa. On the 8th, at 10 in the morning, a torrent of sulphur, mixed with rocks, large stones, and mud, rushing from the mountain, precipitated itself into the river Asumagawa, in the districts of Joso and Gemba-kori, and swelled it so prodigiously that it overflowed, carried away houses, and laid waste the whole country. The number of persons who perished was immense. At Zinya-cheko, on the road to Nakayama, there were incessant and violent shocks from the 6th to the 8th. At Sakamoto-cheko, there was a continued shower of red-hot stones from the 5th to the 6th. At Foncio-Cecco, gravel fell in an incessant torrent. At Kuraje-Sava there fell such a prodigious quantity of red-hot stones that all the inhabitants perished in the flames, with the exception of the chief magistrate. The exact number of the dead is not known. On the 9th, about 1 o'clock, large trees and timbers of houses began to be seen floating on the river of Yedo, which was soon afterwards completely covered with the mangled carcasses of men and beasts. In the country of Zinzo, the devastation extended over a tract of 30 leagues. At Siomio, Asumakori, and Kamabara-Mora, at the foot of Mount Asama, all the inhabitants perished excepting 17. Half of the village of Daisen-Mora was carried away by the lava. The villages of Nishikobo-Mura, Nakai-Mura, Fao-Mura, Kusaki-Fara-Mura, and Matsuki-Mura totally disappeared. At the village of Tsobo-Mura, the warehouse of Soki-Saemon was preserved. All the other houses, with the inhabitants, were swept away by the fiery deluge. The villages of Tsochebara-Mura, Yokokabe-Mura, Koto-Mura, Kawato-Mura, Fa-Mura, Kawafara-Yu-Mura, and Farada-Mura were likewise swept away. 57 houses of the village of Mishima-Mura were swallowed up, and 16 persons carried away by the torrent, which everywhere left a sediment of sand of the depth of 10 feet. At Gonba-Kori, Kawashima, and Faramura, out of 153 houses, 6 only were left. The others were carried away. The whole village of Obasimura disappeared. The village of Onomura and the guardhouse of Moku were swept away by a torrent of boiling mud. The village of Yemaye-Mura was completely buried by sand. Many other villages, besides those here named, either partly disappeared with their inhabitants or were swept away. It was impossible to determine the number of the dead, and the devastation was incalculable. The annexed engraving will convey some idea of this tremendous catastrophe. End of The Eruption of Mt. Asama of 1783 by Isaac Titsing.
A Letter from the Fire by Thomas D. Foster. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Letter from the Fire, being an account of the Great Chicago Fire. All Halloween, October 31, 1871, Chicago, Illinois. My dear Father and Mother, I am ashamed to put you off any longer without a long letter. I have been waiting to get the office comfortable so that I could spend some evening in it when it would be nice and warm and give you a longer account of the fire. We are into the middle of another week, no desks, and no fire, so muffle myself up and collect my thoughts the best way I can. For a beginning, we should have been very busy today with salt, but it is raining very hard and is altogether a miserable day, both out and inside, so cannot find anything better to do, although it is not pleasant work. To begin, on Saturday morning, the 7th of this month, I saw Mr. Ackroyd off to Milwaukee and came back with Mr. Kenny. The 3 of us were stopping at different hotels. Therefore, Mr. Kenny went to his, I to the Briggs house and got my tea, then went to the Sherman house where Mr. Ackroyd had been stopping to get his trunk and have it sent to my room at the Briggs house. After that was done, I took my usual Saturday evening stroll round the city, just ready to look at anything interesting. Nothing happened, but just as I was going into the hotel at 10 o'clock, there was the glare of a fire in the sky. I did not feel like going to bed, so thought I might spend an hour looking at the flames. It was a big fire in my eyes then, a large wooden house near a row of splendid brick ones. The latter they were trying to save, and succeeded. I was in a splendid position for seeing without getting any of the water the firemen directed at the crowd every few minutes. It was nearly over, and I was just going to leave when someone shouted there was a fire on the west side. I looked up, saw the sky all lurid, and started off to see the new one. It looked very awful, sweeping houses before it like chaff until it got to a lumber yard. Then the efforts of the firemen appeared useless. 20 acres of buildings and wood were all ablaze. The sight thrilled me through, as I thought there would be no stopping it. I assisted people to carry things out of their houses, and did what I could to help them until the fire appeared to be so far under way that there was no further danger. I hung round until 2 o'clock, then went home, got into bed, satisfied I had seen a tremendous calamity, the biggest of any I had ever seen or hoped to see. But alas, how much was I disappointed! I could not sleep for a long time, and then only dozed off for a few minutes, but woke with a start, and looking out of the window saw how the fire was progressing. Whilst awake, I was thinking what a splendid account I could write you. When anything of interest occurs, it is my first thought, how nice that will do for my letter home. I always have you uppermost in my mind, and wish you were with me to enjoy things when I am enjoying myself. But this is parting from my story. When I saw the fire fade, I fell asleep. It was about 4:30, and did not wake until Mr. Kenny came to my door at 10. I had made an appointment to meet him at that hour, and kept it, as you see, in bed. After he left, I slept until 12, then got up, dressed, went down, met Mr. Kenny again, and we both started off to Mr. Small's to dine. At 5:20 we left there and walked together to my hotel. We parted, and I did not see him again until 26 hours after, he thinking me burnt, and I thinking that he was burnt. We were very pleased to see each other again safe and sound. I got my tea, went to my room, and read a while, then went to church. It happened to be a Universalist place that I got into, and did not enjoy it much. I went away kind of dissatisfied, and got to the Briggs house at 9:15, not feeling like sleeping. I made myself as comfortable as I could, lit my pipe, and commenced reading the book Mrs. Somerville made me a present of. I had been reading about half an hour when the fire bell tolled 3:42 3 times. I looked out and saw the sky red in the direction of the fire of the previous evening, but paying no attention to it, I turned round and read away. I looked again and saw it was increasing. I tried to read now, but it was impossible. I put down the gas and sat opposite the window watching it. The fire was more than 2 miles away. Still, I felt very uneasy and could not go to bed. It was Sunday night, and I did not like the idea of going on a rollicking expedition after a fire, but I could not make myself easy anywhere, and I concluded to go see it. So I took off my Sunday clothes, put on a pair of drawers. I felt chilly the night before, so took the precaution to make myself warm this night, and it was well for me I did, as my story will show during its progression. An extra undershirt, an old warm coat and vest, and sallied out at 10:15 p.m. October 8th. It was blowing hard at the time, but I got along well, having fit myself out for cold and dirt, having little interest in the city, no friends whose losing property could affect me much, and little property of my own to care for. I felt probably as free and easy as anyone who saw that fire. I got up to it at 10:45, but could not get near on account of the heat. How the firemen stood it, I don't know. A general alarm was sounded, and 30 steam fire engines were on the spot soon after I arrived. It was a grand sight, but hellish in the extreme. Streets, houses, trees, and everything in one grand furnace. It was not a blaze like the night before, but a white melting heat. Volumes of flames were cut off from the seat of the fire itself and carried over into other streets. In addition to this, there was a perfect shower of sparks, all red and glowing. The fall of them was like a fall of golden snow, and as far as the eye could reach upward, the air was filled with them, not only sparks, but burning brands of wood from 6 inches to 2 feet long, and from 1 inch thick to 6 inches. This may seem incredible, but it is true. I saw them myself, saw them fall in the street, and worse than that, on houses with wooden roofs, and on people's heads, almost knocking them down. The wind was blowing a fearful gale at this time, and that accounts for it. At 11:15, these brands set fire to the roof of a church about 300 yards from the main fire. I went to see this before there was the sign of a blaze. I adopted the plan of keeping before the fire so that in case it spread, I should not be cut off from my hotel. Some men got on the roof and tried to put it out, but they could not. So an engine came and dilly-dallied about for a few minutes until a volume of thick black smoke rolled up from it, and in 2 minutes it was in flames. The edifice was wood, and it went like a matchbox. It was a Roman Catholic institution. Someone said it was on fire before any sign of a blaze came from it. An old Irish woman that had just come heard the remark and asked, "Where's the fire?" They told her on the roof. "Ah," said she, "God will put it out," and appeared quite composed about it. This is where the real trouble commenced. There were 2 immense fires now, and the fire brigade divided. This left the first fire almost to itself, and in a few minutes it joined the second one. The sight was now dreadful. It swept along, burning wood, bricks, stone alike. I never saw the equal. The 2 latter materials gave out sooner than the wood. They melted down like wax, while wood burned so long as a stick remained. It flew from house to house almost as quick as one could walk until it reached the river. I will stop about the fire now and tell you something of the inhabitants, a great many being burnt out, the fire having come a mile now, and half a mile wide. The people were mostly looking at the fire, but as soon as they saw their homes in danger, a general packing up could be observed in all the houses, and soon after a regular exodus, everyone, old and young, carrying something. The men looked pale and callous as a rule. The women ran about in an excited manner, but none fainted. Children clung to parents or old friends, too frightened to cry. Infants alone made noise, as the mothers had not time to sit down and soothe them. Others of them slept peaceably in their mothers' arms, ignorant of all danger and care. Old women were carrying weights too heavy for men, and young women were dragging trunks enough for a donkey to pull, no doubt containing their best clothes, or sat on them and wept quietly when they could not pull any longer, and had to leave them for the fire to lick up as a giant would swallow a midge. I was not an idle observer during all this. I carried boxes and bundles without number, placing them in nooks that the owners considered safe. Vain delusion. Everything I laid hands to save was eventually burnt. In one place there was a long train of empty railway cars. People thought the railway company would be sure to save their cars, so they would put in their goods. I worked as I never worked before, loading up the cars with all kinds of things. But before I had finished, the train was on fire, and it burnt up as would a train of gunpowder on the flags. This was my last act of kindness on the west side. It being close to the river, I crossed over to what is called the south side. To return to the fire account, after crossing the river, I stood and gazed on the burning mass. It was thought it could not cross 80 yards of water. The firemen made a hard fight here to prevent its going any further, and it looked somewhat as if they might succeed. At this point I left, a fire having broken out behind me about 400 yards away. This was on the side of the river I was on, so there was no doubt but that the fire had crossed. Of course, This took away a lot of engines and left the old fire to do as it liked. It soon jumped the river, too, and joined the new one. I went to see this new fire and found it to be among a nest of wooden shanties that went like tinder. Upon close observation, I saw that it was within a few yards of the gas-works, so thought it better to quit and plant myself at a reasonable distance from it. In going away, I took the liberty of hammering people up, as the fire was spreading so rapidly it might reach them before all of them could get out. The streets were all quiet as I passed along, but soon were busy enough with people turning out. I was also busy enough assisting to put out little fires, such as linen awnings that sparks had ignited and pieces of wooden sidewalks that were burning, until I got to the heart and best part of the city, where all buildings were built of brick, stone, iron, or marble, and many of them without any wood except the office desks and furniture. I felt sure the fire would never go through these buildings. Still, to make my mind easy, I went to the Briggs house and commenced packing. This was 1 o'clock, wind still blowing a gale, the fire within a quarter of a mile from the hotel, and just beginning to cross the street to the good part of the city. Although I was packing, I really did not believe the fire would reach the place where I was. I will give you an idea of how my packing arrangements were made. I first got my small valise with the brass round the edges, put into it my best suit, album, and all the little presents that I value, and then filled up with the best of my underclothing. After that, I took off the old suit I had on and put on my second best suit, so that if it came to the worst, I could carry the valise in my hand and have a good suit on my back. At this juncture, a waiter of the hotel came running up, saying the wind had changed and there was no danger. I paid little attention to it and went on packing my large trunk. Certainly, it made me more careless in packing, for I left out a lot of small things I could have put in, thinking if the place should be threatened, I could then put them in. After I fastened all up, leaving out my large overcoat, I again walked out to see the progress of the fire. It had taken full possession of the fine buildings I before mentioned. It was surprising to see the way they tumbled. Marble buildings cracked away for a time, then burst out in a volume of flame. The walls parted, and down came the whole fabrication, a jumbled mass of smoldering ruins. This took but little time, but short as it was, before it was in ruins, other buildings were burning and tumbling in the same way. I was watching in one place when a cry was raised that the city hall was on fire. I never thought that this would burn, as it stands in a little park and is built of stone. I ran round, and there, sure enough, the cupola was burning, and very soon after the edifice was a red, seething mass, sending up clouds of sparks and dealing destruction with a deadly hand all round. I now thought it about time to move and see after my things, so commenced lugging them downstairs. I had not time now to put anything into the trunk, so let the few things left take their chance. I had with me one valise, one large portmanteau of my own, and one large trunk belonging to Mr. Ackroyd. Had he left it at Sherman's house, it was gone sure, as I could never have saved it. When I had them down, I went to look for a carriage or an expressman to take them away. They were asking $50 for a carriage. As this would not do, I went up the street a piece, met a man with a light wagon, asked what he would take me a mile away for. He said $5 down. Done, I said. He wanted to get the money in the street before he got the things. Of course, I would not do that, but told him I would pay him the minute I got the things on board. After a good deal of talk, he consented, came alongside, put the packages on, and I paid him. Just as I was leaving, the place took fire, and I heard people offering $100, then $150 for a carriage, but they could not get any. As I was going along, several people applied to the expressman, offering him $3 or $4 for the conveyance of a trunk, but $10 was now his charge. People refused to pay him that amount, and I am sure they all lost their things as we were about the last to cross the bridge. We took up one young man with a similar lot of traps to mine. He was a very decent fellow, so we stuck together. The expressman put us down at his own house. We left our things inside and went to see how the fire was getting along. Before going further, I will explain why I crossed the river again and what we did. To do this, I must give you an idea of the place. I remember once before giving you a rough outline of Chicago. I will do so again. See illustration. The bars across the river represent the turn bridges. One is where the fire commenced, 2 where I crossed the river the first time, 3 where I crossed the second, 4 where I crossed the third, 5 where I finally drew up and left my clothes. The wind was blowing in the direction from 1 to 6, so I thought the fire would wear out at the lake and not be able to cross the river to the north side. In this I was mistaken, for when I went to look at the fire after deposing our things at the expressman's house, as before stated, we found the bridge we had just crossed was on fire, and that the north side was doomed unless the wind changed. This was 3 o'clock, so we turned back to move our traps again. Whilst walking up, we met a man pulling a large trunk. We helped him along to where we were staying, hired a boy with a wagon who drove over to the west side, crossing bridge at number 4. Here we considered ourselves safe, put down our luggage on the sidewalk, and sat on it till daylight. We asked a man to let us into his house, but he refused. It was here that my warm underclothing and heavy overcoat stood to me. The wind was brisk and keen. Had I been lightly clothed, I might have taken a severe cold. Fortunately, I escaped. This place was partly on the prairie, so had a splendid view of the fire at large, although fully 3 miles from it. The smallest print could be read with ease, the light was so intense. As day dawned, the light faded, but daylight revealed the volumes of black smoke rolling up from the city, and the ruins of the previous night's destruction. The fire was now sweeping the north side entirely unchecked, the waterworks being burnt, and no water in the town. I felt very hungry by this time, and hailed with delight the taking down of the first shutter of a small grocery store. I got some dry biscuits and ate them with a relish, something wonderful. As there was a dirt wagon passing, our last-named friend and myself stopped it, put in our things, got on top of them, and requested the driver to take us to a place my friend knew. He accommodated us and drew up at a very good-looking general store in a small settlement on the prairie, shown as number 5 on the map. It ought to be farther out, but the paper won't admit it. We gave our baggage in charge of the owners and left them. In walking back to the city, we met a gentleman who was acquainted with my fellow traveler. He wished us to call at his house and have breakfast. We did so, and a good one it was. The house was all upset, getting their things packed up, little of which I am afraid was saved. Walking citywards, the road was crowded with all sorts of vehicles carrying furniture of every description. The road was littered with furniture, pianos, beds, and so forth, in indescribable confusion. Drivers of wagons would engage to take it some distance on the prairie, get their money first before they started, then would only go a little way, tumble it out on the road, return, and repeat the operation on someone else. I now wanted to get to Mr. Small's house to learn what I could about Mr. Kenny. When I got to the city, I found all the bridges that I have starred burnt up, so had to make a long detour going all round the burnt district. His house is on the south side where I put across. I arrived there at 11 o'clock, lost in dirt, blended with dust and smoke. Not a drop of water in the house to wash with. Mr. Small told me to consider it, his house, my home until I could find something else. I took a bucket, went to the lake, and brought it back full of water, and felt better for it. This was 11:30 a.m. Up to this time nothing was heard of Mr. Kenny. I felt rather uneasy, as it was much easier for him to get there than for me, and I fully expected finding him there when I arrived. I was also astonished to find the south side still burning. The fire was creeping up against the wind at the rate of a house every 5 minutes. At that calculation, Small's house would be burnt at 3 o'clock. Of course, he was very uneasy and sent his wife and baby away. If the wind changed in the opposite direction, he would be cleared out much sooner. At 2 o'clock, we walked down together and found the flames stopped by blowing up of several streets of houses. The north side was swept out clear and clean, right into the country, burning up Lincoln Park and the Catholic Cemetery. 75,000 people resided on the north side, and every house, with one exception, was burned to the ground, not even the walls standing. Another 100,000 people were rendered homeless and had to camp out on the prairie without any covering for 2 days and 2 nights, having little to eat and scarcely any water to drink. This is something awful to think of. Delicate people, young children of all classes, huddled together without any comforts. A great many people died, and no wonder. However, they are all pretty well provided for now. Supplies are plentiful. The only fear is that the charity will be abused. The fire lasted 36 hours, during that time clearing everything before it for a distance of 5.5 miles, commencing in a point and finishing 2 miles in width. About 50,000 tons of coal caught fire, which burned for a week quite bright, always keeping the sky aglow with its light. It is still burning, but no fire can be seen. I must add here that Mr. Kenny did not turn up the whole afternoon, and I began to fear the worst. However, he made his appearance between 7 and 8 o'clock, all safe and sound, and relieved my mind. Next day the city was put under martial law, General Sheridan commanding. I was made a patrol between 12 and 4 o'clock at night with Small. This was to prevent ruffians from firing other places. Several of them were caught and immediately shot or hung up to some lamp post. The city was without water 10 days and 14 without gas, so it presented a miserable appearance. Mr. Kenny and myself went to the lake twice a day and brought as much water as supplied Mr. Small's family. This was the way we paid our board. People a long way from the lake suffered fearfully. All the watering carts were put to hauling water, but all they could draw was only a speck of what was needed. I have given you a pretty fair account of my experience during the fire. Now I will give you a few incidents or curiosities. In the first place, I was greatly amused by the unlikely things that many people in their excitement tried to save the very first. On the west side, the rage appeared to be to save their stores and crockery. As soon as a house was threatened, the first thing brought out was a stove, then a lot of tins and glassware. In other places I saw people open their windows upstairs and throw out looking-glasses, chairs, water pitchers, and basins, all of which were broken and rendered useless the moment they touched the ground. In some streets the pavement was littered with debris of this kind. When the fire got amongst the stores, cabmen, expressmen, and roughs in general were dressed up in much better style than usual, a large number of silk hats being particularly observable on the gents, showing plainly that some stores had suffered. A lot of prisoners locked up in the city jail were let loose. The first thing they did was to run over to the jewelry stores and plunder them of all the valuables that were convenient. Many of the store owners saved what they could, then opened the doors and told the multitude to help themselves. One of the largest jewelers out of New York did this, and a few lives were sacrificed in his place, people being so venturesome that they went once too often and got caught with a falling building. One piano store owner commenced pulling pianos out of a 3rd-story window. This was the worst piece of business that I saw, for they were smashed into splinters when they struck the ground, and greatly endangered the lives of people around. Pistols were freely used. A great many ruffians were shot for trying to break into different places, and in return a few respectable men were shot by them for preventing them carrying out their purpose. One expressman that we employed was going to drop our things out on the street after he got a few yards, when one of my newly made acquaintances drew his revolver and told him he would blow his brains out if he did. He drove quietly on after that. A great many lives were lost, more than ever will be known. A lot of people congregated in the tunnel under the river that I have described in a previous letter, and most of them were smothered or burned. There were two things that helped the fire along wonderfully. They were the wooden pavements and the quantity of things thrown out of the houses and left there. This ends my account. All being well, I will continue my usual weekly letter from this out. I am very well and hope you are the same. With kindest love to yourselves, Annie and Alfred, I remain your affectionate son, Thomas. You may show this letter to anyone you think would be interested in it. I cannot begin to write another so minute as this. End of A Letter from the Fire by Thomas D. Foster. Read by Anita Sloma-Martinez.
The most popular book of the month. New York City, including all boroughs, telephone directory. New York Telephone Company, New York, 1920. 8 volumes, 1,208 pages. From Of All Things by Robert C. Benchley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The Most Popular Book of the Month by Robert C. Benchley. In picking up this new edition of a popular favorite, the reviewer finds himself confronted by a nice problem in literary ethics. The reader must guess what it is. There may be said to be two classes of people in the world. Those who constantly divide the people of the world into two classes, and those who do not. Both classes are extremely unpleasant to meet socially, leaving practically no one in the world whom one cares very much to know. This feeling is made poignant to the point of becoming an obsession by a careful reading of the present volume. We are herein presented with some 500,000 characters, each one deftly drawn in a line or two of agate type, each one standing out from the rest in bold relief. It is hard to tell which one is the most lovable. In one mood, we should say W.S. Custard of Miniford Avenue. In another, more susceptible frame of mind, we could stand by the character who opens the book, and who first introduces us into its kingdom of make-believe, Mr. V. Aggard, the old Impt and Ext. How one seems to see him, impting and exting all the hot summer day through, year in and year out, always heading the list, but always modest and unassuming, always with a kind word and a smile for passers-by on Broadway. The most popular book on earth. It is perhaps inaccurate to say that V. Aggard introduces us to the book. He is the first flesh-and-blood human being with whom the reader comes in contact, but the initial place in line should technically go to the A and AA Excelsior Company. Having given credit where credit is due, however, let us express our personal opinion that this name is a mere trick, designed to crowd out all the other competitors in the field for the honor of being in the premier position, for it must be obvious to anyone with any perception at all that the name doesn't make sense. No firm could be named the A and AA Company, and the author of the telephone directory might better have saved his jokes until the body of the book. After all, Gillette Burris does that sort of thing much better than anyone else could hope to. but beginning with V. Agaard and continuing through to Mrs. L. Seifert of Yetman Avenue, the reader is constantly aware of the fact that here are real people living in a real city, and that they represent a problem which must be faced. Sharp as we may find the character etchings in the book, the action, written and implied, is even more remarkable. Let us, for instance, take Mr. Samuel Dysinger, whose business is Fern Repligen, or Peter Seligian, who does pamphlet building. Into whose experience do these descriptions not fit? The author need only mention a man binding pamphlets to bring back a flood of memories to each and every one of us. Perhaps our old hometown in New England, where binding pamphlets was always a rite during the long winter months, as well as a social function of no mean proportions. It is the ability to suggest, to insinuate these automatic memories on the part of the reader without the use of extra words that makes the author of this work so worthy of the name of craftsman in the literary annals of the day. Perhaps most deft of all is the little picture that is made of Louise Winkler, who is the village Skuflus. One does not have to know much medieval history to remember the position that a Skuflus used to hold in the community during the War of the Roses, or during Shays' Rebellion, for that matter. In those days, to be a Skuflus was as important a post as that is Klubblestud, now done for New York City by Mr. Graham. People came from miles around to consult the local Skuflus on matters pertaining not only to schools, but to Nutlers and rurals, both of which departments of our daily life have been delegated to separate agencies. Then, gradually, with the growth of the trade guild movement, there came the era of specialization in industry, and the high offices of Skuflus were dissipated among other trades, until only that coming strictly under the head of Skuflus remained. To this estate has Miss Winkler come, and in that part of the book which deals with her and her work, we have, as it were, a little epic on the mutability of human endeavor. It is all too short, however, and we are soon thereafter plunged into the dreary round of expting and impting, this time through a character called J. Wubb, who is interesting only so far as he is associated with M. Werble and A. N. Wubbenhost, all of whom come together at the bottom of the column. The plot, in spite of whatever virtues may accrue to it from the acid delineation of the characters and the vivid action pictures, is the weakest part of the work. It lacks coherence. It lacks stability. Perhaps this is because of the nature of the book itself. Perhaps it is because the author knew too well his Dunsinane, or his Wells, or his Bradstreet. But it is the opinion of the present reviewer that the weakness of the plot is due to the great number of characters which clutter up the pages. The Russian school is responsible for this. We see here the logical result of a sedulous aping of those writers such as Tolstoy, Andreev, Turgenev, Dostoevsky, or even Pushkin, whose meteor it was to fill the pages of their books with an inordinate number of characters, many of whom the reader is to encounter but once, let us say, on the Nevsky Prospect or in the Somali Institute, but all of whom add their particular name. We believe we will not offend when we refer to Russian names as peculiar, to the general confusion of the whole. In practice, the book is not flawless. There are 500,000 names, each with a corresponding telephone number. But through some error in editing, the numbers are all wrong. Proof of this may be had by the simple expedient of calling up any one of the subscribers. using the number assigned by the author to that name. Any name will do. Let us say Nicholas Womp Haxlam, 2131. If the call is put in bright and early in the morning, the report will come over the wire just as the lights are going on for evening of the same day. That Harlem 2131 does not answer. The other numbers are invariably equally unproductive of results. The conclusion is obvious. Aside from this point, the book is a success. The end of the most popular book of the month by Robert C. Benchley. Read by Dale Grothmann.
Excerpt from The Destiny of Man by Johann Gottlieb Fichte, published in 1800, translated by Frederick H. Hedge. Book 3, Faith. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. If the whole design of our existence were to bring about a purely earthly condition of our race, all that would be required would be some infallible mechanism to direct our action, and we need be nothing more than wheels well fitted to the whole machine. Freedom would then not only be useless, but even contrary to the purpose of existence, and goodwill would be quite superfluous. The world in that case would be very clumsily contrived, would proceed to its goal with waste of power, and by circuitous paths. Rather, mighty world spirit, hast thou taken from us this freedom, which only with difficulty and by a different arrangement thou canst fit to thy plans, and compel us at once to act as those plans required. Thou wouldest then arrive at thy goal by the shortest road, as the meanest of the inhabitants of thy worlds can tell thee. But I am free, and therefore such a concatenation of cause and effect, in which freedom is absolutely superfluous and useless, cannot exhaust my whole destination. I must be free, for not the mechanical act, but the free determination of free will, for the sake of the command alone, and absolutely for no other purpose. So says the inward voice of conscience. This alone determines our true worth. The band with which the law binds me is a band for living spirits. It scorns the rule over dead mechanism, and applies itself alone to the living and self-acting. Such obedience it demands. This obedience cannot be superfluous. And herewith the eternal world rises more brightly before me, and the fundamental law of its order stands clear before the eye of my mind. In that world, the will, purely and only as it lies, locked up from all eyes, in the secret dark of my soul, is the first link in a chain of consequences which runs through the whole invisible world of spirits. So in the earthly world, the deed, a certain movement of matter, becomes the first link in a material chain which extends through the whole system of matter. The will is the working and living principle in the world of reason, as motion is the working and living principle in the world of the senses. I stand in the center of two opposite worlds, a visible in which the deed, and an invisible, altogether incomprehensible, in which the will decides. I am one of the original forces of both these worlds. My will is that which embraces both. This will is in and of itself a constituent portion of the supersensuous world. When I put it in motion by a resolution, I move and change something in that world, and my activity flows on over the whole and produces something new and ever-during, which then exists and needs not to be made anew. This will breaks forth into a material act, and this act belongs to the world of the senses, and effects in that what it can. I have not to wait until after I am divorced from the connection of the earthly world to gain admission into that which is above the earth. I am and live in it already, far more truly than in the earthly. Even now it is my only firm standing ground, and the eternal life, which I have long since taken possession of, is the only reason why I am willing still to prolong the earthly. That which they denominate heaven lies not beyond the grave. It is already here, diffused around our nature, and its light arises in every pure heart. My will is mine, and it is the only thing that is entirely mine, and depends entirely upon myself. By it I am already a citizen of the kingdom of liberty and of self-active reason. My conscience, the tie by which that world holds me unceasingly and binds me to itself, tells me at every moment what determination of my will, the only thing by which here in the dust I can lay hold of that kingdom, is most consonant with its order, and it depends entirely upon myself to give myself the destination enjoined upon me. I cultivate myself then for this world, and accordingly work in it and for it, while cultivating one of its members. I pursue in it, and in it alone, without vacillation or doubt, according to fixed rules, my aim, sure of success, since there is no foreign power that opposes my intent. That our good will in and for and through itself must have consequences, we know even in this life, for reason cannot require anything without a purpose. But what these consequences are, nay, how it is possible that a mere will can effect anything, is a question to which we cannot even imagine a solution, so long as we are entangled with this material world. And it is the part of wisdom not to undertake to inquire concerning which we know beforehand it must be unsuccessful. This then is my whole sublime destination, my true essence. I am a member of two systems, a purely spiritual one, in which I rule by pure will alone, and a sensuous one, in which I work by my deed. End of excerpt from The Destiny of Man by Johann Gottlieb Fichte, published in 1800, Book 3, Faith. Of Fossil Shells and Other Extraneous Fossils by Oliver Goldsmith, 1728 to 1774. From Chapter 5 of A History of the Earth and Animated Nature. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. We may affirm of M. Buffon that which has been said of the chemists of old. Though he may have failed in attaining his principal aim of establishing a theory, yet he has brought together such a multitude of facts relative to the history of the earth and the nature of its fossil productions, that curiosity finds ample compensation, even while it feels the want of conviction. Before, therefore, I enter upon the description of those parts of the earth which seem more naturally to fall within the subject, it will not be improper to give a short history of those animal productions that are found in such quantities, either upon its surface or at different depths below it. They demand our curiosity, and indeed there is nothing in natural history that has afforded more scope for doubt conjecture and speculation. Whatever depths of the earth we examine, or whatever distance within land we seek, we most commonly find a number of fossil shells, which being compared with others from the sea of known kinds, are found to be exactly of a similar shape and nature. They are found at the very bottom of quarries and mines, in the retired and inmost parts of the most firm and solid rocks, upon the tops of even the highest hills and mountains, as well as in the valleys and plains, and this not in one country alone, but in all places where there is any digging for marble, chalk, or any other terrestrial matters, that are so compact as to fence off the external injuries of the air, and thus preserve these shells from decay. These marine substances, so commonly diffused and so generally to be met with, were for a long time considered by philosophers as productions, not of the sea, but of the earth. As we find that spars, they say, always shoot into peculiar shapes, so these seeming snails, cockles, and mussel shells are only sportive forms that nature assumes amongst others of its mineral varieties. They have the shape of fish indeed, but they have always been terrestrial substances. With this plausible solution mankind were for a long time content, but upon closer inquiry they were obliged to alter their opinion. It was found that these shells had in every respect the properties of animal and not of mineral nature. They were found exactly of the same weight with their fellow shells upon shore. They answered all the chemical trails in the same manner as sea shells do. Their parts, when dissolved, had the same appearance to view, the same smell and taste. They had the same effects in medicine when internally administered, and, in a word, were so exactly conformable to marine bodies that they had all the accidental concretions growing to them, such as pearls, corals, and smaller shells, which are found in shells just gathered from the shore. They were, therefore, from these considerations, again given back to the sea. But the wonder was, how to account for their coming so far from their own natural element upon land. As this naturally gave rise to many conjectures, it is not to be wondered that some among them have been very extraordinary. An Italian, quoted by M. Buffon, supposes them to have been deposited in the earth at the time of the Crusades by the pilgrims who then returned from Jerusalem, who gathered them upon the seashore in their return, carried them to their different places of habitation. But this conjecture seems to have but a very inadequate idea of their numbers. At Touraine, in France, more than 100 miles from the sea, there is a plain of about 9 leagues long, and as many broad, from whence the peasants of the country supply themselves with marl for manuring their lands. They seldom dig deeper than 20 feet, and the whole plain is composed of the same materials, which are shells of various kinds, without the smallest portion of earth between them. Here then is a large space, in which are deposited millions of tons of shells, which pilgrims could not have collected, though their whole employment had been nothing else. England is furnished with its beds, which, though not quite so extensive, yet are equally wonderful. Near Reading, in Berkshire, for many succeeding generations, a continued body of oyster shells has been found through the whole circumference of 5 or 6 acres of ground. The foundation of these shells is a hard rocky chalk. Above this chalk the oyster shells lie in a bed of green sand upon a level as nigh as can possibly be judged, and about 2 feet thickness. These shells are in their natural state, but they are found also petrified, and almost in equal abundance in all the Alpine rocks, in the Pyrenees, on the hills of France, England, and Flanders. Even in all quarries from whence marble is dug, if the rocks be split perpendicularly downwards, petrified shells and other marine substances will be plainly discerned. About a quarter of a mile from the river Medway, in the county of Kent, after the taking off the coping of a piece of ground there, the workmen came to a blue marble, which continued for 3 feet and a half deep, or more, and then beneath appeared a hard floor or pavement composed of petrified shells crowded closely together. This layer was about an inch deep and several yards over, and it could be walked upon as upon a beach. These stones, of which it was composed, the describer supposes them to have always been stones, were either wreathed as snails or bivalvular like cockles. The wreathed kinds were about the size of a hazelnut, and were filled with a stony substance of the color of marl, and they themselves also, till they were washed, were of the same color, and when cleaned they appeared of the color of the bezoar, and of the same polish. After boiling in water, they became whitish, and left a chalkiness upon the fingers. In several parts of Asia and Africa, travellers have observed these shells in great abundance. In the mountains of the Cross-Divan, which lie above the city of Barut, they quarry out a white stone, every part of which contains petrified fishes in great numbers, and of surprising diversity. They also seem to continue in such preservation that their fins, scales, and all the minutest distinctions of their make can be perfectly discerned. From all these instances we may conclude that fossils are very numerous, and indeed independent of their situations. They afford no small entertainment to observe them, as preserved in the cabinets of the curious. The variety of their kinds is astonishing. Most of the sea shells which are known, and many others to which we are entirely strangers, are to be seen either in their natural state or in various degrees of petrification. In the place of some we have mere spar or stone, exactly expressing all the lineaments of animals, as having been wholly formed from them. For it has happened that the shells dissolving by very slow degrees, and the matter having nicely and exactly filled all the cavities within this matter, after the shells have perished, has preserved exactly and regularly the whole print of their internal surface. Of these there are various kinds found in our pits, many of them resembling those of our shores, and many others that are only to be found on the coasts of other countries. There are some shells resembling those that are never stranded upon our coasts, but that always remain in the deep, and many more there are which we can assimilate with no shells that are known amongst us. But we find not only shells in our pits, but also fishes and corals in great abundance, together with almost every sort of marine production. It is extraordinary enough, however, that the common red coral, though so very frequent at sea, is scarcely seen in the fossil world, nor is there any account of its ever having been met with. But to compensate for this there are all the kinds of the white coral now known, and many other kinds of that substance with which we are unacquainted. Of animals there are various parts, the vertebrae of whales, and the mouths of lesser fishes. These, with teeth also of various kinds, are found in the cabinets of the curious, where they receive long Greek names, which it is neither the intention nor the province of this work to enumerate. Indeed, few readers would think themselves much improved should I proceed to enumerate the various classes of Conocynthidontes, Polyleptoginglimi, or Orthoceratites. These names, which mean no great matter, when they are explained, may serve to guide in the furnishing of a cabinet, but they are of very little service in furnishing the page of instructive history. From all these instances we see in what abundance these petrifactions are to be found; and indeed M. Buffon, to whose accounts we have added some, has not been sparing in the variety of his quotations concerning the places where they are mostly to be found. However, I am surprised that he should have omitted the mention of one, which, in some measure, may more than any of the rest, would have served to strengthen his theory. We are informed by almost every traveller that has described the pyramids of Egypt that one of them is entirely built of a kind of free stone, in which these petrified shells are found in great abundance. This being the case, it may be conjectured, as we have accounts of these pyramids among the earliest records of mankind, and of their being built so long before the age of Herodotus, who lived but 1500 years after the flood, that even the Egyptian priests could tell neither the time nor the cause of their erection. I say, it may be conjectured that they were erected but a short time after the flood. It is not very likely, therefore, that the marine substances found in one of them had time to be formed into a part of the solid stone, either during the deluge or immediately after it, and consequently their petrifaction must have been before that period. And this is the opinion M. Buffon has all along so strenuously endeavoured to maintain, having given specious reasons to prove that such shells were laid in the beds where they are now found, not only before the deluge, but even antecedent to the formation of man, at the time when the whole earth, as he supposes, was buried beneath a covering of waters. But while there are many reasons to persuade us that these extraneous fossils have been deposited by the sea, there is one fact that will abundantly serve to convince us that the earth was habitable, if not inhabited, before these marine substances came to be thus deposited. For we find fossil trees, which no doubt once grew upon the earth, as deep and as much in the body of solid rocks as these shells are to be found. Some of these fallen trees also have lain at least as long, if not longer, in the earth than the shells, as they have been found sunk deep in a marly substance, composed of decayed shells and other marine productions. M. Buffon has proved that fossil shells could not have been deposited in such quantities all at once by the flood, and I think from the above instance it is pretty plain that howsoever they were deposited, the earth was covered with trees before their deposition, and consequently that the sea could not have made a very permanent stay. How then shall we account for these extraordinary appearances in nature? A suspension of all assent is certainly the first, although the most mortifying conduct. For my own part, were I to offer a conjecture, and all that has been said upon this subject is but conjecture, instead of supposing them to be the remains of animals belonging to the sea, I would consider them rather as bred in the numerous fresh-water lakes that in primeval times covered the face of the uncultivated nature. Some of these shells we know to belong to fresh waters, some can be assimilated to none of the marine shells now known. Why, therefore, may we not as well ascribe the productions of all to fresh waters, where we do find them, as we do that to the latter to the sea only, where we never find them? We know that lakes and lands also have produced animals that are now no longer existing. Why, therefore, might not these fossil productions be among the number? I grant that this is making a very harsh supposition, but I cannot avoid thinking that it is not attended with so many embarrassments as some of the former, and that it is much easier to believe that these shells were bred in fresh water than that the sea had for a long time covered the tops of the highest mountains. End of Fossil Shells and Other Extraneous Fossils by Oliver Goldsmith.
Norton I, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico, by Robert Ernest Cohen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Norton I, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico, Joshua A. Norton, 1819 to 1880. Quote, "Every age has its peculiar folly. Some scheme, project, or fantasy into which it plunges, spurred on either by the love of gain, the necessity of excitement, or the mere force of imitation." End quote. Thus has a gifted writer laid down a human law as universal as the human race itself. All cities have had that singular class of eccentric individuals commonly and generally known as characters. Of these, San Francisco has had perhaps more than her share. The years from 1860 to 1875 were generously prolific of these freaks. Some were impoverished, soiled, and ragged. Some were hopelessly woebegone and pathetic. Some, in their personal appearance, were fantastic or picturesque. Some were noted for sheer strength of character and vitality of obsessions. Others, less few in number, were those who retained the gentility of their happier days and bore themselves with consistent and conspicuous dignity to the end. In San Francisco in the 60s, the popular promenade was through the streets Montgomery and Kearny from Jackson to Sutter. Here in the late afternoon might be seen as in a rapidly shifting kaleidoscope, a most unusual procession relieved here and there by the injected characters, who lent life and color to the warp and woof of that most strangely variegated tapestry. A small army they were, each member living his own life and absorbed in his own mysterious schemes. Here were George Washington Combs, known also as the Great Matrimonial Candidate, Old Rosie, Money King, Robert Macaire, the Gutter Snipe, Old Crisis, and others, all of whom long since have passed into oblivion. And in this motley throng, though never of it, appeared Emperor Norton. Joshua A. Norton was his real name. He was of Hebrew parentage, born February 14, 1819, probably in Scotland. Of his earlier life nothing is known, as he rarely spoke of it. Before coming to California, he had been for some time at Algoa Bay, Cape of Good Hope, where he was a member of the Cape Mounted Riflemen. He finally reached San Francisco in December 1849, having come from Rio de Janeiro on the Hamburg vessel Franzica. Norton at once engaged in business. He was occupied in extensive transactions in real estate, and many tremendous operations in importation commissions. His native shrewdness was even unusual. His intelligence was wonderfully clear, and his business judgment was remarkably accurate. To this acumen were added the rarer attributes of a sound and inflexible moral and financial integrity. Some of these commissions involved transactions to the extent of several hundreds of thousands of dollars weekly, and Joshua Norton rapidly became wealthy. He had brought with him to California $40,000, and towards the close of 1853 had amassed a fortune of $250,000. In 1853, in association with one Thorne and others, he attempted to control the rice market. Earlier, he had operated heavily and been uniformly successful, and was applauded for his daring and foresight. Cooperation was offered and accepted from other large firms, and an intense quantity of rice was secured and held. Everything was promising for yield of immense fortune as profit, as rice was then 36 cents per pound in bulk, unloaded. Almost the last pound of rice in this port had been purchased by the combination. The profits were being calculated when 2 unexpected cargoes of rice arrived, which the combination could not take up nor control. The market was drugged, and prices fell much below cost. To add to the general disaster, in order to protect themselves, some of the associated firms sold out, and Norton was financially ruined. He contended stoutly to his closing days that one well-known firm owed him $60,000. Expensive litigation followed. The first of these cases was that of Ruiz Hermanos versus Norton et al. In this contention, Norton was sustained in the lower court, but upon appeal this decision was reversed by the Supreme Court. This was in November 1853. Other serious embarrassments followed, and the sacrifice of his extensive holdings of real estate, principally around North Beach, was the last chapter of his unfortunate disaster. The previous excitement of false expectation and shock of these disappointments, coupled with the legal troubles, constituted a severe blow to Norton's sanity. He retired into obscurity, and when he emerged in 1857, he gave palpable and distinct evidence of an overthrown mind. His obsession took the form of a belief that he was the Emperor of the United States. He claimed that by an act of the legislature of 1853 he had been made Emperor of California. With this he was dissatisfied, and not unreasonably so, for he argued that California was but one of a union of states, and as such could neither loyally nor logically create an emperor. Further, as he would not renounce what he styled the national cause, the act was accordingly suppressed. The earliest printed proclamation of the self-created emperor appeared in 1859. At the peremptory request and desire of a large majority of the citizens of these United States, I, Joshua Norton, formerly of Algoa Bay, Cape of Good Hope, and now for the last 9 years and 10 months past of San Francisco, California, declare and proclaim myself Emperor of these United States, and in virtue of the authority thereby in me vested, do hereby order and direct the representatives of the different states of the Union to assemble in Musical Hall of this city on the first day of February next, then and there to make such alterations in the existing laws of the Union as may ameliorate the evils under which the country is laboring, and thereby cause confidence to exist, both at home and abroad, in our stability and integrity. Norton I, Emperor of the United States, 17th September, 1859. Having assumed the sword and the plume, Norton I actively entered upon the many duties that pertained to his royal station. It is of interest to note that the pretensions of Norton were early recognized by the public of San Francisco, and as speedily humored. His name had temporarily disappeared from the city directory, but in Langley's issue for 1862 we find the following: Norton Joshua, Emperor, dwelling Metropolitan Hotel. His empire was established, and Norton I, Emperor of the United States, had begun to reign. One day at this period some important news was received from Mexico, and in this, as in all such matters, the emperor was greatly interested. In a spirit of levity, some joker stated that Mexico needed a protector, and suggested that Norton was the logical choice. Thereupon, Protector of Mexico was added to the official title, and retained for almost a decade. It was dropped during the unhappy career of Maximilian, for, as Norton sanely and even prophetically observed, it is impossible to protect such an unsettled nation. The imperialistic duties were manifold, comprehending grave affairs both national and international. The Civil War gave him deep concern. On July 12, 1860, he declared the Union dissolved. Early in the war he declared a blockade, and in 1862 he issued a mandate to the Protestant and Catholic churches to publicly ordain him as emperor, that he might more efficiently bring order out of the chaos into which the country had been plunged by the violent conflict and fierce dissensions of its rebellious people. Some of the proclamations to be found in the contemporary journals were jokes which originated with the graceless wags and inspired idiots of the day. Others, of which one or two are extant, were the inspiration of Norton alone. They are couched in terms of sanity and composed in superior English. Most of them are national in purport, and bear upon relations with Great Britain, Russia, Mexico, and other foreign countries. Others relate to the affairs of the Civil War. One has survived which is entirely personal. In February 1860, the Emperor desired to visit Sacramento, where the legislature was then in session. The Steam Navigation Company denied him transportation. Norton issued an order to the commander of the revenue cutter to blockade the Sacramento River until the offending company should be brought to terms. The proclamations which were issued as jokes are easily to be recognized. Norton had no part in them, as they were the work of the conscienceless wags and amiable villains of the times. One of these fictitious documents was issued in observance of the 46th birthday of the Emperor. Owing to unsettled questions between His Majesty Maximilian I, El Duque de Guino, the Tycoon, the King of the Mosquitoes, the King of the Cannibal Islands, etc., the usual display of bunting on foreign shipping and on public buildings in commemoration of our 46th birthday will be omitted. February 4, 1865. Another proclamation was to the effect that the Emperor contemplated marriage, but to avoid arousing jealousy among the fairer sex, he played no favorites, and they were to decide for themselves which one should be empress. Falsified telegraphic news was also a source of great amusement for the versatile wits. In 1864, Jefferson Davis telegraphed to inquire if it were true that Norton was in sympathy with Lincoln. Also, the request that $500 be sent, as Davis had but one pair of trousers, and even that was worn out. Another telegram was from Lincoln. The president thanked the Emperor for his support, and said he had a good story to tell, but at present was too busy settling accounts with a seedy individual named Davis. Norton was instructed to proceed to Petaluma, there to remain until further official notice. What the Emperor thought of these effusions will never be known, but interlinear reading is not altogether difficult, for in many directions the mind of Norton was unusually clear, and at all times he was remarkably philosophic. During his long reign the equanimity of the Emperor was never seriously disturbed except by the actions of two individuals. The first of these was D. Stellifer Moulton, formerly New York correspondent of the Boston Traveler. In 1865 he proclaimed a monarchy and styled himself Stellifer the King, reigning prince of the House of David and guardian of Mexico. Stellifer was one of fine education and possessed luxurious tastes, but unlike Norton, was entirely insane. He had lived at the leading hotels in New York and Boston, and when dunned by them, had agreed to pay, upon receipt of his claims against the United States Treasury for $3.5 million, which was to be his semi-annual allowance. In a republic, such regal ambitions are not always appreciated, so the authorities apprehended Stellifer the King, and promptly sequestered him. This state of affairs was too much for our Emperor. He himself was of the House of David, and also, was he not protector of Mexico? He purged his soul of its bitter resentment, which flamed forth, in the following proclamation: Down with usurpers and impostors! Off with his head! So much for cooking other people's goose. The legitimate authorities of New York are hereby commanded to seize upon the person of one Stellifer, styling himself King or Prince of the House of David, and send him in chains to San Francisco, California, for trial before our imperial court on various charges of fraud alleged against him in the public prints. Norton I, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico, San Francisco, 6th day of November, 1865. The other member of the grossly offending duo was Dennis Kearney, famed for his sandlot statesmanship and anti-Chinese oratory. For Dennis, the emperor favored speedy judicial extermination. At the same time, the new constitution also exasperated him, and he denounced it as high treason. He would have destroyed it, but was willing to have the eminent attorney, Hall McAllister, legally annul it. In personal appearance, the emperor was always a picturesque and striking figure. He was of medium height, heavy set, with hair that was inclined to curl, heavy eyebrows under a massive forehead, mustache and beard that became a royal personage, and clear and penetrating eyes. His garb was of navy blue, cut in military style, and profusely adorned with brass buttons. The shoulders were surmounted with massive gilt epaulets, sometimes tarnished from exposure. In the earlier years of his reign, he had worn a military cap embellished with red trimmings, which is quite familiar in the cartoons of the time. About 1865, one of his royal subjects presented the emperor with a tall beaver hat, which was thoughtfully decorated with a cockade of feathers and a rosette. The cap had outlived its usefulness and was laid aside forever. The hat, replaced from time to time, continued to be the regal headgear until the close of the emperor's reign. In 1867, one of his subjects had sent from Oregon a large and unusual specimen of grapevine intended for a walking stick. It was shod with a ferrule and gold mounted, and thereafter constituted his scepter. He was never without it, but in inclement weather he carried also an umbrella, knowing wisely that royalty may be drenched, and that his kingly authority was no greater than that of his illustrious predecessor, Canute. He bore a sort of resemblance to Napoleon III, which fact, when commented upon, brought forth the ridiculous rumor that Norton was the son of that ill-starred monarch. This misstatement, so obvious in its utter absurdity, was hatched in the scattered brains of some irresponsible contemporary, whose living prototypes, loud with vacant volubilities and rich in historical misapplications, are yet in our midst. The private life of the emperor was simple. For 17 years he had lived at the Eureka lodging house, and the regal apartment was not palatial. It was a room of 6 by 10 feet in dimensions, with threadbare carpet and disabled furniture. The chief mural decorations were portraits of the foreign rulers and his collection of hats. His familiar figure was seen and known everywhere. He was a constant attendant of churches, theaters, musical affairs, civic gatherings, and school commencements. He was deeply interested in higher education, and in the earlier days of the university was a frequent visitor. He was fond of children, and to them he was always gentle and courteous. There was at that time a lyceum of free culture of which he was a member, and there he sustained many debates most intelligently and logically. It is said that he had some interest in spiritualism, but in which direction is not known. For sustenance he had the freedom of nearly every restaurant in the city, as also of every saloon. He was unusually abstemious, and if he frequently appeared in the popular saloons of Barry and Patten and Frank's, or in the famous Bank Exchange and the Pantheon, it was not in quest of liquor, but of free lunch. It was his custom to visit the markets and the docks, and to view buildings in process of construction. This was not from idle curiosity, but from genuine interest, for in all these and kindred matters he was keenly informed. From time to time visits were made to men of affairs, and the emperor had that rare discretion that never permitted himself to be regarded as a nuisance. He was even welcomed, for his own business training had taught him to appear at a suitable time and to retire at a proper moment. He had never met with royalty but once, and that distinguished personage was Dom Pedro, Emperor of Brazil. No sketch of Norton would be entirely complete without some reference to Bummer and Lazarus, the two dogs that enjoyed the freedom of San Francisco in the 60s. Lazarus was a wretched beast of low degree, and Bummer was but little better. but in some of his long-gone ancestors there must have been a strain of nobility, for it was Bummer who sniffed this in the emperor, and thereafter associated himself with the royal presence, with the miserable Lazarus as an humble retainer. This was not of Norton's choice, but noblesse oblige. Edward Jump, then a young man, was the popular cartoonist of the 60s. In numerous of his cartoons he had introduced the well-known figure of the emperor. In one of these, Norton is depicted at a free lunch table satisfying the royal appetite, and beneath him are the two dogs awaiting the crumbs. Bummer, as usual, is alert and confident. Lazarus stands meanly, looking even more dejected than he did upon the morn of his resurrection. This caricature was displayed in a local shop window, where it was seen by Norton. It was the only time throughout his long reign that he was known to exhibit signs of violence. He savagely growled, "It is an insult to the dignity of an emperor," and crashing his stick through the window, destroyed the offending print. Once only was he arrested. In 1867, a newly appointed, young and zealous deputy apprehended Norton and took him before the Commissioner of Lunacy. The next day, when brought before the proper authorities, he was promptly discharged with an apology. The verdict was, quote, that he had shed no blood, robbed no one, and despoiled no country, which is more than can be said of his fellows in that line. End quote. There were returned to him the key of the palace and the imperial funds amounting to $4.75 lawful money. For these the emperor gave his royal receipt. During all of these years the emperor had lived. From June 15, 1858, he had been a charter member of the Occidental Lodge, F&AM, and the Masons, it is said, had paid his room rent. Voluntary subscriptions were made by the faithful among his subjects, and when the treasury was depleted, he was accustomed to levy a tax of varying but small amounts. For these he invariably gave or offered a receipt in the form of a promissory note. This was a printed scrip which bore a vignette of the emperor, and was payable in 1880. It had been his purpose to exchange these for a new series, payable in 1890 at 4%. The last hoax played upon him was also the crowning efforts of the graceless, witty scamps of his realm. Norton was induced to believe that by marriage with Queen Victoria he could bind closer the ties of the two great nations. Telegrams of congratulations upon the approaching happy event were found among his effects. These purported to be from Alexander of Russia, Beaconsfield, Grevy, former President Grant, and others. The close of the emperor's life and the end of his long reign came on January 8, 1880. Early in the evening, while standing at the corner of California Street and Grant Avenue, he was observed to fall. Assistance was rendered immediately, but 10 minutes later the emperor was gone. Death had been caused by a sanguineous apoplexy. An autopsy by Doctors Stivers and Douglas, made with special reference to the brain, disclosed the fact that the organ was quite normal, and the more unusual fact that it weighed 51 ounces. The costs of the funeral were provided by Joseph G. Eastland, R.E. Brewster, and the members of the Pacific Club. The final ceremonies were conducted at the morgue, and the eulogy was delivered by Reverend N.L. Githens, rector of the Church of the Advent. It is estimated that 10,000 people of all walks in life came to view that silent figure which rested in a wilderness of flowers. A lady, well known and of high social station, with her own fingers pinned upon the lapel of the sleeping monarch a beautiful boutonniere of hyacinth and a spray of fern, remarking quietly that Norton had been kind to her when she was a child and he was in the heyday of his success. He was interred in Masonic Cemetery. For 23 years the emperor had reigned in his fantastic realm. His were the best-known features in San Francisco, and many hundreds of citizens yet live who vividly remember him. A striking portrait of him, painted by Benoni Irwin, was formerly in the chess room of the Bohemian Club, and a familiar little terracotta figure, possibly by Mazzara or Wells, may yet occasionally be seen. The question of the insanity of Norton has been debated, but the evidence would appear to be in favor of the entire sincerity of his belief. At the time of his disaster he was but 35 years of age, and with his great abilities might easily have regained his fortune or created a new one. But that single twisted convolution lay uppermost, and for 23 years dominated his purpose. Poor, sometimes soiled and shabby, pathetic and philosophic, but always with a noble mind, he bore himself with dignity amid his squalid surroundings, with one fixed and unvarying purpose, and that was consistently the welfare of his people. The heritage of honor and integrity that he had handed down while in his affluence was never squandered nor dissipated, and so he bore the respect and goodwill of the best of his people to the end. The jokes played upon him had been harmless, and the merriment that he sometimes excited had been without the bitter venom of ridicule. If sincere, his was a career of long heroic sacrifice. If an impostor, he must be ranked as one of the most extraordinary of that class who has yet lived. He left no successor. The emoluments of an unattractive throne and an empty royalty were not alluring. There was none strong enough to follow him. And finally, the world was entering upon an epoch of materialism in which there is no provision for such a monarch. From that strange stage through the doors of oblivion, thus passes forever Norton the First, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico. L'Empereur est mort. In the same month, at a low jinks of the Bohemian Club, a gifted and beloved member, the late Dr. George Chismore, presented this beautiful tribute. Norton Imperator. No more through the crowded streets he goes, with his shambling gait and shabby clothes, and his furtive glance and whiskered nose, immersed in cares of state. The serpent twisted upon his staff is not less careless of idle chaff, the mocking speech or the scornful laugh, than he who bore it late. His nerveless grasp has released the helm, but ere the Lethean flood shall whelm the last faint trace of his fancied realm, let us contrast his fate with other rulers and other reigns, of royal birth or scheming brains, and see if his crazy life contains so much to deprecate. No traitorous friends or vigilant foes rippled the stream of his calm repose, no fear of exile before him rose, whose empire was his pate. No soldiers died to uphold his fame, he found no pleasure in woman's shame, for wasted wealth no well-earned blame turned subjects' love to hate. No long in weary struggle with pain, one sudden throe in his clouded brain closed forever his bloodless reign, with every man his friend. For death alone did he abdicate. What emperor, prince, or potentate can long avoid a similar fate, or win a better end? End of Norton the First, Emperor of the United States and Protector of Mexico, by Robert Ernest Cohen.
Patriotism and Government by Leo Tolstoy, translated by Alamer Maud, from a book called Pamphlets, published 1900. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Josh Mitteldorf. The time was fast approaching when to call a man a patriot would be the deepest insult you could offer him. Patriotism now meant advocating plunder in the interests of the privileged classes of the particular state system into which we had happened to be born. E. Belfort Bax. Chapter 1. Patriotism and Government. I've already several times expressed the thought that the feeling of patriotism is in our day an unnatural, irrational, and harmful feeling, and is the cause of a great part of the ills from which mankind is suffering, and that, consequently, this feeling should not be cultivated, as is now being done, but should, on the contrary, be suppressed and eradicated by all means available to rational men. Yet, strange to say, though it is undeniable that the universal armaments and the destructive wars which are ruining the peoples result from the one feeling, all my arguments showing the backwardness, anachronism, and harmfulness of patriotism have been met and are still met either by silence or by intentional misconception, or by a strange unvarying reply to the effect that only bad patriotism, like jingoism or chauvinism, is bad, but that real good patriotism is a very elevated moral feeling, to condemn which is not only irrational but wicked. As to what this real good patriotism consists of, nothing at all is said, or if anything is said, instead of explanation we get declamatory, inflated phrases, or finally something else is substituted for patriotism, something which has nothing in common with the patriotism we all know, and from the results of which we all suffer so severely. It is generally said that the real good patriotism consists in desiring for one's own people or state such real benefits as do not infringe the well-being of other nations. Talking recently to an Englishman about the present war, I said to him that the real cause of the war was not avarice, as is generally said, but patriotism, as is evident from the temper of the whole English society. The Englishman did not agree with me, and said that even were the case so, it resulted from the fact that the patriotism at present inspiring Englishmen is a bad patriotism, but that good patriotism, such as he was imbued with, consists in Englishmen, his compatriots, acting well. "Then do you wish only Englishmen to act well?" I asked. "I wish all men to do so," he said, indicating clearly by that reply the characteristic of true benefits, whether moral, scientific, or even material and practical, which is that they spread out to all men, and therefore to wish such benefits to any one not only is not patriotic, but is the reverse of patriotic. Neither are the peculiarities of each people patriotism, though these things are purposely substituted for the conception of patriotism by its defenders. They say that the peculiarities of each people are an essential condition of human progress, and that therefore patriotism, which seeks to maintain those peculiarities, is a good and useful feeling. But is it not quite evident that if, once upon a time, these peculiarities of each people, these customs, creeds, languages, were conditions necessary for the life of humanity, yet in our times these same peculiarities form the chief obstacle to what is already recognized as an ideal, the brotherly union of the peoples, and therefore the maintenance and defense of any nationality, Russian, or German, French, or Anglo-Saxon, provoking the corresponding maintenance and defense not only of Hungarian, Polish, and Irish nationalities, but also of Basque, Provençal, Mordvinian, Chuvash, and many other nationalities, serves not to harmonize and unite men, but to estrange and divide them more and more from one another. So that not the imaginary, but the real patriotism which we all know, by which most people today are swayed, and from which humanity suffers so severely, is not the wish for spiritual benefits for one's own people. It is impossible to desire spiritual benefits for one's own people only. But it is a very definite feeling of preference for one's own people or state above all other peoples and states, and therefore it is the wish to get for that people or state the greatest advantage and power that can be got, and these are always obtainable only at the expense of the advantages and power of other peoples or states. It would therefore seem obvious that patriotism as a feeling is a bad and harmful feeling, and as a doctrine is a stupid doctrine, For it is clear that if each people and each state considers itself the best of peoples and states, they all dwell in a gross and harmful delusion. Chapter 2. One would expect the harmfulness and irrationality of patriotism to be evident to people, but the surprising fact is that cultural and learned men not only do not notice it for themselves, but they contest every exposure of the harm and stupidity of patriotism with the greatest obstinacy and ardour, though without any rational grounds, and they continue to belaud it as beneficent and elevating. What does this mean? Only one explanation of this amazing fact presents itself to me. All human history, from the earliest times and to our day, may be considered as a movement of the consciousness, both of individuals and of homogeneous groups, from lower ideas to higher ones. The whole path, travelled both by individuals and by homogeneous groups, may be representative as a consecutive flight of steps from the very lowest, on the level of animal life, to the very highest to which the consciousness of man has attained at a given moment of history. Each man, like each separate homogeneous group, nation, or state, always moved and moves up this ladder of ideas. Some portions of humanity move on, others lag far behind, others, again, the majority, move somewhere in between the most advanced and the most backward, but all, on whatever step they stand, are inevitably and irresistibly moving from lower to higher ideas. And always, at any given moment, both the individuals and the separate groups of people, advanced, middle, and backward, stand in three different relations to three stages of ideas amid which they move. Always, both for the individual and for the separate groups of people, there are the ideas of the past, which are worn out and have become strange to them, and to which they cannot revert, as, for instance, in our Christian world, the ideas of cannibalism, universal plunder, the rape of wives, and other customs of which only a record remains. And there are the ideas of the present, instilled into men's minds by education, by example, and by the general activity of all round them, ideas under the power of which they live at any given moment. For instance, at our own day, the ideas of property, state organization, trade, utilization of domestic animals, etc. And there are the ideas of the future, of which some are already approaching realization, and are obliging people to change their way of life and to struggle against the former ways. Such ideas in our world as those of freeing the laborers, of giving equality to women, and of disusing flesh food, etc. While others, though already recognized, have not yet begun to struggle against the old forms of life. Such in our times are the ideas which we call ideals, of the extermination of violence, the arrangement of a communal system of property, of a universal religion, and of a general brotherhood of men. And therefore every man and every homogeneous group of men, on whatever level they may stand, having behind them the worn-out remembrances of the past, and before them the ideals of the future, are always in a state of struggle between the moribund ideas of the present and the ideas of the future that are coming to life. It usually happens that when an idea which has been useful and even necessary in the past becomes superfluous, that idea, after a more or less prolonged struggle, yields its place to a new idea, which was till then an ideal, but which thus becomes a present idea. But it does occur that an antiquated idea, already replaced in people's consciousness by a higher one, is of such a kind that its maintenance is profitable to certain people who have the greatest influence in their society. And then it happens that this antiquated idea, though it is in sharp contradiction to the whole surrounding form of life, which has been altering in other respects, continues to influence people and to sway their actions. Such retention of antiquated ideas always occurred, and still occurs, in the region of religion. The cause is that the priests, whose profitable positions are bound up with the antiquated religious idea, using their power, purposely hold people to the antiquated idea. Well, the same thing occurs, and for similar reasons, in the political sphere, with reference to the patriotic idea, on which every dominion is based. People to whom it is profitable to do so maintain that idea by artificial means, though it now lacks both sense and utility, and as these people possess the most powerful means of influencing others, they are able to achieve their object. In this, it seems to me, lies the explanation of the strange contrast between the antiquated patriotic idea and the whole drift of ideas making in a contrary direction, which have already entered into the consciousness of the Christian world. Chapter 3. Patriotism as a feeling of exclusive love for one's own people, and as a doctrine of the virtue of sacrificing one's tranquility, one's property, and even one's life in defense of the weak among them from slaughter and outrage by their enemies, was the highest ideal of the period when each nation considered it feasible and just to subject to slaughter and outrage the people of the other nations for its own advantage. But already, some 2,000 years ago, humanity, in the person of the highest representatives of its wisdom, began to recognize the higher idea of brotherhood of all man, and that idea, penetrating man's consciousness more and more, has in our time attained most varied forms of realization. Thanks to improved means of communication, and to the unity of industry, of trade, of the arts, and of science, men today are so bound to one another that the danger of conquest, massacre, or outrage by a neighboring people has quite disappeared, and all peoples, the peoples but not their governments, live together in peaceful, mutually advantageous, friendly, commercial, industrial, artistic, and scientific relations, which they have no need and no desire to disturb, and therefore one would think that the antiquated feeling of patriotism, being superfluous and incompatible with the consciousness we have reached of the existence of brotherhood among men of different nationalities, should dwindle more and more until it completely disappears. Yet the very opposite of this occurs. This harmful and antiquated feeling not only continues to exist, but burns more and more fiercely. The peoples, without any reasonable ground and contrary alike to their conception of right and to their own advantage, not only sympathize with governments in their attacks on other nations, in their seizures of foreign possessions, and in defending by force what they have already stolen, but even themselves demand such attacks, seizures, and defences, are glad of them, and take pride in them. The small oppressed nationalities which have fallen under the power of the great states, the Poles, the Irish, Bohemians, Finns, or Armenians, reacting against the patriotism of their conquerors, which is the cause of their oppression, catch from their oppressors the infection of this feeling of patriotism, which has ceased to be necessary and is now obsolete, unmeaning, and harmful. And they catch it to such a degree that all their activity is concentrated upon it, and they themselves, suffering from the patriotism of the stronger nations, are ready to perpetrate on other peoples, for the sake of this same patriotism, the very same deeds that their oppressors have perpetrated and are perpetrating on them. This occurs because the ruling classes, including not only the actual rulers with the officials, but all the classes who enjoy an exceptionally advantageous position, capitalists, journalists, and most of the artists and scientists, can retain their position, exceptionally advantageous in comparison with that of the laboring masses, thanks only to the government organization, which rests on patriotism. They have in their hands all the powerful means of influencing the people, and always sedulously support patriotic feelings in themselves and in others, more especially as those feelings which uphold the government's power are those that are always best rewarded by that power. Every official prospers in his career the better, the more patriotic he is, so also the army man gets promotion in time of war, and war is produced by patriotism. Patriotism and its result, wars, give an enormous revenue to the newspaper trade and profits to many other trades. Every writer, teacher, and professor is more secure in his place the more he preaches patriotism. Every emperor and king obtains the more fame the more he is addicted to patriotism. The ruling classes have in their hands the army, money, the schools, the churches, and the press. In the schools they kindle patriotism in the children by means of histories describing their own people as the best of all peoples, and always in the right. Among adults they kindle it by spectacles, jubilees, monuments, and by a lying patriotic press. Above all, they inflame patriotism in this way, perpetrating every kind of injustice and harshness against other nations. They provoke in them enmity toward their own people, and then in turn exploit that enmity to embitter their own people against the foreigner. The intensification of that terrible feeling of patriotism has gone on among the European peoples in a rapidly increasing progression. In our time has reached the utmost limits, beyond which there is nowhere for it to extend. Chapter 4. Within the memory of people not yet old, an occurrence took place showing most obviously the amazing intoxication caused by patriotism among the people of Christendom. The ruling classes of Germany excited the patriotism of the masses of their people to such a degree that in the second half of the 19th century a law was proposed in accordance with which all the men had to become soldiers. All the sons, husbands, fathers, learned men, and godly men had to learn to murder, to become submissive slaves of the first man of superior military rank they met, and be absolutely ready to kill whomsoever they were ordered to kill men of oppressed nationalities, and their own working men standing up for their rights, and even their own fathers and brothers, as was publicly proclaimed by that most barefaced of potentates, William II. That horrible measure, outraging all man's best feelings in the grossest manner, was, under the influence of patriotism, acquiesced in, without murmur, by the people of Germany. It resulted in their victory over the French. That victory yet further excited the patriotism of Germany, and afterwards of France, Russia, and the other powers, and all the men of the continental countries unresistingly submitted to the introduction of general military service, i.e., to a state of slavery involving a degree of humiliation and submission incomparably worse than any slavery of the ancient world. After this servile submission of the masses to the calls of patriotism, the audacity, cruelty, and insanity of the governments knew no bounds. A competition in the usurpation of other people's lands in Asia, Africa, and America began, evoked partly by whim, partly by vanity, partly by covetousness, and was accompanied by ever greater and greater distrust and enmity between the governments. The destruction of the people on the land seized was accepted as a quite natural proceeding. The only question was who should be first in seizing other people's land and destroying the inhabitants. All the governments, not only most, infringed and are infringing the elementary demands of justice in relation to the conquered peoples, and in relation to one another. But they were guilty and continued to be guilty of every kind of cheating, swindling, bribing, fraud, spying, robbery, and murder, and the peoples not only sympathized, and still sympathize, with them in all this, but they rejoice when it is their own government, and not another government, that commits such crimes. The mutual enmity between the different peoples and states has reached latterly such amazing dimensions that, notwithstanding the fact that there is no reason why one state should attack another, everyone knows that all the governments stand with their claws out and showing their teeth, and only waiting for someone to fall into trouble or become weak in order to tear him to pieces with as little risk as possible. all the peoples of the so-called Christian world have been reduced by patriotism to such a state of brutality that not only those who are obliged to kill or be killed desire slaughter and rejoice in murder, but all the people of Europe and America, living peaceably in their homes, exposed to no danger, are, at each war, thanks to easy means of communication and to the press, in the position of the spectators in a Roman circus, and, like them, delight in the slaughter and raise the bloodthirsty cry, Pollice verso! Not adults only, but also children rejoice, according to their nationality, when they hear that the number killed and lacerated by lyddite or other shells is not 700, but 1,000 Englishmen or Boers, and parents, I know of such cases, encourage their children in such brutality. But that is not all. Every increase in the army of one nation, and every nation being in danger seeks to increase its army for patriotic reasons, obliges its neighbors to increase their army, also from patriotism, and this evokes a fresh increase by the first nation, and the same thing occurs with fortifications and navies. One state has built 10 ironclads, a neighbor builds 11, then the first builds 12, and so on to infinity. I'll pinch you, I'll punch your head, I'll stab you with a dagger, and I'll bludgeon you. I'll shoot you. Only bad children, drunken men, or animals quarrel or fight so. But yet it is just what is going on among the highest representatives of the most enlightened governments, the very men who undertake to direct the education and the morality of their subjects.
Chapter 5. The position is becoming worse and worse, and there's no stopping this descent towards evident perdition. The one way of escape believed in by credulous people has now been closed by recent events. I refer to the Hague Convention and to the war between England and the Transvaal, which immediately followed it. If people who think little, or but superficially, were able to comfort themselves with the idea that international courts of arbitration would supersede wars and ever-increasing armaments, the Hague Conference and the war that followed it demonstrated in the most obvious manner the impossibility of finding a solution of the difficulty in this way. After the Hague Conference, it became obvious that as long as governments with armies exist, the termination of armaments and of wars is impossible. That an agreement should become possible, it is necessary that the parties to it should trust each other, and in order that the powers should trust each other, they must lay down their arms, as the parlementaires do when they meet for a conference. So long as governments, distrusting one another, not only do not disband or decrease their armies, but always increase them in correspondence with augmentations made by their neighbors, and by means of spies watch every movement of troops, knowing that each of the powers will attack its neighbor as soon as it sees a way to do so, no agreement is possible, and every conference is either a stupidity or a pastime, or a fraud, or an impertinence, or all these together. It was particularly becoming for the Russian, rather than any other government, to be the enfant terrible of the Hague Conference. No one at home being allowed to reply to all its evidently mendacious manifestations and rescripts, the Russian government is so spoilt that, having without the least scruple ruined its own people with armaments, strangled Poland, plundered Turkestan and China, and while specially engaged in suffocating Finland, it proposed disarmament to the governments in full assurance that it would be trusted. But strange, unexpected, and indecent as such a proposal was, especially at the very time when orders were being given to increase its army, the words publicly uttered in the hearing of the people were such that, for the sake of appearances, the governments of the other powers could not decline the comical and evidently insincere consultation. And the delegates met, knowing in advance that nothing would come of it, and for several weeks, during which they drew good salaries, though they were laughing in their sleeves, they all conscientiously pretended to be much occupied in arranging peace among the nations. The Hague Conference, ending as it did in the terrible bloodshed of the Transvaal War, which no one attempted, or is now attempting, to stop, was nevertheless of some use, though not at all in the way expected of it. It was useful because it showed in the most obvious manner that the evils from which the peoples are suffering cannot be cured by governments, that governments, even if they wish to, can terminate neither armaments nor wars. Governments, to have a reason for existing, must defend their people from other people's attack. But not one people wishes to attack, or does attack, another, and therefore governments, far from wishing for peace, carefully excite the anger of other nations against themselves, and having excited other people's anger against themselves and stirred up the patriotism of their own people, each government then assures its people that it is in danger and must be defended. And having the power in their hands, the government can both irritate other nations and excite patriotism at home. And they carefully do both, the one and the other, nor can they act otherwise, for their existence depends on thus acting. If in former times governments were necessary to defend their people from other people's attacks, now, on the contrary, the governments artificially disturb the peace that exists among the peoples and provoke enmity among them. When it was necessary to plow in order to sow, plowing was wise. But evidently it is absurd and harmful to go on plowing after the seed has been sown. But this is just what the governments are obliging their people to do, to infringe the unity which exists, and which nothing would infringe if there were no governments. Chapter 6. In reality, what are these governments, without which people think they could not exist? There may have been a time when such governments were necessary, and when the evil of supporting a government was less than that of being defenseless against organized neighbors. But now such governments have become unnecessary, and are a far greater evil than all the dangers with which they frighten their peoples. Not only military governments, but governments in general, could be, I will not say useful, but at least harmless, only if they consisted of immaculate holy people, as is theoretically the case among the Chinese. But then governments, by the nature of their activity, which consists in committing acts of violence, are always composed of elements the most contrary to holiness, of the most audacious, unscrupulous, and perverted people. A government, therefore, and especially a government entrusted with military power, is the most dangerous organization possible. The government, in the widest sense, including capitalists and press, is nothing else than an organization which places the greatest part of the people in the power of a smaller part, who dominate them. That smaller part is subject to a yet smaller part, and that again to yet a smaller, and so on, reaching at last a few people, or one single man, who by means of military force has power over all the rest, so that all this organization resembles a cone, of which all the parts are completely in the power of those people, or of that one person who are or is at the apex. The apex of the cone is seized by those people or by that person who are, or who is, more cunning, audacious, and unscrupulous than the rest, or by someone who happens to be the heir of those who are audacious and unscrupulous. Today, it may be Boris Godunov, tomorrow Gregory Otrepiev, today the licentious Catherine, who with her paramours has murdered her husband, tomorrow Pugachev, then Paul the madman, Nicholas I and Alexander III. Today it may be Napoleon, tomorrow a Bourbon or an Orléans, or a Boulanger, or a Panama Company. Today it may be Gladstone, tomorrow Salisbury, Chamberlain, or Rhodes. And to such governments is allowed full power, not only over property and lives, but even over the spiritual and moral development, the education, the religious guidance of everybody. People construct such a terrible machine of power, they allow anyone who can to seize it, and the chances always are that it will be seized by the most morally worthless. They slavishly submit to him, and are then surprised that evil comes of it. They are afraid of anarchists' bombs, and are not afraid of this terrible organization which is always threatening them with the greatest calamities. People found it useful to tie themselves together in order to resist their enemies, as the Circassians did when resisting attacks. But the danger is quite past, and yet people go on tying themselves together. They carefully tie themselves so that one man can have them at his mercy. Then they throw away the end of the rope that ties them and leave it trailing for some rascal or fool to seize and to do them whatever harm he likes. Really, what are people doing but just that when they set up, submit to, and maintain an organized and military government?
Chapter 7. To deliver people from the terrible evils of armaments and wars, which are always increasing and increasing, what is wanted are neither congresses, nor conferences, nor treaties, nor courts of arbitration, but the destruction of those instruments of violence which are called governments, and from which humanity's greatest evils result. To destroy governmental violence, only one thing is needed. It is that people should understand that the feeling of patriotism, which alone supports that instrument of violence, is a rude, harmful, disgraceful, and bad feeling, and above all is immoral. It is a rude feeling because it is one natural only to people standing on the lowest level of morality, and expecting from other nations those outrages which they themselves are ready to inflict on others. It is a harmful feeling because it disturbs advantageous and joyful peaceful relations with other peoples. And above all, it produces that governmental organization under which power may fall, and does fall, into the hands of the worst men. It is a disgraceful feeling because it turns men not merely into a slave, but into a fighting cock, a bull, a gladiator, who wastes his strength and his life for objects which are not his own, but his government's. And it is an immoral feeling because instead of confessing oneself a son of God, as Christianity teaches us, or even a free man guided by his own reason, each man, under the influence of patriotism, confesses himself the son of his fatherland and the slave of his government, and commits actions contrary to his reason and conscience. It is only necessary that people should understand this, and the terrible bond called government, by which we are chained together, will fall to pieces of itself without struggle, and with it will cease the terrible and useless evils it produces. And people are already beginning to understand this. This, for instance, is what a citizen of the United States writes. Quote, "We are farmers, mechanics, merchants, manufacturers, teachers, and all we ask is the privilege of attending to our own business. We own our homes, love our friends, are devoted to our families, and do not interfere with our neighbors. We have work to do, and wish to work. Leave us alone." But they will not, these politicians. They insist on governing us and living off our labor. They tax us, eat our substance, conscript us, draft our boys into the war. All the myriads of men who live off the government depend upon the government to tax us, and in order to tax us successfully, standing armies are maintained. The plea that the army is needed for the protection of the country is pure fraud and pretense. The French government affrights the people by telling them that the Germans are ready and anxious to fall upon them. The Russians fear the British fear everybody, and now in America we are told we must increase our navy and add to our army because Europe may at any moment combine against us. This is fraud and untruth. The plain people in France, Germany, England, and America are opposed to war. We only wish to be let alone. Men with wives, children, sweethearts, homes, aged parents do not want to go off and fight someone. We are peaceable, and we fear war. We hate it. We would like to obey the Golden Rule. War is the sure result of the existence of armed men. That country which maintains a large standing army will sooner or later have a war on hand. The man who prides himself on fisticuffs is going some day to meet a man who considers himself the better man, and they will fight. Germany and France have no issue, save a desire to see which is the better man. They have fought many times, and they will fight again. Not that the people want to fight, but the superior class fan fright into fury and make men think they must fight to protect their homes. So the people who wish to follow the teachings of Christ are not allowed to do so, but are taxed, outraged, deceived by governments. Christ taught humility, meekness, the forgiveness of one's enemies, and that to kill was wrong. The Bible teaches men not to swear, but the superior class swear us on the Bible, in which they do not believe. The question is, how are we to relieve ourselves of these cormorants who toll not, but who are clothed in broadcloth and blue, with brass buttons and many costly accoutrements, who feed upon our substance, and for whom we delve and die? Shall we fight them? No. We do not believe in bloodshed, and besides that, they have the guns and the money. They can hold out longer than we. But who composes this army that they would order to fire upon us? Why, our neighbors and brothers, deceived into the idea that they are doing God's service by protecting their country from its enemies, when the fact is our country has no enemies save the superior class that pretends to look out for our interests, if we will only obey and consent to be taxed. Thus do they siphon our resources and turn our true brothers upon us to subdue and humiliate us. You cannot send a telegram to your wife, nor an express package to your friend, nor draw a check from your grocer until you first pay the tax to maintain armed men who can quickly be used to kill you, and who surely will imprison you if you do not pay. The only relief lies in education. Educate men that it is wrong to kill. Teach them the golden rule, and yet again, teach them the golden rule. Silently defy this superior class by refusing to bow down to their fetish of bullets. Cease supporting the preachers who cry for war and spout patriotism for a consideration. Let them go to work as we do. We believe in Christ. They do not. Christ spoke what he thought. They speak what they think will please the men in power, the superior class. We will not enlist. We will not shoot on the order. We will not charge bayonet upon a mild and gentle people. We will not fire upon shepherds and farmers fighting for their firesides, upon suggestions of Cecil Rhodes. Your false cry of "Wolf, wolf" shall not alarm us. We pay our taxes only because we have to, and we will pay no longer than we have to. We will pay no pew rents, no tithes to your sham charities, and we will speak our minds upon occasion. We will educate men, and all the time our silent influence will be going out, and even the men who are conscripted will be half-hearted and refuse to fight. We will educate men into the thought that the Christ life of peace and goodwill is better than the life of strife, bloodshed, and war. Peace on earth, it only comes when men do away with armies, and are willing to do unto other men as they would be done by. End quote. So writes a citizen of the United States, and from various sides, in various forms, such voices are sounding. This is what a German soldier writes, quote, I went through 2 campaigns with the Prussian Guards in 1866 and 1870, and I hate war from the bottom of my soul, for it has made me inexpressibly unfortunate. We wounded soldiers generally receive such a miserable recompense that we have indeed to be ashamed of having once been patriots. I, for instance, get 9 pence a day for my right arm, which was shot through at the attack on St. Privat, 18th August, 1870. Some hunting dogs have more allowed for their keep, and I had suffered for years from my twice wounded arm. Already in 1866 I took part in the war against Austria, and fought on Trachtenau and Königgrätz, and saw horrors enough. In 1870, being in the reserve, I was called out again, and, as I have said, I was wounded in the attack at St. Privat. My right arm was twice shot through lengthwise. I had to leave a good place in a brewery, and was unable afterward to regain it. Since then, I have never been able to get on my feet again. My intoxication soon passed, and there was nothing left for the wounded invalid but to keep himself alive on a beggarly pittance eked out by charity. In a world in which people run around like trained animals and are not capable of any other idea than that of overreaching one another for the sake of mammon, in such a world, let people think me a crank. But for all that, I feel in myself the divine idea of peace, which is so beautifully expressed in the Sermon on the Mount. My deepest conviction is that war is only trade on a larger scale, trade carried on by the ambitious, the powerful, with the happiness of the peoples. And what horrors do we not suffer from it? Never shall I forget those pitiful groans that pierced one to the marrow. People who never did each other any harm begin to slaughter one another like wild animals, and petty slavish souls implicate the good God, making him their confederate in such deeds. My neighbor in the ranks had his jaw broken by a bullet. The poor wretch went wild with pain. He ran like a madman, and in the scorching summer heat could not even get water to cool his horrible wound. Our commander, the crowned prince, who was afterwards the noble Emperor Frederick, wrote in his diary, "War is an irony on the Gospels." End of the German quote. People are beginning to understand the fraud of patriotism in which all the governments take such pains to keep them. Chapter 8. But, it is usually asked, what will there be instead of governments? There will be nothing. Something that has long been useless and therefore superfluous and bad will be abolished. An organ that, being unnecessary, had become harmful, will be abolished. But, people generally say, but if there is no government, people will violate and kill each other. Why? Why should the abolition of the organization which arose in consequence of violence, and which traditionally has been handed down from generation to generation to do violence, why should the abolition of such an organization, now devoid of use, cause people to outrage and kill one another? On the contrary, the presumption is that the abolition of the organ of violence would result in people ceasing to violate and kill one another. Now, some men are specially educated and trained to kill and to do violence to other people. There are men who are supposed to have right to use violence, and who make use of an organization which exists for that purpose. Such deeds of violence and such killing are considered good and worthy deeds. But then people will not be so educated, and no one will have a right to use violence to others, and there will be no organization to do violence, as is natural to people of our time. Violence and murder will always be considered bad actions, no matter who commits them. But should acts of violence continue to be committed even after the abolition of the government, still such acts will certainly be fewer than are committed now, while an organization exists specially devised to commit acts of violence, and a state of things exists in which acts of violence and murders are considered good and useful deeds. The abolition of governments will merely rid us of an unnecessary organization which we have inherited from the past for the commission of violence and for its justification. But there will be then no laws, no property, no courts of justice, no police, no popular education, say people who intentionally confuse the use of violence by governments with various social activities. The abolition of the organization of government formed to do violence does not at all involve the abolition of what is reasonable and good, and therefore not based in violence, in laws or courts, or in property, or in police regulations, or in financial arrangements, or in popular education. On the contrary, the absence of the brutal power of government, which is needed only for its own support, will facilitate a more just and reasonable social organization, needing no violence. Courts of justice and public affairs and popular education will all exist, to the extent to which they are really needed by the people, but in a shape which will not involve the evils contained in the present form of government. What will be destroyed is merely what is evil and hindered the free expression of the people's will. But even if we assume that with the absence of governments there would be disturbance and civil strife, even then the position of the people would be better than it is at present. The position now is such that it is difficult to imagine anything worse. The people are ruined, and their ruin is becoming more and more complete. The men are all converted into war slaves, and have from day to day to expect orders to go kill and be killed. What more? Are the ruined peoples to die of hunger? That is already beginning in Russia, in Italy, in India. Or are the women as well as the men to go to be soldiers? In the Transvaal, even that has begun. So that even if the absence of government really means anarchy in the negative, disorderly sense of that word, which it is far from meaning, even in that case, no anarchical disorder could be worse than the position to which governments have already led their peoples and to which they are leading them. And therefore, emancipation from patriotism and the destruction of the despotism of government that rests upon it cannot but be beneficial to mankind. Chapter 9. Men, recollect yourselves, and for the sake of your well-being, physical and spiritual, for the sake of your brothers and sisters, pause, consider, and think of what you are doing. Reflect, and you will understand that your foes are not the Boers, or the English, or the French, or the Germans, or the Finns, or the Russians, but that your foes, your only foes, are you yourselves, who maintain by your patriotism the governments that oppress you and make you unhappy. They have undertaken to protect you from danger, and they have brought that pseudo-protection to such a point that you have all become soldiers, slaves, and are all ruined, or are being ruined more and more, and at any moment may and should expect that the tight-stretched cord will snap, and a horrible slaughter of you and your children will commence. And however great that slaughter may be, and however that conflict may end, the same state of things will go on. In the same way, and with yet greater intensity, the governments will arm and ruin and pervert you and your children, and no one will help you to stop it or to prevent it, if you do not help yourselves. And there is only one kind of help possible. It lies in the abolition of that terrible linking up into that cone of violence which enables the person or persons who succeed in seizing the apex to have power over all the rest, and to hold that power the more firmly, the more cruel and inhuman they are, as we see by the cases of Napoleon's, Nicholas I, Bismarck, Chamberlain, Rhodes, and our Russian dictators who rule the people in the Tsar's name. And there's only one way to destroy this binding together. It is by shaking off the hypnotism of patriotism. Understand that all the evils from which you suffer, you yourself cause by yielding to the suggestions by which emperors, kings, members of parliament, governors, officers, capitalists, priests, authors, artists, and all who need this fraud of patriotism in order to live upon your labor, deceive you. Whoever you may be, Frenchman, Russian, Pole, Englishman, Irishman, or Bohemian, understand that all your real human interests, whatever they may be, agricultural, industrial, commercial, artistic, or scientific, as well as your pleasures and joys, in no way run counter to the interests of other peoples or states, and that you are united by mutual cooperation, by interchange of services, by the joy of wide brotherly intercourse, and by the interchange not merely of goods, but also of thoughts and feelings with the folks of other lands. Understand that the question, who manages to seize Way Highway or Port Arthur or Cuba, your government or another government, does not affect you, or rather every such seizure made by your government injures you, because it inevitably brings in its train all sorts of pressure on you by your government to force you to take part in the robbery and violence by which alone such seizures are made, or can be retained when made. Understand that your life can in no way be bettered by Alsace becoming German or French, and Ireland or Poland being freed or enslaved. Whoever holds them, you are free to live where you will. If even you be an Alsatian, an Irishman, or a Pole, yet understand that by stirring up patriotism you will only make the case worse, for the subjection in which your people are kept has resulted simply from the struggle between patriotisms, and every manifestation of patriotism in one nation provokes a counteracting reaction in another. Understand that salvation from your woes is only possible when you free yourself from the obsolete idea of patriotism, and from the obedience to governments that is based upon it, and when you boldly enter into the region of that higher idea, the brotherly union of the peoples, which has long since come to life and from all sides is calling you to itself. If people would but understand that they are not the sons of some fatherland or other, nor of governments, but are sons of God, and can therefore neither be slaves nor enemies one to another, those insane, unnecessary, worn-out, pernicious organizations called governments, and all the sufferings, violations, humiliations, and crimes which they occasion would cease. Pirogova, 23rd of May, 1900. End of Patriotism and Government by Leo Tolstoy. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Josh Mitteldorf.
Chapter 3, Petty Management by Florence Nightingale. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Chad Horner from Ballyclare in County Antrim, Northern Ireland, situated in the northeast of the island of Ireland. Chapter 3, Petty Management. All the results of good nursing, as detailed in these notes, may be spoiled or utterly negatived by one defect, viz. in petty management, or in other words, by not knowing how to manage that what you do when you are there shall be done when you are not there. The most devoted friend or nurse cannot be always there, nor is it desirable that she should, and she may give up her health, all her other duties, and yet, for want of a little management, be not one half so efficient as another who is not one half so devoted, but who has this art of multiplying herself. That is to say, the patient of the first will not really be so well cared for as the patient of the second. It is as impossible in a book to teach a person in charge of sick how to manage, as it is to teach her how to nurse. Circumstances must vary with each different case, but it is possible to press upon her to think for herself. Now, what does happen during my absence? I am obliged to be away on Tuesday, but fresh air, or punctuality, is not less important to my patient on Tuesday than it was on Monday, or at 10 p.m. I am never with my patient, but quiet is of no less consequence to him at 10 than it was at 5 minutes to 10. Curious as it may seem, this very obvious consideration occurs comparatively to few, or if it does occur, it is only to cause the devoted friend or nurse to be absent fewer hours or fewer minutes from her patient, not to arrange so as that no minute and no hour shall be for her patient without the essentials of her nursing. A very few instances may be sufficient, not as precepts, but as illustrations. A strange washerwoman coming late at night for the things will burst in by mistake to the patient's sick room, after he has fallen into his first doze, giving him a shock, the effects of which are irremediable, though he himself laughs at the cause and probably never even mentions it. The nurse who is, and is quite right to be, at her supper, has not provided that the washerwoman shall not lose her way and go into the wrong room. The patient's room may always have the window open, but the passage outside the patient's room, though provided with several large windows, may never have one open, because it is not understood that the charge of the sick room extends to the charge of the passage, and thus, as often happens, the nurse makes it her business to turn the patient's room into a ventilating shaft for the foul air of the whole house. An uninhabited room, a newly painted room, an uncleansed closet or cupboard, may often become a reservoir of foul air for the whole house, because the person in charge never thinks of arranging that these places shall be always aired, always cleaned. She merely opens the window herself when she goes in. An agitating letter or message may be delivered, or an important letter or message not delivered. A visitor whom it was of consequence to see may be refused, or one whom it was of still more consequence not to see may be admitted, because the person in charge has never asked herself this question: what is done when I am not there? At all events, one may safely say, a nurse cannot be with the patient, open the door, eat her meals, take a message, all at one and the same time. Nevertheless, the person in charge never seems to look the impossibility in the face. Add to this that the attempting this impossibility does more to increase the poor patient's hurry and nervousness than anything else. It is never thought that the patient remembers these things if you do not. He has not only to think whether the visit or letter may arrive, but whether you will be in the way at the particular day and hour when it may arrive, so that your partial measures for being in the way yourself only increase the necessity for his thought. Whereas if you could but arrange that the thing should always be done whether you are there or not, he need never think at all about it. For the above reasons, whatever a patient can do for himself, it is better, i.e. less anxiety for him to do for himself, unless the person in charge has the spirit of management. It is evidently much less exertion for a patient to answer a letter for himself by return of post than to have 4 conversations, wait 5 days, have 6 anxieties before it is off his mind, before the person who is to answer it has done so. Apprehension, uncertainty, waiting, expectation, fear of surprise, do a patient more harm than any exertion. Remember, he is face to face with his enemy all the time, internally wrestling with him, having long imaginary conversations with him. You are thinking of someone else. Rid him of his adversary quickly is a first rule with the sick. For the same reasons, always tell a patient, and tell him beforehand, when you are going out and when you will be back, whether it is for a day, an hour, or 10 minutes. You fancy perhaps that it is better for him if he does not find out you're going at all, better for him if you do not make yourself of too much importance to him, or else you cannot bear to give him the pain or the anxiety of the temporary separation. No such thing. You ought to go, we will suppose. Health or duty requires it. Then say so to the patient openly. If you go without his knowing it, and he finds it out, he never will feel secure again that the things which depend upon you will be done when you are away, and in 9 cases out of 10 he will be right. If you go out without telling him when you will be back, he can take no measures nor precautions as to the things which concern you both, or which you do for him. If you look into the reports of trials or accidents, and especially of suicides, or into the medical history of fatal cases, it is almost incredible how often the whole thing turns upon something which has happened because he, or still oftener she, was not there. But it is still more incredible how often, how almost always this is accepted as a sufficient reason, a justification, why the very fact of the thing having happened is the proof of its not being a justification. The person in charge was quite right not to be there. He was called away for quite sufficient reason, or he was away for a daily, recurring, and unavoidable cause. Yet no provision was made to supply his absence. The fault was not in his being away, but in there being no management to supplement his being away. When the sun is under a total eclipse, or during his nightly absence, we light candles. But it would seem as if it did not occur to us that we must also supplement the person in charge of sick or of children, whether under an occasional eclipse or during a regular absence. In institutions where many lives would be lost, and the effect of such want of management would be terrible and patent, there is less of it than in the private house. But in both, let whoever is in charge keep this simple question in her head, not, how can I always do this right thing myself, but how can I provide for this right thing to be always done? Then, when anything wrong has actually happened in consequence of her absence, which absence we will suppose to have been quite right, let her question still be, not how can I provide against any more of such absences, which is neither possible nor desirable, but How can I provide against anything wrong arising out of my absence? How few men, or even women, understand, either in great or in little things, what it is the being in charge, know how to carry out a charge. From the most colossal calamities down to the most trifling accidents, results are often traced, or rather not traced, to such want of some one in charge, or of his knowing how to be in charge. A short time ago, the bursting of a funnel casing on board the finest and strongest ship that ever was built on her trial trip destroyed several lives and put several hundreds in jeopardy, not from any undetected flaw in her new and untried works, but from a tap being closed which ought not to have been closed, from what every child knows would make its mother's tea kettle burst, and this simply because no one seemed to know what it is to be in charge, or who was in charge. Nay, more, the jury at the inquest actually altogether ignored the same, and apparently considered the tap in charge, for they gave as a verdict accidental death. This is the meaning of the word. On a large scale, on a much smaller scale, it happened a short time ago that an insane person burnt herself slowly and intentionally to death, while in her doctor's charge, and almost in her nurse's presence. Yet neither was considered at all to blame. The very fact of the accident happening proves its own case. There is nothing more to be said. Either they did not know their business, or they did not know how to perform it. To be in charge is certainly not only to carry out the proper measures yourself, but to see that everyone else does so too. To see that no one either wilfully or ignorantly thwarts or prevents such measures. It is neither to do everything yourself, nor to appoint a number of people to each duty, but to ensure that each does that duty to which he is appointed. This is the meaning which must be attached to the word by, above all, those in charge of sick, whether of numbers or of individuals, and indeed I think it is with individual sick that it is least understood. One sick person is often waited on by 4 with less precision, and is really less cared for than 10 who are waited on by 1, or at least than 40 who are waited on by 4, and all for want of this one person in charge. It is often said that there are few good servants now. I say there are few good mistresses now, as the jury seems to have thought the tap was in charge of the ship's safety, so mistresses now seem to think the house is in charge of itself. They neither know how to give orders, nor how to teach their servants to obey orders, i.e. to obey intelligently, which is the real meaning of all discipline. Again, people who are in charge often seem to have a pride in feeling that they will be missed, that no one can understand or carry on their arrangements, their system, books, accounts, etc., but themselves. It seems to me that the pride is rather in carrying on a system, in keeping stores, closets, books, accounts, etc., so that anybody can understand and carry them on, so that in case of absence or illness, one can deliver everything up to others and know that all will go on as usual, and that one shall never be missed. Note: it is often complained that professional nurses, brought into private families in case of sickness, make themselves intolerable by ordering about the other servants, under plea of not neglecting the patient. Both things are true. The patient is often neglected, and the servants are often unfairly put upon, but the fault is generally in the want of management of the head in charge. It is surely for her to arrange both that the nurse's place is, when necessary, supplemented, and that the patient is never neglected, things with a little management quite compatible, and indeed only attainable together. It is certainly not for the nurse to order about the servants. End of Chapter 3, Petty Management, by Florence Nightingale.
Prison Journal of Stephen F. Austin, 1833-1835, Part 1, from the Texas Historical Association Quarterly, Volume 2, Number 3, January 1899. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Prison Journal of Stephen F. Austin. This hitherto unpublished private diary appears in the Quarterly by the kind permission of Colonel Guy M. Bryan, who, as all old Texans know, is a nephew of Stephen F. Austin. It follows closely a copy in possession of Colonel Bryan, made by his brother, Moses Austin Bryan, from the original, which was written by Austin in pencil in a small blank book that he managed to conceal when he was searched at the time of his incarceration. The matter at the end refers to a project which Austin succeeded in accomplishing while he was in Mexico, and which was in fact the establishment of the first public mail route between the Mexican Republic and the United States. This matter is written without a date on the back of the last page of the copy. Colonel Bryan says that Austin's criticism of the Catholic Church should be taken as referring not to the Church in general, but to the form of Catholicism then prevailing in Mexico. The italicized title given below is written in ink on the cover of the manuscript, except the explanatory words, quote, "private," end quote, and, quote, "before confinement," and, end quote, which were added by Colonel Bryan. Under this title on the manuscript are penciled the words, quote, 3 months in the ex-Inquisition, and not allowed to speak to anyone, 1 year in the prison of the Acordada, and the balance of the time with the city of Mexico for his limits, under bond, and was finally released without trial under a general amnesty law passed by the Congress, end quote. This title and the penciled edition would appear to be original with Moses Austin Bryan. Editor, Quarterly. Private Diary of General S. F. Austin, before confinement and while confined in the ex-Inquisition, City of Mexico, 1833 and 1834 and 1835. I left Mexico on the 10th December, 1833, in a coach in company with Don Luis de la Rosa, deputy in the General Congress, Don Octavian de la Rosa, y Don Miguel Ortega. The first day at Tapantla, 5 leagues. December 11th at Huihuitoca, 12 leagues. December 12th, Tula, 12 leagues. December 13th, Arroyo Seco, 13 leagues. December 14th, San Juan del Rio, 14 leagues. San Juan del Rio, very long street. Don Luis and myself went to take a walk. Everything was dull. A church built in 1683 with a new front of the Corinthian order at the expense, as the padre told us, of a famous robber and assassin who had been the terror of the country. He was taken at last. He employed the money which he had robbed in building the front of the church. He received civil pardon and spiritual absolution, and went to heaven, so said the padre, and he knew, because the tradition was not old, about 50 years. December 15, at Querétaro, 14 leagues, a city of convents and churches, with some very good private houses. The convent of Santa Clara for nuns is the largest, it is said, in the Republic, and the richest. The inside of the church is excessively loaded with costly ornaments, all of the most ancient Gothic style, worthy emblem of such a monster of the past century. One is astonished at seeing these monuments of the barbarity and ignorance of the 10th and 12th centuries preserved with so much care in the 19th century and in a republic. Marry women with God, how ridiculous! To break the commandment of God himself and to go contrary to his intent in creating women in order to please God in consequence. 16 December. We remained at Querétaro. We visited the convents. These are many and very large. In that of Cruz there is a large orchard, well watered. It has a large fountain constructed by a marquis who has perpetuated his fame and piety by a statue of himself of his own size, which stands in the center of the fountain on a base of stone. He is habited in the old fashion. There are extensive baths, convenient to the fountain, constructed by the same marquis. How much sweat and tears from the Indian slaves must the money have cost which the marquis employed in the construction of this fountain and baths! But he received absolution from the monks and went to heaven. In the orchard there are many very pretty cypress trees. I collected seeds from them to carry to Texas. They showed me some of these trees planted by the hands of the Reverend Father Morfitt, who had been a monk in this convent and a missionary at Nacogdoches in Texas. This monk is very famous, for he had been a second Moses. At Nacogdoches all the springs went dry, and he went out with images of the saints and necessary apparatus to perform miracles. He struck a blow with a rod of iron on a rock, which stands on the bank of the creek La Nana in Nacogdoches, and immediately a stream of water gushed out, sufficient to supply the inhabitants with water to drink. This miracle was canonized in Rome, and a print or engraving of the fact was made in order to perpetuate it. This same padre, when he left Nacogdoches for Béchar, lost a baggage mule, which a tiger killed, and in the morning, as soon as the padre knew it, he made the tiger come and kneel at his feet, and then he was harnessed and loaded with the baggage of the dead mule, which he carried to Béchar, and then, having received a pardon for having killed the mule, was sent back to the desert. All this is true, because several old women told it to me in Nacogdoches and Béchar, and we ought not to suppose that Rome would order an engraving to be made of a miracle of the water, only to deceive credulous people. In Querétaro the sweet potatoes are very rich, the best I have ever tasted. Sweetmeats are very good and exceedingly cheap. In the convent of Santa Clara are sold large quantities of sweetmeats of infinite kinds and qualities. Ah, woman, what inadequate shadows are these sweetmeats made by that hands, compared to the tranquil pleasure which ye ought to dispense by occupying that rank in society and in the world which God of nature gave ye, and which the barbarous and avaricious cunning of Rome has deprived ye. This city is very well supplied with water of good quality, brought by an aqueduct from the mountain in front of the city. It passes a valley on arches, which are very well constructed, and are about 60 or 70 feet high. The aqueduct is about half a league long. It is a useful work, worthy of Paris or any city in the world. In the public square there is a large fountain of hewn stone, very convenient and beautiful. The water rises to the second story in the houses situated in the lowest part of the town. There is a story respecting this work, which has been affirmed to me as correct, that two rich men in a moment of conviviality, speaking of the practicability of bringing water from the mountain in front, one said that it was practicable, and the other affirmed that it was impossible, and offered to build a fountain in the public square of solid gold if the other would bring the water. Upon this the first admitted the challenge, and they both mutually obligated themselves to the execution by an act legally passed. He that offered to bring the water completed the work, and made the aqueduct and arches above mentioned, but he spent his fortune and ruined himself. The other then refused to make the fountain of gold. A lawsuit was commenced, and, in fine, he was compelled to make it of hewn stone, and to conduct the water through all the streets of the city, in which he also expended his fortune and ruined himself. In this case, wine rendered a very great service to the human race, because it caused these two rich men to employ their fortunes for the benefit of the people, instead of giving them, as very probably they would have done, to convents. The streets of Querétaro are irregular, of various width and crooked or serpentine. It is situated on the side of a hill. The potatoes of this place are famed for their sweetness. When roasted, they appear to be sweetmeats. If it were practicable, as is said, to open a road for carriages from this city to the head of navigation, Panuco River, it would increase very fast, and in a little time would be opulent, modernized, and free from prejudice. Because it would be the depot for all the Bajío, and a great commerce would be carried on in domestic and foreign produce. It would be, in fine, the center of commerce of a fertile and extensive territory. After that, various manufactures could be established here to great advantage, by making use of the convents for that purpose, and by giving employment to many vicious inhabitants who now appear to live, God knows how, as they have no ostensible occupation. The tavern at which we stayed, in front of the convent of Santa Clara, is a very large and well-built house of 2 stories. It is very convenient, having a fountain of water, warm and cold baths, very good rooms, but without a single bedstead or cot. All the furniture of one of the best rooms consisted of 2 or 3 common chairs and a very ill-made table. It is said that the Stage Company of Mexico is endeavoring to purchase the house for a tavern, and will furnish it after civilized fashion. 17th December. 14 leagues to Celaya, a town of about 4,000 inhabitants. The public square is surrounded by arches, as is the case in most of the towns of the Bajío. It contains some very good buildings of hewn stone. The church of the convent of the Carmelite monks is exceedingly magnificent, of modern construction. The interior is adorned with Ionic columns, and not so loaded with ornaments and statues as the Gothic churches, but much more handsome and agreeable to the eye. The architect was an Indian, a native of the place, who died in August of the cholera. He studied architecture by himself, and made his own models of wood. He had great natural talent, and his death is a loss to his country. How many other Indians would there be of as much or even more talent, if their education were cultivated? The convent is large, very well built, 160 years old, rich in estates and rents. It has 2 monks. There is also a very large convent of San Francisco. We went in and walked all over the building without seeing a single soul. It contains 2 or 3 friars. There are accommodations for more than 200. There is also a large convent of San Augustine, well constructed. The Indian architect who built the church in the convent of the Carmen was erecting a new steeple for the church of this convent, of a new or mixed architecture, different from any that I have seen before, after his own ideas. He had it half finished when he died. Besides these convents, there is several chapels and a parochial church. If all this money had been employed in opening a carriage road from Querétaro to the river Panuco, how different would have been the situation of the Bajío with respect to its commerce and improvements. What a pity that Rome did not set down as a dogma that the man who should leave his property to open roads, canals, to establish schools, foment agriculture and the arts, should go straight to heaven as soon as dead. The Mohammedans were conquerors and desolators by a paragraph of the Koran. Rome could have made the Catholics the civilizers and patrons of the arts with the same facility. All that was wanting was an edict of the Council of Trent, or of any other council, or a bull of the Pope. At dusk, Don Miguel suddenly entered the room, and told us that the robbers were scheming with the coachman to rob us on the following day. All the company became alarmed, and Don Luis determined to go to the political chief, and ask him for an escort. I was opposed to it. I did not believe the story about the robbers. They replied that I was not acquainted with the country or the people, that it was full of robbers. I said that it appeared impossible that there should be so many robbers in a country that abounded so much in churches. Ah, my friend, said D., these churches have only served to demoralize the people, and for this parents have broken the ties of nature and trampled on the most amiable and delicate sentiments of humanity and civilization, disinheriting their children in order to construct convents and churches that only served to demoralize and corrupt the people. And with all this, there are Mexicans who desire to perpetuate this monster, the influence and power of the clergy. Even the late administration of Bustamante was desirous of governing the nation by the mitre and monastic superstition, credulity and ignorance, instead of governing by intelligence and common sense. Don Luis went to see the political chief, and agreed with him for an escort of 1 sergeant and 5 militia at reals a day for each man, and on the following day we set out in great state, coach and 6 soldiers on horseback, as an escort with their lances and red flags. 18th December 1833, 12 leagues to Salamanca. We arrived early and went to visit the convent of the Agustinos, a very large building of very solid construction of stone and mortar. It occupies a whole block on the public square, and has behind it the river Salamanca at 200 paces distant. The building, including the church, has 156 varas in length and 135 in width, and has 2 courtyards. The first has portals on the 4 sides, sustained by very solid pillars of stone well cut, joined together by arches, under each one of which there is a large painting or picture representing some miracle or passage in the life of San Augustine. The edifice is 2 stories high. The other courtyard is very large, and gives light to the cells of the friars that surround it. This enormous building is abandoned, for there are only 2 monks who occupy a room in the large courtyard in the 1st story. In the 2nd, there is not a single soul. The whole republic is full of these edifices, and many of the best plantation lands, and an innumerable quantity of houses, and even palaces in the cities, belong to these monuments of ignorance of the past generation, and of the cunning and avarice of Rome. It appears incredible that it is possible for mankind to have been so deceived to such a pitch as to make them believe that they could purge themselves of the sins of this life by giving their wealth and property to maintain a set of monks in idleness and every kind of immorality, and even of crime, which was committed under the cloak of religion. Parents have left their children in want and misery in order to give their riches to friars to fatten on in their wickedness, while the sons, being thus robbed of their inheritance, have given themselves up to vice and probably to robbery in order to live, receiving absolution from the same monks that enjoyed their inheritance. Rome, Rome, until the Mexican people shake off thy superstitions and wicked sects, they can neither be a republican nor a moral people. 19th December, to Silao, 14 leagues. 20th December, to Leon, 15 leagues. The Bajío, a great valley which extends from Querétaro to Lagos, about 100 leagues long and from 10 to 12 wide. It contains the towns of Celaya, Salamanca, Silao, Leon, Lagos, and several villages. The city of Guanajuato is on the mountain 5 leagues from Silao. This valley is excessively fertile and sufficiently populated. It has a dull aspect because its natural beauty and fertility is not attested by industry and art. It abounds in churches and convents, and in times gone by in friars, the most of whom have disappeared in the political revolutions, leaving the people heirs to their idle superstitions and corrupt habits. There are a great many robbers. In the Bajío, the labors of the fields and factories are done principally by the Indians. The character and natural disposition of this people appear to be very good. They are industrious, humble, patient, and docile. They speak in their native or original language, and still preserve some of their ancient customs. They also speak in Spanish, badly, however, and have acquired some modern habits, but not of the best kind. They are very fanatical and superstitious. As regards this subject, perhaps the only change that they have undergone is from the adoration of coarse and ugly images of stone to that of pretty, well-made images of wood, richly clad. It is difficult to say whether they belong to the past or present times. They may be called shades of antiquity with some modern spots. They are naturally well-disposed and talented, and if their education were cultivated, they would undoubtedly be equal to the whites, more docile and very good citizens. The great mass of the Mexican Republic is composed of this class. They are not at this time capable of governing themselves, and consequently badly prepared to become republicans. In fine, most of their customs and ideas are repugnant to the principles of the system adopted by the nation. This is a very great evil, which has to be remedied before the republic may be said to be solidly established, because this form of governments has to be and sustained by the general good will and opinion. But if there be no will or opinion permanent and established, how is the evil to be cured? By education and example, the first by well-regulated schools, and the second by means of foreign population engrafted, thus combining everything which is most essential to instruct, that is, theory and example, the substantial and palpable practice of virtues, of industry, and of habits, civilized, useful, and republican. Schools might be established by appropriating the property of the clergy. An example might be obtained by the emigration of foreigners, increasing at the same time the population and wealth of the republic. Therefore, the two cardinal points on which the government should fix their attention are education and emigration. Already stages and taverns have been established between Vera Cruz and Mexico by foreigners. This has been a kind of school, inasmuch as the Mexicans have learned by example the manner and the advantages. The result is that they are going to run stages by Mexicans from Mexico to Zacatecas and San Luis, and so progressing throughout the whole country where the roads are passable, establishing also taverns at convenient points. This is a very great step towards civilizing the country and uniting the states with each other, because when transportation is easy, there will be frequent communication and intercourse of interests and friendship between remote points, which will be so many other links to cement the union. There is a very great obstacle to any system of education or of emigration, which has to be removed before much progress can be made by this means, which is religious intolerance. This restricts the sphere of education, and tends to perpetuate superstitious customs and ideas on one side, and prevents foreign emigration on the other, and it has to be during the existence of an insurmountable counterpoise which debilitates the march of the nation in improvements, if it does not entirely it. In this town, Leon, there are factories of saddlery and tanneries. There are also some of cotton cloth of a coarse kind. Whence comes the cotton? Will it be credited that it comes from Coahuila, and even from Texas by way of San Luis Potosi and Tampico? Nevertheless, thus it is. There is no part of the Republic, nor can there be of the world, more adapted to the cultivation of cotton than the Bajío. The planters could raise it for $3 per cubic weight, free from seed and of a superior quality. But in place of this, it is purchased in distant countries from $7 to $10 a hundred. Texas, which 10 years since was a wilderness inhabited only by savages, now supplies the Bajío with cotton, about 400 leagues distant, a country naturally more fertile and a better climate for cotton than Texas, where it has been possible to expend innumerable millions of dollars in the fabrication of wonderful edifices for the clergy, but not a dollar for public education, or for the fomentation of agriculture, arts, and manufactures. There is a school or college recently established here which promises well. There is a castle or tower constructed by Agustin de Iturbide in the year 1815, at that time commander-general under the government of the king. The object of the castle was to defend the town from the insurgents. It appears to me that it is entirely useless as a defense for the town from attacks from outside, but it is sufficient to hold the town in awe and subjection. There are many rumors of robbers, so that Don Luis is determined to have as far as Lagos the same escort that we brought from Celaya. The escort is composed of militia who are paid 13 reals for each man daily. What a sad and pitiable condition of the most fertile, lovely, and populated part of the Republic, where travelers may not journey with safety without an escort of armed men. The people of Leon appear very bigoted, no cheerfulness or sociability. Every house appears to be a convent. Their extreme devotion caused me to remark to Don Luis, "Is it possible that robbers can exist in the midst of so much piety?" "Ah, my friend," he replied, "this piety is one of the cloaks tainted with corruption that we have inherited from the Spaniards. This manifest superstition is a cloak that we have to shake off before we can make any rapid progress in improvement." 21st December 1833. To Lagos, 12 leagues. This town is situated upon a rivulet, near which are some lakes, from which it derives its name. It is near the foot of the mountain, and here terminates the Bajío. The lands in the vicinity are very fertile. The church is the highest I have seen of Arabic Gothic architecture. It contains a convent of Capuchin nuns, an order more rigid than any other. Don Luis related to me a sad story of a pretty girl that took the veil when very young. It appears to me that man must cease to be man to approve of these prisons, where the most precious part of the works of the Almighty are incarcerated. All the Bajío has just suffered two great calamities, civil war and the cholera morbus. In some places 1/2 of the population are said to have died. The road from Querétaro is excellent, very level, and but few stones except on a hill this side of Leon. The fort, called Sombrero, so renowned in the Revolutionary War, is situated between Leon and Lagos on a little round hill on the left of the road. The fort of San Gregorio may also be seen from Leon on the left of the road, more distant than the other. The great obstacle to the improvement of the interior of the Republic is the want of roads to transport produce to the coast for exportation. But it appears to me that this obstacle may in a great measure be removed, at least so far as regards the Bajío. I have already said that the country is level as far as Querétaro, and I understand that from Querétaro it is not difficult to open a carriage road to the last navigable point of the river Panuco, which disembogues at Tampico. If this be true, it is clear that the obstacle is not insurmountable. With capitalists and enterprising men, this obstacle would in a very little time be removed. And then the Bajío instead of receiving cotton from Texas, would export large quantities to Europe, as also sugar, and would supply the coast with wheat and other grain. A country without any other exports than gold and silver can never be anything else than dependent on other nations, without advancing in agriculture any more than what may be necessary for home consumption. Such a country, in fine, is nothing but a nation of miners, getting out gold to enrich foreign nations. At Lagos, Don Luis met his friends, who had brought a coach for him from Aguas Calientes, and on the 22nd I took leave of this good friend and virtuous, intelligent patriot. He is one of the most philanthropical men, and the greatest enthusiast for the welfare and felicity of his country that I have known, and the most disinterested and industrious. 22nd December. 15 leagues to Matanzas. Alone with my servant, I took the road to San Luis Potosi, and expected to overtake there General Pedro Lemus, Commander General of the Internal States of the East, who was going to Monterey. It was my intention to go by Ciénaga de Matapara in order to purchase a good horse of those raised at that place, which are said to be of the best kind in the Republic. But on arriving at the hacienda called Estancias Grande, I abandoned the idea, as it was so much out of the way, and having remained a short time at Estancias, I passed the night at Matanzas, very fatigued, as it was the first day since the month of May that I had been on horseback. The general aspect of the country today was mountainous and sterile, nothing of much interest. 23rd. I slept at Gallina, 16 leagues, a hacienda belonging to the Marquis del Jaral. It did not appear to me very fertile, more adapted to raising stock than for farming purposes. December 24th, 1833. I arrived at San Luis, 15 leagues from of Gallina, a little after sunset, and stopped at the tavern de San Antonio, where I met Mr. Maurice Hebenstrick, a merchant from Matamoros. I arrived very tired, but less than the former day, rather worse for a bad headache. 25th. I remained in San Luis Potosi. Mr. Orregas, a partner of Dowell's, came to see me, also Mr. Cayetana Rubio, from whom I received the $100 on the draft from W.S. Parrott. I bought a horse for $20, in order to put part of the load that was on the mule my servant Herman was riding, so as to travel faster, that I might overtake General Lemus, who had left the day previous. I bought a blanket for 20 reals. I went to the house of the Commandant General to inquire for General Lemus, and in the office a person told me that he had left for Monterey on the 23rd. All the streets leading to the public square were still fortified with bulwarks constructed during the siege. The city appeared to be growing. It could be, and some day will be, the depot for the produce of the neighboring country, for the commerce which will extend itself from Tampico by way of the river Panuco, and by a road from the highest navigable point on the river. A work which in a more civilized and favored country would be concluded in a year, but here it will be the work of many years, and perhaps of half a century. Texas cotton is here worth $30 a hundred, and in New Orleans $10. December 26th, 1833. B leagues. December 27th, La Borcilla, near to Charcas, 20 leagues. December 28th, Guadalupe, Carnicero, 16 leagues. December 29th, Vanegas, 15 leagues. December 30th, Salado, 14 leagues. December 31st, Rancho Jesus Maria, 15 leagues. January 1st, 1834, Agua Nueva, 12 leagues. January 2nd, Saltillo, at 3 in the afternoon, 9 leagues. On January 3rd, 1834, I was arrested by General Lemus by orders from the Secretary of War, dated in Mexico, 21st December. End of Part 1 of the Prison Journal of Stephen F. Austin from the Texas Historical Association Quarterly, Volume 2, Number 3, January 1899. Prison Journal of Stephen F. Austin, 1833-1835, Part 2, from the Texas Historical Association Quarterly, Volume 2, Number 3, January 1899. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The General treated me with the greatest attention and delicacy, for which I am and always will be grateful. On the 4th we left Saltillo. I traveled in the coach with the General and his family. We slept at Los Muertos. The weather was very cold, the wind being very strong from the north. On the 5th we arrived at La Rinconada. On the 6th we arrived at Monterey. I was put in a very convenient and clean room, with a guard at the door. My servant went out and came in when he pleased, and thus everything was furnished me. Nothing was wanted but liberty. On the 7th, Horatio Alsbury came to see me. I wrote to Don Luis de la Rosa, to Senator Rafael Llanos, to the governor of the state of Coahuila and Texas, to Jose Maria Viesca, to the chief of the Department of Béchar, to Francisco Ruiz, to the Ayuntamiento of Austin, sending them, and to the governor and to the chief of the department, a copy of the answer of the minister concerning the petition of Texas to be a state. I sent a copy of my letter to the Ayuntamiento of Austin, to the governor, and to the chief of department. I wrote to Williams and to Perry and to D.W. Smith Matamoros. I sent him a demand against the commissariat to collect 796.6 that Williams paid to the troops of Ugartechea and 57.3 belonging to James Ross, also a letter to D.J. Toller concerning the draft of Reynolds against Hubenstrick, instructing Smith to collect the whole of it and to send the first to Williams and the draft to W.S. Parrott in Mexico. Monterey, 20th January 1834. I drew on D.W. Smith for $100 of Matamoros, which I received from V. for my expenses to Mexico, and left on this day. We slept at Santa Catarina. 21st at Los Muertos, the weather bad, with rain and hail. 22nd at Saltillo. 23rd, Tanque de la Vaca. 24th, Ventasa. 25th, Salado. 26th, Vanegas. 27th, Guadalupe Cara. 28th, Charcas. 29th, Idionda. 30th, Garrapata. 31st, San Luis. February 1st, 1834, remained at San Luis. 2nd, Rodriguez. 3rd, San Bartola. 4, Francas. It rained the whole day. 5, Atotoxilco, a river. 6, Cerritos, a rancho. 7, Querétaro. 8, Ditto. 9, San Juan del Rio. 10, Arroyo Seco. 11, Tula. 12, Guantitlan. 13, Mexico, where I was put in the Inquisition, shut up in the dark dungeon number 15, and not allowed communication with anyone. 14th February, 1834. I heard cannon, which were fired at intervals all day, as funeral honors to Guerrero, who was shot on the 14th February, 1831. 15th. The visit of the prison today. I was permitted to walk with a sentinel in a yard alone to take exercise. I asked for books, but was not permitted to have any. In the dungeon number 15, ex-Inquisition, 18th February, 1834, Lieutenant Colonel Jose Maria Bermuda notified me that my judge and attorney general were appointed. He lives in Santa Ines Street, number 1. 19th. The attorney came for me to sign an act. 20th. In order to understand the affairs of Texas and to explain them perfectly, it is only necessary to ascertain some very simple points. First, what means are most resorted to move and influence the actions of mankind? It is interest. Second, is it or not the interest of Texas to separate herself, even if she were at liberty to do so? No, certainly it is not. Is it or not the interest of the United States of the North to acquire Texas? It is not, because she would extend her territory too much, and what is worse, she would annex a large district which would have no interest in common with the rest of the Republic. All the rivers of Texas take their rise in Texas, at but little distance from each other, and do not enter the territories of the North, so as to form bonds of union, as does the river Mississippi with Louisiana and other states adjacent. There is no market in the North for the produce of Texas, and there is in Mexico. Texas is more distant from the city of Washington than from the city of Mexico. As regards the commerce with Europe, the Mexican flag is equal to that of the North. What then is the true interest of Texas? It is to have a local government to cement and strengthen its union with Mexico, instead of weakening or breaking it. What Texas wants is an organization of a local government, and it is of little consequence whether it be part of Coahuila or as a separate state or territory, provided the organization be a suitable one. She is at this time suffering in the departments of, first, justice, second, colonization, third, Indian, fourth, police, and internal improvements, in fine, in every department. 22nd February, 1834. Nothing more of the attorney since the 19th. What a horrible punishment is solitary confinement, shut up in a dungeon, with scarcely light enough to distinguish anything. If I were a criminal, it would be another thing, but I am not one. I have been ensnared and precipitated, but my intentions were pure and correct. I desired to cement the union of Texas with Mexico, and to promote the welfare and advancement of my adopted country by populating the northern and eastern frontier. I have been impatient, and have allowed myself to be compromised and ensnared by the political events of last year, and by the excitement caused by them in Texas. I do not see how I could have avoided what has passed in Texas. My conscience acquits me of anything wrong except impatience and imprudence. I am in no sense criminal. A public agent should sacrifice himself, life and property, should it become necessary in order to carry out the views of his constituents. I perhaps have followed this rule to an extreme. Sunday, 23rd February, 1838. Footnote. This date is an evident slip of the copyist's pen. End footnote. Philanthropy is but another name for trouble. I have labored with pure intentions to benefit others, and especially to advance and improve my adopted country. And what have I gained? Enemies, persecution, imprisonment, accused of ingratitude to Mexico, which is the most unjust of all accusations that can possibly be brought against me. If I have been ungrateful to anyone, it is to myself and family, for I have neglected my and their interests and happiness to labor for others. My poor sister, who removed to the wilderness of Texas with her large family, owing to my solicitations, and left a comfortable home, and a large circle of warm and kind friends. My poor sister, how much is she now suffering on my account? How happy I could have been on a farm alongside of my brother-in-law, far from all the cares and difficulties that now surround me. But I thought it was my duty to obey the call of the people and go to Mexico as their agent. I have sacrificed myself to serve them, and in all probability the only return I shall receive will be abuse and ingratitude. It is horrible that I should have lived to find myself on the verge of misanthropy, soured and disgusted with mankind. My difficulties have proceeded from an excess of zeal to serve others, but I shall be calumniated by them. Although I have loved the whole human family with the most unbounded enthusiasm and confidence, I have been impatient and consequently imprudent, but not criminal in anything. My conscience is clear, but that will not save me from calumny and misconstruction. Nature gave me too much sensibility and too yielding a disposition, too ready to listen to and be influenced by those who I believed were friends and honest men, and too sensible and tender at their censure and discontent. The heart of a public man should be made of cold and hard materials, and not of the fine and delicate cords of sensibility. He should be impervious to momentary impulse, passion, or impatience. I am naturally impatient and irritable. 23rd February. Mr. Bermudor came to notify me that my cause was taken from him, and that he was no longer my attorney. I was visited by Padre Muldoon, who had with great difficulty obtained this privilege. He was allowed to speak to me only in Spanish, and in presence of the commandant of the prison, manifesting his friendship, etc. I permitted him to make a bargain with some tavern keeper for my meals, which he did, and sent me wine and cheese. He promised to send me books. 24th. I received my food according to Muldoon's promise, but no books. I supposed he had not been permitted to send them. Time drags on heavily. 25th. The new Attorney General came to notify me of his appointment. He did not leave his name or residence. February 16. Dungeon number 15, Ex-Inquisition, San Domingo Street. A diagram. A. Yards. E. Entrance. B. Ditto. Small circles, staircases. P. Pilar, or fountain of water. T. Trees in the yard. The building behind the yard A.P. is 1 story high. All the rest is 2 stories. The walls of my cell, number 15, have a number of figures of snakes, landscapes, etc., drawn by a prisoner of the Inquisition more than 60 years ago. 27th February. Theory and practice have clearly demonstrated that the Mexican Republic will not make rapid progress until she has other exports than gold and silver, because these metals disappear immediately to pay for the imports, and what is worse, agriculture and the arts do not flourish, and a very many useful laborers without employment deliver themselves up to vices and to idleness. It is necessary to stimulate agriculture and the exportation of its products. On the coast, where the transportation to the ports is not distant or costly, nothing more is wanted but labor, population, and capital well directed in the cultivation of the land. In the interior there is sufficient population, but without being well directed, and transportation is difficult and costly, as it always must be, on backs of beasts of burden, and until they improve and open roads for wagons instead of roads for mules. Nature has pointed out the ports for exportation. Veracruz, Tampico, and Matamoros are the most important. There are but few navigable rivers, but up to this time no use or profit has been derived from those which are navigable. The river Alvarado is navigable for a considerable distance in the interior, and may be very useful for the exports of an extensive and fertile country. From the head of navigation on this river, wagon roads might be opened to the states of Puebla and Oaxaca, and the produce could be exported at a trifling expense to that which is paid at this time. Thus Alvarado would be a depot, and thence the produce would be carried to Vera Cruz by steamboats and schooners. The capability of this river for navigation is not yet known, and it is worthy the attention of government to send experienced engineers to examine and explore it, and also the best routes for carriage roads to the interior. The river Panuco is another which will one day be very important to the most interesting part of the Republic. It is, I say, worthy the earliest attention of the government to examine the capability of this river for navigation, and the practicability of roads from the head of navigation to Querétaro, San Luis Potosí, and Mexico through the plains of Apam. With a good road to Querétaro, all the Bajío of the rich state of Guanajuato would have great facilities to export the products of agriculture. The Rio Grande is another important channel, and in time of high water would serve to export the produce as far as Chihuahua. In the south there is the river of Guaracualco and of Tabasco navigable. Also on the coast of the Pacific there are some rivers which are navigable, or susceptible of important improvements. The idea that the interior of Mexico is without resources for transportation to the coast is erroneous, as experience will one day demonstrate. They ought to dedicate themselves to opening roads on McAdam's plan from Mexico to Vera Cruz, from the same to Acapulco, to San Luis Potosí, through Querétaro to the head of navigation on Panuco River, and from that point to Querétaro and San Luis, extending the former to as far as Guadalajara and the latter to Zacatecas. Roads from the head of navigation on Alvarado River as far as Puebla and Oaxaca. All these roads should be carriage roads, and when finished they should proceed to open lateral roads to intersect the principal ones. A road from the ports of Texas to the Paso del Norte and New Mexico, with the object of attracting the commerce of $2 million annually to the ports and territory of the Republic, which now comes from Missouri. This commerce would be a very strong chain to bind Texas to the Federation, and all the expenses, etc., abrogated by the merchants for the transportation of merchandise would be made to the Mexican territory, and would result to the benefit of the Mexicans. March 2nd, 1834. I obtained today a book, a tale called Yes and No. Muldoon failed in his promise to send me books. I prefer bread and water with books to the best of eating without them. In a dungeon, the mind and thoughts require aliment more than the body. March 4th. $4 were paid to me for my support, the only money I have received since my entrance. 13th. At 10:30 at night there was a very severe earthquake. March 15th. At 6 in the morning, an earthquake more severe than the other. March 16th, Sunday. I received La Historie de Felipe II Roi de España, an unnaturalized brute, a devil, a monster, in fine, as much as can be expressed or imagined of evil, of hypocrisy, and of cruelty. He was a blind, obedient, and faithful servant of Rome, that mother of executioners, assassins, robbers, and tyrants, who have desolated the civilized world, filling it with mourning, terror, and ruin, and degrading mankind far below the level of brutes. A lion protects its offspring, but Philip II, Catholic King of Spain, is the executioner of his own son, the unfortunate Don Carlos, who was delivered by his most Christian father's own hands to the inquisitors, and by these holy agents of Rome condemned to death. The brute of a father said to the inquisitors, quote, "Have no regard to the rank which the prince holds in the state. Do your duty, and know that zeal for religion has stifled all paternal love in me." End quote. At the moment of signing the sentence of death against his son, he said, directing himself to God, quote, "You know, Lord, I have no other motive than sustaining your interests and the glory of your holy name." End quote. Is it possible to believe that mankind have been able to look upon such beasts as the representatives of God on the earth, kings and rulers, executioners of innocent children, robbers, all by divine providence, and to sustain the interests and glory of God? The massacre of St. Bartholomew on the 24th August 1572 in France, in which more than 70,000 Frenchmen perished, treacherously assassinated by order of the king, Charles IX, was an act very worthy of Rome, and very characteristic of the kind of piety which governed the councils of the conclave of St. Peter. People of Mexico, can you throw a glance at the history of Rome without feeling a pity for your ancestors, and without shaking off at once that religious yoke which has held, and to this day holds, you enslaved? Can ye contemplate this edifice, this Inquisition, and call to your memories what has passed within its walls under the name of religion, without shuddering at the past, and making an effort in favor of religious toleration, so that ye may secure your liberties and safety for the future? The Inquisition was established in Mexico and in Lima by Philip II in 1573, and the first auto da fe in Mexico was in 1574. March 17th. I walked for half an hour in the court where they tell me the autos da fe were held, that is, where they burned the unfortunate, whom policy or robbery assassinated under the name of religion. Fanaticism furnishes a cloak for everything, and is the same with all nations and religions. Elizabeth, Protestant Queen of England, sacrificed her relation, Mary of Scotland, to prevent a Catholic sovereign ascending the throne. And at the time of the unhappy queen's head being taken off, they shouted, quote, "Thus perish the enemies of the religion of Christ." End quote. All this was a cloak, and nothing more, because the crime of Mary consisted in being beautiful and beloved by everyone, and Elizabeth made use of the cloak of religion and policy to cover her own envy and to gratify it. At the same time, Philip II was kindling the fires of the autos da fe under the pretext of religion, in order to rob and to sustain his despotic power. March 19th. For the national aggrandizement of the Mexican Republic are required, first, religious toleration; second, foreign emigration; third, protection of agriculture, in order to have a surplus of agricultural products so as to pay for importations, and thus avoid the export of the entire products of the mines, which at this time is leaving the country for the purchase of foreign merchandise. Fourth, the improvement of the navigation of all the rivers and the opening of carriage roads from the last navigable point on them to the interior. Fifth, the establishment of manufactories. But this ought to be the last step in the national progress. Manufactories ought to be established after agriculture, and with a dense population. Without these bases, they can neither be useful nor profitable, except by force of restrictions, privileges, and monopolies, which are always prejudicial to the people, or the great mass of the nation. March 20th. This day I was notified by a person from the Commandant General that I must return the $20 that I had received, because I ought to receive my daily allowance from another quarter. But he did not say from what quarter or authority. I returned the $20. Received March 4th, $4, 9th, $4, 12th, $4, 16th, $4, 20th, $4, total $20. This day I also sent away my servant, Medina, and ceased to receive my meals from Offutt's. 22nd. Sergeant Agustin Gonzalez presented himself in my dungeon on the part of the commandant of the place, Don Domingo Sarmiento, requested the loan of $30, which I lent to the said commandant. I also lent 10 to the said Sergeant Gonzalez. Expenses: to Medina, $4, book, $1, barber, Chile, 0.3 1/2. 13th March, Medina, 6, washerwoman, 0.3. 20th, Medina, 5. 22nd, lent to the commandant, 30. Lent to the sergeant, 10. Brought forward from daily expenses to 26th March, 17.9 1/2. Table and chair, 2. From 26th March to 3rd April, 6. 4th April. I returned to the person who has paid me the $20 which I had received from him. He awoke me from a profound sleep. April 4th, 1834. I received $18 from Don Victor Blanco, Lent. Expenses from 3rd to 11th April, $4.7. 11th April. I commenced receiving my breakfast and dinner from Mr. Offutt, No. 7 Tiburcio Street. 12th April. It would be an injury to the United States of the North to unite Texas to themselves, or to see it made a state of the Mexican Federation. First, because it would be extending too much territory of that republic, receiving within its limits a country which is entirely isolated from all the other states by its geographical situation, and by all the interests of agriculture, manufactures, and commerce. Second, because Texas as a state would flourish with rapidity and would extend the planting of cotton throughout that country, and thence along the whole coast of the Mexican Gulf, to so great a degree that it would tend to reduce the price of that product in the European markets. It would also extend the manufacture of cotton cloth. The evident result of this would be to injure all the states south of Virginia, whose chief produce, and almost the only one which is valuable, is cotton. The sugar and rice of the Mexican states on the Gulf of Mexico would also compete with the sugar of Louisiana and the rice of Georgia and Carolina. On the other hand, the progress of Texas would promote the power of the Mexican nation to a great degree, by the increase of their physical force, their agriculture, their manufactures, and, of which is of more importance than all, their exports of produce, avoiding thereby the extraction of metals from the mines. The erection of Texas to a state of the Mexican Republic in a very few years would cause a moral change of the greatest importance in favor of the Mexican states, and to the prejudice of the United States of the North, and would even have an influence in the markets of Europe by reducing the price of cotton and by the gradual increase of manufactories in the Mexican territory. April 13th. In my first exploring trip in Texas in 1821, I had a very good old man with me who had been raised on the frontiers and was a first-rate hunter. We had not been many days in the wilderness before he told me, quote, "You are too impatient to make a hunter." End quote. Scarcely a day passed that he did not say to me, quote, "You are too impatient. You wish to go too fast. I was so once, but 50 years' experience has learnt me that there is nothing in this world like patience." End quote. Before my trip was ended, I saw the benefit of his maxim, and I determined to adopt it as a rule in settling the colony which I was then about to commence in Texas. Some have accused me of adhering to this rule and to a system of conciliation and mildness with too much obstinacy. I do not think I have, though perhaps I am not a competent judge. I can, however, say that I believe the greatest error I ever committed was in departing from that rule as I did in the city of Mexico in October 1833. I lost patience at the delays in getting the business of the people of Texas dispatched, and in a moment of impatience wrote an imprudent and perhaps an intemperate letter to the Ayuntamiento of Béchar, dated 2nd of October 1833. I can say with truth that a combination of circumstances occurred about that time to make me impatient, and my intentions were pure and patriotic as a Mexican citizen, for I had every reason to believe that the people of Texas would not suffer the month of November to pass without organizing a local government, and in that event it is very evident that it would have been much better to organize by a harmonious consultation of the respective local civil authorities of the municipalities called ayuntamientos than by a popular commotion without the intervention of any recognized legal existing authority. The circumstances of the case and the purity of my motives are certainly worthy of consideration. Texas, when I left in 1833, was almost in a state of nature as to its local government. It was in danger of anarchy on the one hand, and of being destroyed by the uncivilized and hostile Indians on the other. These things oppressed me, and I may have lost patience. Quote, "The inestimable value of the liberty of the press would not be known if it were not evident that with it nothing is to be feared from any arbitrary power." End quote. Political evils of society are like bad habits in individuals, easy to cure in their birth or origin, but very difficult when they have taken deep root. The political evils of Texas are in their birth, and easy to cure by a proper organization of the local government. Quote, "People in office do more wrong by the foolish things they say than by the foolish acts they commit." End quote. So said Thierry, minister of Louis XV, on the accession of Louis XVI. The fable of Prometheus, whose heart was devoured every day by a vulture, being renewed at night for the horrible feast of the day following, represents the imaginary sufferings of mankind. We arise in the morning filled with projects, desires, and occupations, which destroy our felicity, like the vulture eating the heart of Prometheus. At night we throw ourselves into bed tired out and miserable, solely that our natures may recover strength to sustain the miseries of the following day. What madness, what folly it is to permit our thoughts to be converted into the vulture of Prometheus! How to avoid it? Limiting ourselves to what is necessary, to what is substantial, and enjoying life as it comes, without thinking or troubling ourselves about that which we do not possess, or which does not concern us, nor about what may happen hereafter. Very well, according to this, man would become a being mentally torpid, that would only exist to breathe, eat, and sleep. An animal. Well, what remedy is there then? The remedy is found in conducting ourselves justly, prudently, and rationally between an extreme of cares and an extreme of torpidity. What rule is there to ascertain this? When we find ourselves restless and the head or passions excited for any project or idea, to analyze it, applying to it these questions: is it just? Is it practicable? Is it necessary? What benefit will result to our fellow men or to ourselves? what may be the immediate or future consequences of it. Well, according to this, we should never act mentally or physically unless justice, reason, and judgment, previous examination, and mature analysis should qualify as just, practicable, necessary, etc., whatever we think of doing. And we should never act with impatience, impulse, or passion. Yes, so it is. And how many men act thus? Very few, perhaps none. Unfortunately, the duty and the acts of mankind in general are like the religion of Rome, in theory divine, in practice infernal. How can this be said of a religion whose foundation is perfect harmony, a union of principles and of action? Because the history and conduct of Rome demonstrate it. From the time her first bishop usurped from the other bishops the right of governing their respective dioceses as to spiritual matters, the power of the Pope originated from usurpation and not from divine creation, and in order not to deviate from the principles of its origin, the pontiffs have gone on usurping and robbing from that time to the present, adding temporal or regal powers, as if it were possible that God, or divine and spiritual things, could be divine, perfect, pure, and immortal, and at the same time human, imperfect, corrupt, tangible, sensual, and mortal, thus uniting a contradiction which is palpable, monstrous, and subversive to the foundation of the religion of Christ, which foundation is purity. How can purity exist in unity with the passions, interests, and corruptions of temporal or human things? That which is pure, perfect, and immortal cannot be united with that which is impure, imperfect, and mortal, and form a compound body, thing, or essence, without changing its nature or original principles, as, for example, white cannot be mixed with black and always remain white. Nevertheless, mankind have seen the pure white of the religion of Christ mixed by Rome with the black passions and human things without being aware that in this union the white has disappeared and the black has predominated. What blindness, what prejudice, what ignorance! Those who are in favor of religious intolerance and of the temporal power of the clergy have not analyzed their thoughts by the rule before mentioned, nor by any other rule except that of their private interest of despotism, injustice, robbery, and usurpation, or by ignorance unworthy of civilized men. In the dungeon, 20th April, 1834. Footnote: this date evidently refers back. End footnote. April 26th, 1834. I obtained 2 volumes of the Ouvre de Plato, traduit pour Victor Cousin. 27th April. Political Philosophy. The people, or I should say the patriots of Mexico, conceived, put in execution, and are perfecting the most difficult, grand, and noble work which has been known or seen in the world since the days of Adam, the establishment of a system of government popular, liberal, and free, in a country where the customs and opinions of the people are diametrically opposed and repugnant to such a system, a work more worthy divine power than of human debility. Political writers have set it down as a dogma or axiom that in the formation of governments a natural course of things should be followed. What they call the natural course of things is that government should be constructed according to the customs, prejudices, and existing ideas of the great mass of the people, and that it would be unnatural, forcible, and dangerous to attempt to regulate or accommodate these customs, prejudices, and ideas to a system to which the people are repugnant and opposed. Up to this time, we have seen mankind, who had to organize themselves, follow the natural course spoken of by the political writers and philosophers, and Mexico alone has the glory of having demonstrated the contrary, and of proving that the genuine principles of liberty and of truth are of divine origin, and as such are stronger than the customs and erroneous ideas which are of human origin, and therefore that the first principles are of more value, even in the abstract, than the second, notwithstanding the last are rooted and fortified by the practice of centuries. The United States of the North have the glory of having demonstrated the practicability and advantage of a popular system for a people whose customs and opinions were prepared beforehand for that system. This was a grand step which excited the admiration of the civilized world and caused the thrones and Gothic institutions of Europe to tremble. Mexico has the glory of having done much more and has gone beyond the people of the North in having demonstrated that the principles of truth and liberty in the abstract or of themselves are essentially more strong than the prejudices and erroneous customs, and that the latter may be destroyed, notwithstanding the force which they derive from the practice of centuries or from the veneration which their great antiquity may attract for them. What a flattering lesson is this for oppressed nations, and how fearful a one for the tyrants of Europe! They, with the Pope, falsely called the most holy, at their head, sustain that their power is of divine origin, and that it is necessary to exercise it on the people, because they cannot govern themselves. It may be, as some say, because they are naturally degraded, and cannot pass above the level of slaves. Or it may be, as others say, because their manners and customs are so bad that they cannot enjoy freedom without injury to themselves, like children with a penknife. Mexico answers this, denying that despotism and usurpation have such a divine origin. On the contrary, that their origin is human, and therefore must yield to that which is truly divine, or to principles of liberty and truth. These principles find a sympathy, a reception, and a natural and instinctive or spontaneous protection in that part of man which has equally a divine origin, that is to say, in the soul, because both spring from the same source, which is divine and consequently stronger than human inventions and things, and must prevail. If this power of kings and of other despots is of divine origin, it should not perish or be weakened, because otherwise we must admit that the works of Providence are mortal and perishable. April 29. Today Padre Muldoon came to visit me by permission of President Santa Anna, and so I knew that the President had returned to Mexico 6 days ago. I did not know it before. I know nothing of what passes outside. No one is allowed to speak to me, nor am I with anybody. I am incomunicadissimo. What a system of jurisprudence is this, of confining those accused or suspected, without permitting them to take any steps to make manifest their innocence, or to procure proofs for their trial. They can neither consult with counsel, lawyer, friend, or anybody. I do not know of what I am accused. How can I prepare my defense? Perhaps I will have to send to Texas for proofs of my innocence. How can I do so, being shut up and incommunicated? This system may be in conformity with law, but I am ignorant of which law, or of what rights the party accused has. But it is very certain that such a system is in no wise in conformity with justice, reason, or common sense. Mail from Nacogdoches to River Sabine at Gaines Ferry every 2 weeks, 20 leagues distant. This mail ought to arrive from the Sabine at Nacogdoches the day before the mail leaves that place for Béchar. I recommend James Gaines as postmaster on the Sabine. He is a Mexican citizen since the year 1820, married to a Mexican, and understands the English and Spanish languages, and has a house and property on the river Sabine, sufficient to live with comfort. The mail from the U.S. of the North arrives at the Sabine in front of Gaines' house, so that it will be very easy to change the correspondence at that point, and so establish a communication by mail from all places in Mexico with every place in the United States of the North. For the said exchange, all that is necessary is that the government of the North should be advised through their charge here of the desire of this government to change the correspondence on the Sabine. The postage on letters and papers on each side should be paid to the line, and after passing should pay such postage as is required by the laws of the respective republics. End of Prison Journal of Stephen F. Austin, 1833-1835, Part 2, from the Texas Historical Association Quarterly, Volume 2, Number 3, January 1899. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
The Public Schools of Today by Mary H. Northend. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. To one not in touch with the methods of the modern public school, a visit to one of the least progressive of them is a revelation. From the earliest grade to the finished product of the high school, everything tends to an all-around development. Even in the kindergarten, the fact is demonstrated. A child recently asked by a benevolent elderly lady if he had mastered his alphabet, fixed an utterly uncomprehending eye upon her, looking as nearly blank as it is possible for an up-to-date kindergartner child to look. Instead of the alphabet, which was considered the first proper mental food for young children in those dim and unenlightened days of which we ourselves are a product, one's first taste of education in these days, may we say, is a lesson inspiring patriotism by the following game. The children are formed into two lines, a street, while a company of children, waving flags and led by a captain, march impressively down the street to inspiring music and the cheers of an excited populace. Or one's first impressions may be along some other line of thought similarly developed. The morning talks by the teacher on pertinent subjects keep these children informed on subjects of which their parents, in some cases, have ideas decidedly misty. Art, too, has its place in these early years. Drawing from life models, the model generally being one of the children, is popular. The results, in almost all instances, while naturally crude, show clearly the thought conveyed by the pose of the child model. In many schools, sewing is taught as one of the regular studies. Beautiful specimens of embroidery and drawn work are exhibited as the work of the children. In the tenement districts, the teaching of these branches enables the child, even at a tender age, to do much toward helping the overworked and often ignorant mother to clothe decently a large family. The proper cooking of food is also taught and is of inestimable value, particularly in these same tenement districts. The proper ventilation of a room, with the care and making of a bed, and in some cases simple lessons in nursing, are doing much to bring before parents as well as children the necessary laws of health and hygiene. Physical culture is taught almost from the time the pupil enters school, with simple exercises at first up to the well-equipped high school gymnasium from which the pupil, if he has made the most of his opportunities, may emerge erect with good red blood coursing through his veins. For the girl, the introduction of basketball teams has done much, giving her a taste for the more energetic and stimulating exercises of her brother. These, with the ball teams for the boys, do much in the interscholastic games to promote loyalty to and pride in one's own school. Gardening, too, has been introduced even into some city schools, where small tracts of unused land are being tilled by the children. Each child is given a small plot on which he may raise his own particular choice of crop. Manual training is exceedingly popular, not only with the boys, but with the girls, and it is no unusual sight to see a girl, enveloped in a pinafore, working at the carpenter's bench. Small articles such as picture frames, stools, tabourets, etc., and even articles of furniture, beautifully and solidly made, are turned out by these same girls. In some cases, such taste and skill have been acquired in this work that it has been continued after the pupil's graduation, one girl making herself an entire set of bedroom furniture. By the time one has completed a high school course, he has accomplished much in the way of art. He is able to draw creditably from the cast and can do color work from the natural flower, besides designing wallpapers, book covers, and other useful objects. Pyrography has also become popular, the pupil making his own designs for burning. Work in wood, copper, and brass, the latter being hammered into dishes, buckles, and brooches, burnt and tooled leather, are some of the things included in the study of the arts and crafts. Music, too, has its place. Songs are taught the pupil at the outset of his school career. By the time the pupil leaves the grammar school, he is able to sing creditably intricate part songs with a knowledge of the theory of music. Really difficult music is undertaken in the high school. In some instances, entire oratorios are given by the pupils. Many schools maintain their own orchestra, some of them numbering 20 or more pieces. The instruments are played by the pupils who lead in the marching. In some cases, concerts have been given, netting respectable sums for the school. Occasionally, in the lowest grades, the pupils are allowed to bring from home their toy trumpets, drums, clappers, and other instruments, and form an orchestra led by one of their number. This develops a sense of rhythm, if not of harmony. Fortunately, at that age, one's lungs are not robust. One may graduate from a high school fully equipped to enter the business world. Typewriting and stenography are thoroughly taught, so that a course in these branches at a business college is no longer necessary. A well-equipped bank is maintained in some schools where by actual experience the pupil learns all that is necessary to handle properly and care for such property as he may later acquire. The teaching of good citizenship is taking its place in our schools. A proposition of much benefit to the schools of a certain city was defeated by the ignorant element of the city's voters, bringing before the people the need of more intelligent citizenship. Out of this grew what is known as the school city, an organization of the pupils into a city form of government. Elections are held at which the citizens elect their mayor, judge, and other officers, the citizens being responsible for good order. While the pupil is keeping up the ordinary branches of study, he is able to bring to the acquisition of these hard facts a mind broadened and stimulated by his work along the lines mentioned. End of The Public Schools of Today by Mary H. Northend. Read by BettyB.
The Siege of Nice. From History of the Crusades, comprising the rise, progress, and results of the various extraordinary European expeditions for the recovery of the Holy Land from the Saracens and Turks. By George Proctor. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. Before the arrival of the provincial forces, all the other great divisions of the crusading levies had already completed their junction on the plains of Asia Minor, and their wants rather than their strength had been increased by the wretched remnants of the preceding mob, who, with Peter the Hermit himself, had, in recovered confidence, found their way from various places of refuge to the general muster. The enormous numbers of the congregated hosts of Christendom can be estimated with little hope of precision, either from the tumid metaphors of the Grecian princes, who has described their desolating course, or from the positive assertions of the Latin writers, whose ignorance of military affairs might easily mislead their computations, and whose astonishment at the view of so prodigious an array was sure to be vented in exaggeration. If we were to credit some of our usual authorities, 600,000 or 700,000 warriors were present in arms, besides an innumerable multitude of ecclesiastics, women, and children. But the report of the same party in other places, and every evidence of reason and probability, are alike inconsistent with this conclusion. it may be suspected that the leaders of the war were themselves unable to ascertain the real numbers of the disorderly herd of irregular infantry, and we can rely with safety only on the statement of the most judicious chronicler of the crusade, that the mailed cavalry, which, according to the rude tactics of the Middle Ages, formed the nerve of armies, amounted to 100,000 men. This superb body of heavy horse was composed of the flower of the European chivalry, knights, esquires, and their attendant men-at-arms, completely equipped with the helmet and shield, the coat and boots of chain and scale armor, the lance and the sword, the battle-axe, and the ponderous mace of iron. The crowd of footmen fought principally with the long and crossbow, and were used indifferently as occasion required for archers, scouts, and pioneers. But their half-armed and motley condition formed a miserable contrast to the splendor of the chivalric army, which glittered in the brazenry of embroidered and ermined surcoats, shields and headpieces inlaid with gems and gold, and banners and pennons distinguishing the princely and noble rank of chieftains and knights. From their first camp on the Asiatic shores of Bosphorus, the advance of the Christian hosts, in bold disregard of minor objects of attack, was immediately directed against Nice, the capital of the Sultan of Roum, situated in a fertile plain on the direct route to Jerusalem. Resting on the waters of the Lake Ascanius, the defensive capabilities of that city had been sedulously improved by art. It was surrounded by a double wall of stupendous height and thickness, provided with a deep ditch and flanked at intervals by no less than 370 towers. Its garrison was numerous and brave, and the Sultan Soliman, or Kilidij Arslan, who had retired to the neighboring mountains with his Turkish cavalry, preserving his communication with the place by the lake, might with equal facility reinforce its defenders and harass the quarters of the besiegers. Nothing deterred by these difficulties, the Crusaders, on their arrival before the city, undertook the siege with an energy suitable to the obstinacy which was anticipated in the defense. Notwithstanding their numbers, the immense circumference of the walls prevented a complete investment, but each independent leader, successively encamping on the first quarter which he found unoccupied, from thence directed and prosecuted his attacks. Contrary to the impressions which later historians have sometimes given, that a chief authority over the crusading hosts was conceded to Duke Godfrey, it is here observable that no trace of such recognition of supremacy can be discovered in the narrative of contemporary chroniclers. The general plan of operations was sometimes debated and determined in a council of princes, but the details and choice of execution were abandoned to the uncontrollable will of the different chieftains and their respective followers, who were alike too proud of personal rank and too jealous of national distinctions to brook any submission to a foreign command. But the same feelings which were repugnant to all subordination and unity of action, in a great degree supplied their want with a generous emulation of glory, and in the leaguer of Nice, the Latin princes contended with rival valor and industry who should be foremost in urging his approaches to the wall. On the northern side were encamped Duke Godfrey and his Rhenish and German division. Eastward extended the quarters of the Counts of Vermandois and Chartres, and the two Roberts, with the French, Norman, English, and Flemish crusaders. On the same front, the provincial and Italian host of the Count of Toulouse took up a continued alignment, and towards the south, the city was enclosed by the troops of Bohemond and Tancred. 2,000 men who had attended the march of the Crusaders, under Tatesius as imperial lieutenant, were the only Byzantine forces in the Confederate camp. From their respective quarters, each of these divisions pushed forward its attacks, with all the mechanical expedients which the Middle Ages had imperfectly preserved out of the martial science of classical antiquity. Among the principal machines of the besiegers were lofty wooden towers of several stories, termed belfredi and belfrois, which were moved forward on rollers and wheels, protected against conflagration by coverings of boiled hides, filled with archers to dislodge the defenders from the ramparts, and supplied with drawbridges, which, on a nearer approach, being let down upon the walls, afforded a passage for the knights and their followers to rush the assault. The advance of these belfrois was sometime preceded, the road leveled, and the ditch of the fortress filled up, by means of a movable gallery or shed of similar materials, but lower structure, called indifferently a fox or cat, or chat-chatil, when surmounted also by a tower. Under cover of these galleries, the walls could either be undermined by the slow operation of the sap, or breached by the violent blows of the battering ram. Ballistic engines of various sizes and denominations for hurling masses of rock, beams of tinder, stones, and darts composed the ordinary artillery both of the assailants and besieged, and the most effectual means of defense were afforded by the use of the Greek fire in destroying the hostile machines. The mechanical operations of the Crusaders were for a while arrested by the gallant efforts of the Sultan of Roum, who, descending from the mountains which overhang the plain of Nice with a swarm of 50,000 horse, endeavored by a sudden and impetuous attack, with the assistance of the garrison, to overpower the eastern camp of the Christians. But his hope of surprising their quarters was frustrated by the capture of the messengers who were entrusted to convey his purpose to the city. He everywhere encountered a determined resistance and a bloody repulse, and his first experience of the valor of the Western Christians compelled him to abandon Nice to its fate. The defense of the city was not the less resolutely maintained, and the attempts of the besiegers to breach the walls were repeatedly foiled, their projectile engines disabled, and their towers and galleries crushed by fragments of rock or burnt by the Greek fire. Some weeks had already been consumed in fruitless labor and slaughter, when the position of the city on the Lake Ascanius suggested to the besiegers a more successful expedient. At their desire, Alexius caused a number of small vessels to be prepared in his arsenals, transported over land and launched upon the lake. This flotilla, manned by seamen and archers in the imperial pay, ensured the command of the lake, alarmed the city on that side with desultory attacks, and, intercepting all its communication by water with the exterior country, completed the investment of the place. Meanwhile, the besiegers continued their works with renewed spirit. The veteran Count of Toulouse, whose approaches had been conducted with most skill and pertinacity, at length succeeded, by the science of a Lombard engineer, in attaching with safety a chatchetil, or castellated gallery, to one of the towers of the city, which had been injured in a former siege and was bent forward from its base. The miners of the besiegers propped the superincumbent mass with strong timbers, while they loosened the foundations, and the supports being then fired, the whole fell with a tremendous crash and left a yawning breach. But instead of seizing the first moment of consternation by which the garrison were paralyzed, the provincials imprudently delayed the assault until the following morning, and an artful Greek contrived in the interval to rob them of the fruits of success. The wife and sister of the Sultan, whom he had left in the city until this moment, endeavored on the first alarm to escape over the lake. Then they were captured by the imperial flotilla, and Budamite, its commander, immediately offered not only their honorable release, but protection to the people of Nice against the fury of the Latins, if the city were surrendered to his master. The now despairing inhabitants accepted his terms. The troops of the flotilla, disembarking, were admitted into the city, and when the Crusaders, with the returning day, were prepared to mount the breach of the fallen tower, the first spectacle which they beheld was the imperial banner floating on its walls. 20th of June, 1097. In their wounded pride and disappointed cupidity at being thus cheated of the honor and spoils of victory, the first impulse of the Crusaders was to continue the assault. But a prudential consideration of the ulterior objects of the war induced their princes to stifle their own emotions of disgust at the artifice of Alexius, or his lieutenant, and to appease the louder resentment of their followers. And after a few days of repose, the whole crusading host, breaking up from the camp before Nice, pursued the destined route toward Jerusalem. End of The Siege of Nice by George Proctor.
Tatlings, Epigrams, 1922, Sidney Tremaine, née Sybil Taylor Cookson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The looking glass reveals us as we are to ourselves. The wine glass reveals us as we are to others. If a man puts a woman on a pedestal, someone else will help her down. No man gets what he wants, though some may get what they have wanted. The reason that a love affair so seldom ends happily is that one of the lovers is generally unwilling for it to end at all. No one agrees with other people's opinions, they merely agree with their own opinions expressed by somebody else. It is a poor doctor who cannot prescribe an expensive cure for a rich patient. A woman alone is not necessarily a temptation. If she were a temptation, she would probably not be alone. Some people succeed in preserving a youthful appearance, but they show their age in their opinions. If you give a woman an opportunity, she will take everything else that she wants. You are much nearer success when you are deplored than when you are ignored. So many young women have glibly promised their lovers that they would never change, and have been unrecognizable 10 years later. To a woman, women are a sex, and men an individual. A woman likes to know what the man she loves was like when he was a little boy, but a man would rather know what the woman he loves will be like when she is an old woman. It is probable that if a woman cannot see the point of her husband's jokes, she will see very little indeed of him. A woman may have a small mouth and yet be able to open it very wide. A girl who spends her youth learning philosophy will almost certainly need it when her youth is spent. One man's love is often only the bait with which another man is caught. Some people contrive to make their silent suffering simply deafening. One can forgive a person lying about one and possibly disprove them, but it is unforgivable if they tell the truth. That is taking a mean advantage. Women have been the same through all the ages. The only difference between a girl and her mother is their feeling for her father. It is difficult for a man to understand that a woman who would go through hell for love of him is capable of leaving him because he clears his throat or uses a toothpick. Nothing unites people like a common sorrow, except perhaps a vulgar joke. If a pretty back view won't let you catch it up, it has probably got a horrible face. As soon as a woman has put a man in her power, she puts him out of her heart. The only blows fate seems to deal some people are slaps on the back. A woman's clothes should be like an epigram, an adequate expression of an idea without a superfluous syllable. Some men borrow a fiver and behave forever after as if the only thing they owed you was a grudge. A woman is not really adequately clothed because she is draped in mystery. It is inexplicable, but undeniable, that a man often prefers the woman he has to make excuses for to the woman he has to make excuses to. What a woman costs and what she is worth are two entirely different things. Ambitions vary. Men may want to do well, women may want to look well, but the old only want to sleep well. A woman cares most for a man when their love affair is over. A man cares most for a woman before their love affair has begun. Everyone likes to be run after, but the difference between men and women is that men do not want to be caught, and women do. A woman who can bear to hear her husband praise another woman is either different to other wives or indifferent to her husband. A man's forever is just about as long as a woman's 5 minutes. Some people drain the cup of life, and others stick to a medicine glass. It takes a clever man to write a good love letter, but only a fool would do it. Oddly enough, the impression made by the possession of several different names is not nearly so favorable as the impression made by the possession of several different addresses. The means to an end may put an end to one's means. He who can, does. He who cannot, is shocked. A romance is wonderful while it lasts, but if it lasts, it ceases to be a romance. To be successful in love, one must know how to begin and when to stop. Many a man has ended by running away with a woman because he had not the sense to begin by running away from her. Many an impecunious stylist has found that a girl is more easily won by an ordinary banknote than an extraordinary love note. An infallible way of acquiring a host of friends is to be a host yourself. There are 3 stages in a man's infatuation for a woman: making his way, having his way, and going his way. It is the man who has no right who generally comforts the woman who has wrongs. Women who are the easiest to win are always the most difficult to lose. It is perfectly saintly to love some women, and that presumably is sacred love. It is perfectly natural to adore others, and that probably is profane love. Many a woman's undoing is due to her maid. When a man is lost to one woman, it is generally because he has been found by another. A man may be legally attached to one woman, and yet sincerely attached to another. To indulge in independent ways, one really needs to have independent means. It is no use collecting notable acquaintances unless you can be sure that they will recollect you. By all means tell a woman you love her, but don't tell her anything else. That a man and woman are always together proves nothing, but it is probably true. If a woman goes too far with a man, she comes back alone. A pretty woman in a becoming gown is a temptation. Men love temptations. If you cannot be funny without being shocking, it is better to be shocking. Of course, it is quite dreadful to lead another into mischief, but it is almost impossible to enjoy oneself alone. Nothing is more infuriating than to be accused of doing something which one has taken every precaution to keep secret. The women who have nothing to show are the ones who have nothing to hide. If one lives long enough, one is bound to become respectable and virtuous, hallowed by time. Women are always asking questions, and men are always inventing answers, and women are none the wiser. Goodness is only a relative term, and one that is always on the tongue of relatives. A woman's accounts of how she spent the house money are only equaled in inventive genius by a man's accounts of how he spent his time. There are two sorts of lovers, those who forget and those who are forgotten. One soon gets tired of saying a thing over and over again if nobody contradicts, just as one soon gets tired of doing a thing over again if no one says one mayn't. Love is nice when it is new, but it wears badly and is impossible to renovate. Even the most upright man may be tempted by a recumbent woman. A woman may have no reticence about her ankle or even her knee if it is pretty, but she will never show her hand. Everyone must take chances, and if they turn out right, they are renamed opportunities. A man will forgive a woman doing everything at his expense except making a joke. Some men consider marriage an unnecessary expense, and some men simply won't consider it at all. Many a woman has waited patiently for years until the man could afford to marry her, and then he won't wait patiently for 5 minutes while she puts her hat on. Flirtation and office work are the oil and water which the devil sometimes tempts a man to attempt to mix. People who allow their character to be diluted by other people's opinions are naturally weak. It is only a very great man who, in a higher position, does not look small to the man down below. It's a mistake to take a man into your confidence. If you do, you will probably never trust him again, and he will certainly never trust you again. By all means express an opinion, but not by post. If a woman's appearance is bad, her reappearance is worse. If a woman has anything worth telling, she tells it. If a woman has anything worth showing, she shows it. It is no good laying down the law if you can't take up an argument. A woman's mirror reflects her whole world. It's a splendid plan to make a man run after you, but remember that he won't go on running indefinitely merely out of curiosity or hope. The time will come when he will sit down to rest. with someone else. A woman who knows just when and how to make a scene is clever, but the woman who knows just when and how not to make a scene is wise. A woman always puts on silk stockings before she takes the final step. All beautiful things are created for and destroyed by women. If a husband leaves his wife alone, 10 to 1, someone else won't. You can't be even acquainted with love without becoming intimate. There never was a woman so fast that man could not keep pace with her. No matter how orderly she is by nature, it is a mistake for a woman to be always putting her husband in his place. If a man is free to do what he likes, he does it, and if he is not free, he does it just the same. The potentialities of a strong, silent man are nothing to the potentialities of a weak, talkative woman. You will probably be very nearly right if you judge men by their handshakes and women by their kisses. Alcohol is not a good preservative of gray matter. Society says if you have come into money, you can come in anywhere. Because she is up to date, you must not count on a woman being up to time. Platonic friendship is the story a woman puts up to a man before and to the world afterwards. Marriage is a woman's entry into and a man's exit from life, that is, officially. It is a funny thing that a man always has to tell a woman that he loves her while everyone else knows it without being told. So many more people are capable of being loved than are capable of loving. Love affairs are all alike. It is only the lovers who are different. Having what you want is not nearly so interesting as getting what you want. There are two sorts of men, those who are constant in love and those who are constantly in love, and perhaps the first don't exist. If you don't want tummy ache, don't eat unripe fruit. And if you don't want heartache, don't marry a young man. There is only one temptation in the world that is worthwhile resisting, and that is spring onions. Money talks, and the larger the means, the clearer the meaning. Most women, if they had to choose, would ask for a clear complexion in preference to a clear conscience. One may get what one deserves, but seldom what one is promised. The woman who has never deceived her husband must have an extraordinarily acute husband. The only time a thing is really worth doing is for the first time and for the last time. The education system must be all wrong. What sort of use is Latin to a young man on his first trip to Paris? You can't get much forwarder with a living woman by being familiar with a dead tongue. If a woman is young and pretty and fascinating, the world of men will forgive her anything, and see to it that there is everything to forgive. Every woman should be an édition de luxe of herself. The one woman in the world who could make a man of a fool, a home of a house, and a romance of a marriage probably wears glasses and Jaeger, and so never gets a chance. It is more or less true that an attractive woman has no friends. The men are more, and the women less. What a lovely world it would be if one could recover the money and love and time one has misspent. Men will pretend to understand things that they don't, and women will pretend not to understand things that they do. If men could read women's thoughts, publishers would die of starvation. A man keeps a woman's love by making promises he cannot keep. A woman keeps a man's love by refusing to make promises she can keep. They say that one way to continue to enjoy dinners for two after marriage is to have breakfast for one. Many women who look ripe are rotten at core. One is forgotten even sooner when one is alive than when one is dead. A man does not ask a woman if she loves him until he is almost sure that she does so, and a woman does not ask a man if he loves her until she is almost sure that he does so no longer. Women are generally supplied with the necessary food of life, but they help themselves to salt. If only the women we love were as true as the things they teach us about women. A pretty woman alone is invariably considered a mystery. A plain woman alone is a perfectly natural phenomenon. Many a woman who looks light would be a terrible burden. The people who are quite unforgiving are those to whom there is never anything to forgive. The things one does because one wants to do them are generally wrong from somebody's point of view. It is therefore better to do them out of view of everybody. It is no good having strong desires if you have a weak will. Many a man makes a profession of being entertaining in order to be entertained. Oddly enough, the woman who looks most self-possessed generally belongs to some man. If you don't tell a woman, she will find out. If you do tell a woman, you're a fool. The man who cannot make a mistake never tried. A woman likes the things her lover likes, but loathes the things he loves. A woman may weigh 13 stone and still love lightly. Everything depends upon position, even in the matter of adipose tissue. It does not matter that a kiss is ill-timed, if it is well placed. Flirtation is the froth on top of the wine of love. Most women's ideas are better than their morals. Some women's love stories are not even founded on fact. I wonder who suggested an apron string as the one to which a woman ties a man. In reality, she would probably use a pink ribbon. Life is a guessing competition, and the men who guess right become millionaires or misogynists. Women are reputed to be able to do or undo anything with a hairpin. Some of them can do quite a lot without one. There is all the difference in the world between being left by oneself and being left by someone else. All women want real love, but their passion for bargains leads them to accept cheap imitations. What a woman's eyes tell a man, and what his own eyes tell him, is all he can ever hope to know about her. A man sometimes wants to be alone, but if a woman wants to be alone, it is to be alone with someone. Everyone has his own particular way of making an ass of himself, and if your method is peculiar enough, you are snapshotted for the halfpenny press, and that is fame. It is the most difficult thing in the world to attract the attention of a crowd. It is always so absolutely intent on the man who is trying to escape its attention. If you can't get rid of a man any other way, marry him. If you want people to take your hand, put it in your pocket. Men all lie to women, in order to win them, in order to lose them, or sometimes only in order to comfort them. One imagines that the reason some people are so keen on getting married is that you can't get divorced till you are married. Everyone goes everywhere nowadays. It is very tiresome, because it makes it almost impossible to see life without being seen. Husbands and wives often become fast simply in their efforts to escape one another. You can't have a really good time and a really good reputation, but then a good reputation is of no value at all until it is lost. The man to marry is not the man you can be happy with, but the man you can't be happy without. Nothing in this world is compromising until it is found out. The only way to close some people's mouths is to fill them. It is extraordinary how marriage changes a man towards the woman he has married. A great scandal is generally the public version of a great secret. Rich friends are a great expense. One is so apt to live beyond their means. If a woman expresses admiration for another woman, either she does not admire her, or her husband does not. A man will forgive a woman for not being there when he wanted her, but never for being there when he did not want her. Many a man known to the public as a man of letters is known to his own people as a man of casual notes and infrequent telegrams. Almost anyone can be noticeable, but only a very few are distinguished. The French describe a woman of over 40 as of a certain age, but as a matter of fact, it is after she is 40 that a woman's age becomes most uncertain. Everyone likes to be loved, if it is only to convince someone else that they are lovable. When a woman is past the love stage, she is dead. Most people are only caricatures of their own possibilities. Men do not try to escape temptations. Their only fear is that some temptation shall escape them. The world is logical and ruthless in its conclusions. It says that if a man is not worth any money, he is worthless, and that if a man is worth 100,000 pounds, he is worthy. Infidelity is very occasionally the greatest compliment a man can pay a woman. The woman who bears her shoulders usually has a larger following than the woman who bears her soul. It is impossible to study life and your husband as well. A man who begins by asking a woman to sell her soul usually ends by asking her to sell her diamonds. The benefit of credit is greater than the benefit of the doubt. A good reason may be a bad excuse. The cleverest woman is not the one who can make a man feel that he is a fool, but the woman that can make a man feel that he is a man. Women may want to be slaves, but they insist on choosing their own masters. Discretion is the talent some women have of knowing with whom they can be indiscreet. The most perfect form of flattery is to tell people what they think of themselves. It is not what you think of him, but what other people think of your husband decides whether you have made a good match or not. It is not her sense, but his senses that make a man love a woman. Leaders of men have been known to be followers of women. If you want to keep a man's love, by all means dress for him, not before him. The less women care about clothes, the more clothes they wear. Men are capable of the most marvelous self-sacrifice. A man will even give up the woman he loves because he cannot afford to keep both a wife and a motor. Be sure that you are outside when you lock the door of the house of memory and throw away the key. The lawyer's progress, getting on, getting honor, getting honest. In a crisis, a woman will turn to a priest or a palmist. When a man ceases to be single, he ipso facto begins to lead a double life. Life for a man is getting and forgetting, for a woman giving and forgiving. A mutual sense of superiority is a good basis for friendship between two women. Deceptions are the oil of the wheels of life. It is well to be out of reach, but you must also be within sight to hold a man's attention. Women love men for their faults, when they can't find anything else to love them for. A mystery does not become a scandal until it is solved. Many a man gets on his feet by continuing to lie. Silk stockings are the last thing a woman discards when she is economizing. One of the most adorable rules of life is always to put off till tomorrow what you are obliged to do today. Good habits are generally affectations, or obesity cures, and bad habits are often one's sole plea to personality. Some people seem to think that a reputation for wit is to be gained by saying what they think. They forget that it is necessary, first of all, to think wittingly. A love affair that never ends is one that has been interrupted. A woman may have her price, yet someone is always ready to give her away. The one that does not come out of a love affair well is the one that gets left in. Love is a thirst that one cannot quench without becoming intoxicated. If you start making a man give up things, you are almost sure to end by being one of the things he gives up. If you can't talk about a person behind their back, when can you talk about them? Some women are capable of doing anything for the man they love. Others make the man they love capable of doing anything. It is not, as a rule, until a woman should really be in the past tense that she becomes intense at all. It is hardly fair to say that women are inherently deceitful. No woman ever concealed anything that she dared reveal. It is not enough for a woman to wear her clothes well. She must also wear well herself. If a woman cares for a man, she will never give him away. She will not even lend him to a friend. It is not the woman the man she loves has kissed that should worry a jealous woman, but the women he has not kissed yet. The only criterion for choosing presents is one's own taste. That is why old ladies give their nephews pincushions, children give their parents toys, men give their wives cigars, and lovers give each other kisses. You would be astonished at the calculations the most unmathematical woman can do in her head. The man who may, mayn't. The man who mayn't, will, every time. One's friends are divided into two classes, those one knows because one must, and those one knows because one must not. There are some men whose very insolence is flattery to a woman, while even the flattery of others is insulting. Many a woman who seems to want coaxing may be driven if the car were luxurious enough. To be subject to one's relations is worse than being subject to fits. In the game of life, the woman who is lucky in hearts generally holds the biggest diamonds, too. Some women seem to think that they have only to wear a smile to be chic. It is difficult enough to know the right people, but 100 times more difficult to love the right people. Narrow minds seem to be able to squeeze in anywhere. Love is like a bazaar. The admittance is free, but it costs you something before you get out. You can never forget a sin you have confessed. Only the novice attempts to fascinate a man by convincing him how charming she is. The woman who knows simply convinces him how charming he is, and the rest just happens. Woman has proved that she can take a man's place among men, but she will never be able to take a man's place among women. Everyone has been young once. Most women are young about 3 times. Many a woman tries to cheer herself up with the thought that her husband would be sorry if she died. A woman has to choose between being an episode and being a nuisance. No one has anything but contempt for the world's opinion of them, unless it is really a good one. It is hard to say which is the more to be pitied, a man with an ugly, unattractive wife he does not care for, or the man with a pretty, fascinating wife whom he does care for. As long as you return his presents, a man will continue to love you, but return his love, and he really does become discouraged. Speech may have been given a woman to conceal her thoughts, but clothes were certainly not given her to conceal her form. People who have lost their reputation generally acquire such very bad ones in its place. The fact that he is boring other people luckily does not prevent a man from amusing himself. To have their private life made public is the way some people have got into, and others out of, society. 3 is usually an unlucky number if 1 is the third. If a man loves his wife, he thinks everyone does, and if he does not love her, he thinks no one does, and in both cases he is probably wrong. Home comforts are things that are always sent to people away from home. Those at home have to put up with the discomforts. Good women are nearly always jealous of bad women, and they have every reason to be. A man is really capable if he can successfully mix his wines and keep his women friends apart. A man does not love a woman because she is a good housekeeper, but he is quite likely to unlove her because she is a bad one. A girl must sometimes find it awfully difficult to give her friends a good reason for having married the only man who ever asked her. You may feel for others, but you must think for yourself. The very worst people often live at the very best addresses. Almost anyone can see the humor of the situation when it is someone else who is situated. From the way some people seem to avoid knowing themselves, we imagine them to be quite particular about their acquaintances. A man of honor does not help himself to another man's property, until he can't help himself. Most women live for the present, and the handsomer the present, the better they live. Love has so many components, multicolored beads threaded on the string of trust. Break that, and all the beads are scattered. That a man is fat does not necessarily prove that he is generous, except to himself. So many people would give anything to escape from home to some place where they could be really at home. Goodness only knows half what wickedness knows. There are all sorts of women. Choose one you like, but never try to change the one you choose. There are people who are always complaining that they don't know what to do, while the only trouble other people have is that they can't remember what not to do. An innocent question may have anything but an innocent answer. Every woman acts one part in her life, that of the sort of girl the man she wants to marry. Men always say that they loathe being flattered, but don't take any notice. No man has ever known that he was flattered. Women are divided into 2 classes, good wives who have no husband, and bad wives who have several. A pretty girl can afford to wear inexpensive dresses. On the other hand, she is more likely to be able to afford costly ones than if she were plain. When a flapper wants to, she does. When she doesn't want to, she says her mother won't let her. It is useless to be able to support a woman in luxury if you cannot support her en déshabille. Better a will in your favor than a will of your own. The only way to keep a man at home is to go out with him. Women love men for what they give them. Men love women for what they deny them. The trouble is that man is by nature a man, not a husband. Letters that should never have been written and ought immediately to be destroyed are the only ones worth keeping. True friends are generally quite impossible, and true lovers highly improbable. Never make a woman cry, unless she insists. A man is like an omelette. He cannot be successfully warmed up again once he has got cold. You need not consider a man, but you must amuse him. To know and understand women requires brain. To know and understand men requires beauty. When a woman begins to boast of the insults she has been offered in the past, her charms are waning. A clever woman can help her husband. A pretty woman can help herself. Moonlight does not make things happen, but it makes them visible. The husband who counts is the one who has something to count. There is a lot of difference between the man who admires fresh complexions and the man who likes fresh faces. A woman never notices that there is nothing to do in a place unless there is no one to do it with. There are no middle-aged people now. They are young, wonderful for their age, and then dead. The act of putting your cards on the table does not necessarily reveal what your foot is doing under it. Very few women will go so far to prove that their price is above rubies as to refuse rubies. Men never grow up. They begin and end in arms. The history of the world is the story of how different people made the same mistake. Progress is the occasional departure from this order when someone has sufficient genius to think of a new sort of mistake to make. Women will destroy a man's faith, his illusions, his love, but they will not destroy his letters. A man goes to a woman when he is in trouble, and gets into more trouble. If a woman wants a thing, she gets it. If a man wants a thing, he buys it. Opinions differ as to whether it is bad to be modern or merely modern to be bad. Firearms and freedom are two things that very few women ever handle properly. What a woman doesn't know, she guesses, and what she guesses, she knows. No woman with real beauty ever had false modesty. When a man has money to burn, the chronic borrower is a match for him. Some people who boast of not wearing their heart on their sleeve probably know that if they did, it would give them a most awfully shabby appearance. Most women look better on a cushioned couch than on a pedestal, and certainly feel more at home. When a woman wants a man to love her, it does not necessarily mean that she loves him. It probably means that some other woman loves him. There are people who read books, look at cathedrals, and commit sins merely to provide themselves with topics of conversation. A man's sense of honor is a very delicate mechanism, and apt to get out of order if brought too near a pretty woman. Woman is the eternal question, and man is the answer to it. People will tell you that they never do what they are ashamed of, when what they really mean is that they are never ashamed of what they do. Originally an animal, man has been improved by civilization and may eventually develop into a perfect beast. If a woman speaks without thinking, she may perhaps say what she really thinks. A man who will come and go at a woman's word invariably has to go once oftener than he comes. To look well dressed is a matter of technique. To look well undressed requires natural gifts. A woman should exercise the greatest care in the choice of the men she allows to love her, for by the quality of her lovers, the quality of her attractions will be judged. Few men are quite so intolerable as the eulogies of the women who love them make them out to be. A woman loses her illusions at just about the same time as she loses her looks. The true test is not whether a man behaves like a gentleman, but whether he misbehaves like one. Conversation is listening to yourself in the presence of others. A lover's eyes are a flattering mirror. When you see an old man alone, you are looking at something very sad. When you see an old man with a young woman, you are looking at something rich. It is not quite fair to blame people for not possessing the virtues with which your imagination has endowed them. A man's idea of life is a series of improbable situations with impossible people. A woman's kisses prove almost as little as her words. A man kisses a woman because she attracts him, while a woman kisses a man because she likes to attract him. So many rich men have given up all the pleasures of youth so that when they are old they can afford all the things they can no longer enjoy. A woman's chief asset lies in what is invested with mystery. A man's chief assets must needs be invested with knowledge. Nowadays, it is almost impossible to keep outsiders outside. Most married people would get on so much better together if they were apart. A man will tell a woman that he loves her for herself alone, but what he really means is that he loves her for himself alone. Most people's idea of starting afresh is going on in the same way somewhere else. When a woman marries, she displays her ability to do so. When a man marries, he displays his inability not to do so. It is the man with plenty of cash who gets plenty of change. You cannot make a young girl's interest grow by pouring lotion on a bald head. In marriage, or any other adversity, a nice man's best points come out, which is very delightful as long as his teeth are not his best point. No man ever regrets resisting temptation, because no man ever resists a temptation. Never ask a man, just make him tell you. A man kisses whom he may, and loves whom he may not. What a woman wears reveals more than what she says. Red-haired women generally look as if they would like to be kissed, while red-haired men look as if they would like to be bald. The book of life is illustrated in black and white. Dreams are the color supplement. The most tragic moment of a woman's life is the one in which she realizes that she can at last play with fire without getting burnt. When a woman believes in a man's fidelity, it is not because she trusts him, but because she has confidence in herself. Most people would like their own ways and other people's means. There are not enough men to go around, but some heroes attempt to put things right by going around as much as ever they can. Successful men take advantage of opportunities. Successful women take advantage of successful men. Most women start a love affair by having a secret with a man and end by having secrets from him. It is a woman's lot to pretend to care less than she does, while a man pretends to care more than he does. They both leave off pretending about the same time. Men have privileges, but they have to pay the cab. The object of a woman with a past is probably a man with a present. End of Tatlings, Epigrams, 1922, by Sidney Tremaine, née Sybil Taylor Cookson.
A letter from Alexander Hamilton, which includes his description of the Great West Indian Hurricane of 1772. Written, of course, by Alexander Hamilton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Found in the Royal Library, Copenhagen, Denmark. The Royal Danish American Gazette, Volume 3, Number 234. Saturday, October 3rd, 1772. Edited by Thibaut Christianidad, St. Croix. The following letter was written the week after the hurricane by a youth of this island to his father. The copy of it fell by accident into the hands of a gentleman who, being pleased with it himself, showed it to others to whom it gave equal satisfaction, and who all agreed that it might not prove uninteresting to the public. The author's modesty in long refusing to submit it to the public view is the reason of its making its appearance so late as it does now. St. Croix, September 6, 1772. Honored Sir, I take up my pen just to give you an imperfect account of the most dreadful hurricane that memory or any records whatever can trace, what happened here on the 31st ultimo at night. It began about dusk at north and raged very violently till 10 o'clock. Then ensued a sudden and unexpected interval, which lasted about an hour. Meanwhile the wind was shifting round to the southwest point, from whence it returned with redoubled fury, and continued so till near 3 o'clock in the morning. Good God, what horror and destruction! It's impossible for me to describe, or you to form any idea of it. It seemed as if a total dissolution of nature was taking place. The roaring of the sea and wind, fiery meteors flying about in the air, the prodigious glare of almost perpetual lightning, the crash of the falling houses, and the ear-piercing shrieks of the distressed were sufficient to strike astonishment into angels. A great part of the buildings throughout the island are levelled to the ground, almost all the rest very much shattered. Several persons killed, and numbers utterly ruined. Whole families running about the streets, unknowing where to find a place of shelter. The sick exposed to the keenness of water and air, without a bed to lie upon, or a dry covering to their bodies. Our harbor is entirely bare. In a word, misery in all its hideous shapes spread over the whole face of the country. A strong smell of gunpowder added somewhat to the terrors of the night, and it was observed that the rain was surprisingly salt. Indeed, the water is so brackish and full of sulphur that there is hardly any drinking it. My reflections and feelings on this frightful and melancholy occasion are set forth in following self-discourse. Where now, O vile worm, is all thy boasted fortitude and resolution? What is become of thy arrogance and self-sufficiency? Why dost thou tremble and stand aghast? How humble, how helpless, how contemptible you now appear! And for why? The jarring of the elements, the discord of clouds? O impotent, presumptuous fool, how darest thou offend that omnipotence whose nod alone were sufficient to quell the destruction that hovers over thee, or crush thee into atoms? See thy wretched, helpless state, and learn to know thyself. Learn to know thy best support. Despise thyself, and adore thy God. How sweet, how unutterably sweet were now the voice of an approving conscience! Then couldst thou say, Hence, ye idle arms. Why do I shrink? What have I to fear? A pleasing calm suspense, a short repose from calamity to end in eternal bliss. Let the earth rend, let the planets forsake thy course, let the sun be extinguished and the heavens burst asunder. Yet what have I to dread? My staff can never be broken. In omnipotence I trust. He who gave the winds to blow and the lightnings to rage, even him I have always loved and served. His precepts have I observed, his commandments have I obeyed, and his perfections have I adored. He will snatch me from ruin. He will exalt me to the fellowship of angels and seraphs, and to the fullness of never-ending joys. But alas! How different, how deplorable, how gloomy the prospect! Death comes rushing on in triumph, veiled in a mantle of tenfold darkness. His unrelenting scythe, pointed and ready for the stroke. On his right hand sits destruction, hurling the winds and belching forth flames. Calamity on his left, threatening famine, disease, distress of all kinds. And, O thou wretch, look still a little further. See the gulf of eternal mystery open. There mayest thou shortly plunge, the just reward of thy vileness. Alas, whither canst thou fly? Where hide thyself? Thou canst not call upon thy God. Thy life has been a continual warfare with him. Hark, ruin and confusion on every side. 'Tis thy turn next. But one short moment, even now. O Lord, help. Jesus, be merciful. Thus did I reflect, and thus at every gust of the wind did I conclude, till it pleased the Almighty to allay it. Nor did my emotions proceed either from the suggestion of too much natural fear, or a conscience overburdened with crimes of an uncommon cast. I thank God this was not the case. The scenes of horror exhibited around us naturally awakened such ideas in every thinking breast, and aggravated the deformity of every failing of our lives. It were a lamentable insensibility indeed, not to have such feelings, and I think inconsistent with human nature. Our distressed, helpless condition taught us humility and a contempt of ourselves. The horrors of the night, the prospect of an immediate cruel death, or as one may say, of being crushed by the Almighty in his anger, filled us with terror. And everything that had tended to weaken our interest with him upbraided us in the strongest colors with our baseness and folly. That which in a calm, unruffled temper we call a natural cause seemed then like the correction of the Deity. Our imagination represented him as an incensed master executing vengeance on the crimes of his servants. The Father and Benefactor were forgot, and in that view a consciousness of our guilt filled us with despair. But see, the Lord relents. He hears our prayers. The lightning ceases. The winds are appeased. The warring elements are reconciled, and all things promise peace. The darkness is dispelled, and drooping nature revives at the approaching dawn. Look back, O my soul. Look back and tremble. Rejoice at thy deliverance, and humble thyself in the presence of thy deliverer. Yet hold, O vain mortal, check thy ill-timed joy. Art thou so selfish as to exult because thy lot is happy in a season of universal woe? Hast thou no feelings for the miseries of thy fellow creatures, and art thou incapable of the soft pangs of sympathetic sorrow? Look around thee and shudder at the view. See desolation and ruin wherever thou turnest thine eye. See thy fellow creatures pale and lifeless, their bodies mangled, their souls snatched into eternity, unexpecting, alas, perhaps unprepared. Hark the bitter groans of distress. See sickness and infirmities exposed to the inclemencies of wind and water. See tender infancy pinched with hunger and hanging to the mother's knee for food. See the unhappy mother's anxiety. Her poverty denies relief. Her breast heaves with pangs of maternal pity. Her heart is bursting. The tears gush down her cheeks. O sights of woe! O distress unspeakable! My heart bleeds, but I have no power to solace. O ye who revel in affluence, see the afflictions of humanity, and bestow your superfluity to ease them. Say not, we have suffered also, and withhold your compassion. What are your sufferings compared to these? Ye have still more than enough left. Act wisely, succor the miserable, and lay up a treasure in heaven. I'm afraid, sir, you will think this description more the effort of imagination than a true picture of realities, but I can affirm with the greatest truth that there is not a single circumstance touched upon which I have not absolutely been an eye-witness to. Our general has several very salutary and human regulations, and both in his public and private measures has shown himself the man. End of a letter written by Alexander Hamilton.
What a Colored Man Should Do to Vote by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mike Overby, Midland, Washington. What a Colored Man Should Do to Vote by Anonymous. To the colored men of voting age in the southern states. As citizens of the United States, you cannot value too highly your right to vote, which is an expression of your choice of the officers who shall be placed in control of your nearest and dearest interests. You should vote in every election. In national and congressional elections, vote for the best interests of the country. In local elections, vote for the best interests of the community in which you live. Never sell your vote. The things that qualify a colored man to vote in the southern states. In order that you may know what will be demanded of you to vote under the constitutions and laws of the several southern states, we give below the substantial requirements of each, to wit. In Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Virginia, and Tennessee, you must pay your poll tax. You must register and hold your certificate of registration. If you can read and write, you can register. In Alabama, Louisiana, and South Carolina, if you cannot read and write, you can register if you own $300 worth of property. In Arkansas and Georgia, you must pay your poll tax. In Florida, Kentucky, Texas, and West Virginia, you must reside in the state. A man convicted of almost any crime may be barred from voting. Alabama. Must reside in the state for 2 years, 1 year in the county and 3 months in the election precinct. Poll taxes for 1901 and each year since then must be paid before the 1st of February prior to the election. Persons over 45 years of age are exempt from poll tax. Must be registered and hold a certificate of registration. In order to register, must be able to read and write any article of the Constitution of the United States and must be regularly engaged in some work, employment, business, trade, or calling the greater part of the year before the election, unless physically unable to work. A person who cannot read and write must own, or his wife must own, 40 acres of land upon which he must live, or must own real and personal property assessed at $300, or his wife must own the same, upon which the taxes for the year before the election must be paid. Any person convicted of felony, adultery, larceny, wife-beating, miscegenation, vagrancy, selling or offering to sell his vote is forever barred from voting. Arkansas. Must reside 1 year in the state, 6 months in the county, and 1 month in the election precinct. Must exhibit a poll tax receipt or other evidence that the poll tax has been paid at the regular time for collecting such tax. Florida. Must reside 1 year in the state and 6 months in the county. Georgia. Must reside 1 year in the state and 6 months in the county. Must have paid all taxes prior to election. The poll tax required shall not exceed $1 annually. Kentucky. Must reside 1 year in the state, 6 months in the county, and 60 days in the precinct. Must be registered in cities and towns of 5,000 inhabitants. Louisiana. Must reside 2 years in the state, 1 year in the parish, and 6 months in the election precinct. Must be registered, and in order to do so, must be able to read and write, and shall demonstrate such ability to the registrars. If unable to read and write, must own property assessed at $300, on which, if personal, all taxes must have been paid. Persons under 60 years of age must also pay a poll tax of $1 annually on or before the 31st day of December, for 2 years next before the time of voting, and shall exhibit such poll tax receipt for 2 years to the election officer at the polls. Mississippi. Must reside in the state 2 years, and 1 year in the election district or incorporated town or city. Must have paid all taxes on or before the 1st day of February of the year of the election, and shall produce his tax receipts to the election officers. Persons under 60 years of age must pay an annual poll tax of $2 to the state, which may be increased $1 by the county. Must be registered, and in order to do so, must be able to read any section of the Constitution of the state, or shall be able to understand the same when read, or give a reasonable interpretation thereof. By a decision of the Supreme Court, a person otherwise qualified has the right to be registered whether his taxes are paid or not. Any person convicted of felony, adultery, larceny, wife-beating, or miscegenation is forever barred from voting. North Carolina. Must reside in the state 2 years, in the county 6 months, and 4 months in the precinct or ward. must be registered, and in order to do so, must be able to read and write any section of the Constitution, and shall have paid on or before the first day of May an annual poll tax of $2 for the previous year. Persons over 50 years of age are exempt from poll tax. South Carolina must reside in the state 2 years, in the county 1 year, and 4 months in the polling precinct. Must be registered, and in order to do so, must be able to read and write any section of the Constitution submitted by the registrars, and if unable to read and write, must prove to the satisfaction of the registrars the ownership of $300 worth of property in the state, upon which all taxes for the previous year must have been paid. All poll tax must be paid 6 months before the election, and tax receipts showing the payment of all taxes, including the poll tax, shall be shown to the election officer at the polls. Any person convicted of felony, adultery, larceny, wife-beating, or miscegenation is forever barred from voting. Tennessee must reside in the state 1 year, in the county 6 months. A poll tax receipt for the previous year shall be shown to the judges of the election. Persons over 50 years of age are exempt from poll tax. Must be able to mark the ticket at election without assistance. In precincts or civil districts with a population of 50,000, and in towns and cities of 2,500, must be registered. Any person convicted of felony, bribery, or larceny is forever barred from voting. Texas must reside in the state 1 year, and in the county 6 months. An annual poll tax of $1.50 is required of persons under 60 years of age, but this is not a prerequisite to the exercise of the right to vote. Virginia must reside in the state 2 years, in the county 1 year, and in the precinct 30 days. Must pay all state poll taxes for 3 preceding years, at least 6 months before the election. Must be registered, and in order to do so, shall be able to make application for the same in writing, and must answer on oath any and all questions put by the registrars affecting qualifications. Any person convicted of felony, bribery, petite larceny, or obtaining money or property under false pretenses is forever barred from voting. West Virginia must reside in the state 1 year, and in the county 60 days. The right to vote shall never be denied because not registered. General advice. You are urged to pay all of your taxes at the required time, and especially your poll tax, which is by the Constitution of every southern state made a special fund for the support of the free public schools. You are also admonished against the commission of any crime, great or small, as the conviction of almost any crime will deprive you of your right to vote, and put upon you lasting shame and disgrace. It is especially urged that, as voters, you should seek to be on friendly terms with your white neighbors in the communities in which you live, so that you may consult with them about your common interests, and that you should ally yourselves with the best people in your community for the general good. It is of the utmost importance to the race, and it cannot be urged too strongly upon your attention that nothing should influence your vote except a desire to serve the best interests of the country and of your state. End of What a Colored Man Should Do to Vote by Anonymous.
Pioneer Women Writers by Donald A. Mackenzie, from a book of great men and women. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Women writers were coming into prominence in the 18th century. At an earlier period, they were not numerous, less attention having been paid to the education of daughters than of sons. Queen Elizabeth was, as has been indicated, a pioneer woman writer, and other highly cultured ladies of her time included Lady Jane Grey, the Countess of Burleigh, Mildred Cook, and Margaret More, daughter of Sir Thomas More. Lady Fanshawe, wife of Sir Richard Fanshawe, the 17th century poet and translator of the Lusíads of Camões, the Portuguese poet, wrote his memoirs in which she proved herself an excellent prose stylist. The memoirs of Lucy Hutchinson, another 17th century writer, are similarly of marked literary interest and value. She was an excellent linguist, and translated part of Virgil's Aeneid and also Lucretius into English verse. Her husband was one of the judges of King Charles I, but afterwards opposed Cromwell's usurpation. Margaret, Duchess of Newcastle, who died in 1674, was a poetess of no small merit, her best poem being the pastime and recreation of the Queen of Fairies in Fairyland. She on a dewy leaf doth bathe, and as she sits the leaf doth wave, there like a new fallen flake of snow doth her white limbs in beauty show. Mrs. Catherine Phillips, 1631 through 64, daughter of a London merchant, who was praised by Dryden and other contemporary writers, wrote musical verse under the poetic name of Eurinda, on subjects like love, friendship, the soul, pleasure, and death. During the Augustan age, when the artificial style of writing was so fashionable and poets' themes were rarely rooted in the love of beauty, the Countess of Winchelsea, Anne Kingsmith, who died at 60 in 1720, was inspired by the attractions of external nature. Wordsworth regarded her as eminently meritorious in this respect. Her nocturnal reverie is of especial interest in the history of poetic art. Before James Thomson composed his Seasons, she wrote vividly and with charm of country scenes. While sunburnt hills their swarthy looks conceal, and swelling haycocks thicken up the vale, when the loosed horse now, as his pasture leads, comes slowly grazing through the adjoining meads, when nibbling sheep at large pursue their food, and unmolested kine rechew the cud, when curlews cry beneath the village walls, and to her straggling brood the partridge calls. Lady Mary Wortley Montagu, 1689 through 1762, a native of Thoresby, Notts, was a learned and cultured woman who wrote verse and prose. Her letters, written from France, Italy, and Turkey, reveal her wit and literary ability, and are regarded as models of their kind. They were edited by Lord Warncliffe, her great-grandson, in 1837, and later in 1861 and 1887 fuller editions were published. Lady Grizzel Baillie, 1665 through 1746, daughter of the Scottish Earl of Marchmont, was a writer of Scottish vernacular verse, her best-known song being "Were Na My Heart Light." She was a forerunner of the school which reached its highest level in the works of Robert Burns. Another Scottish woman poet of merit was Lady Elizabeth Wardlaw, 1677 through 1727, who is regarded by some as the author of the famous ballad Sir Patrick Spens, or at least as the one who revised it. The king sits in Dunfermline town, drinking the blood-red wine. Oh, where will I get a skillful skipper to sail this new ship o' mine? Shelley in his Skylark declares that our sweetest songs are those that tell of saddest thought. There is certainly sadness and sweetness in The Flowers of the Forest, of which there are two versions. Alicia Cockburn, 1713 through 95, wife of an Edinburgh advocate, wrote the version beginning, "I've seen the smiling of fortune beguiling. I felt all its favors and found its decay. Sweet was its blessing, kind its caressing, but now 'tis fled far away." The other version, by Jean Eliot of Minto, 1727 through 1805, begins with the stanza, "I've heard the lilting at Yo milking, lassies a lilting before the dawn of day, but now they are moaning on ilka green loaning, the flowers of the forest are a weet away." Jean Eliot's song is a lament for the losses sustained by the Scots, who were defeated by the English in the Battle of Flodden. It is less seldom sung than the other, however, which, although usually taken for a flood and lament, really referred to a financial disaster involving a number of Selkirkshire gentlemen. Both are sung to the same air. A pioneer woman novelist was Sarah Fielding, 1710 through 68, author of David Simple, The Governess, and the Countess of Delwyn. She was the sister of Henry Fielding. Mrs. Elizabeth Carter, 1717 through 1806, a native of Kent, wrote somewhat artificial poetry and was a famous Greek scholar. In 1758 she had published her scholarly book, All the Works of Epictetus Now Extant, translated from the Greek. Charlotte Lennox, 1720 through 1804, whose father had been Lieutenant Governor of New York, wrote several novels, including The Female Quixote, which has considerable merit. As a literary critic, Elizabeth Montagu, 1720 through 1800, dealt chiefly with Shakespeare and was praised at home and on the continent. Her father was a Yorkshire squire. Hester Chapone, 1727 through 1801, daughter of a Northamptonshire squire, was an accomplished and attractive essayist. She contributed to Dr. Johnson's Rambler. A pioneer woman politician who wrote history with Republican leanings was Catherine Macaulay, 1731 through 91, daughter of a Kentish proprietor. Another woman Republican was Helen Maria Williams, 1762 through 1827, a native of Berwick and daughter of an army officer. She went to Paris to stay with her sister, the wife of a Huguenot pastor, was imprisoned by Robespierre and narrowly escaped execution. She wrote hymns, the best known being My God, all nature owns thy sway, and while thee I seek, protecting power. Anne Plumptre, 1760 through 1818, whose father was president of Queen's College, Cambridge, was a friend of Miss Williams and likewise a Republican. She translated German literature and wrote novels and accounts of her visits to France, Germany, and Ireland. Clara Reeves, 1729 through 1807, a native of Ipswich, wrote some fiction which gives her a place in the history of Romantic literature. Mrs. Piozzi, previously Mrs. Thrale, 1741 through 1821, who was greatly admired by Dr. Samuel Johnson, was the author of several works, including Anecdotes of Dr. Johnson. She was a vivacious and charming lady with marked literary leanings. Her birthplace was Bodeville, in Carnarvonshire. Anna Seward, 1747 through 1809, a literary critic who wrote verse in a poetical novel, Louisa, corresponded with Sir Walter Scott, and her letters were published. She was born at Eham Rectory in Derbyshire. Hannah More, 1745 through 1833, a native of Stapleton Village, now part of Bristol, wrote novels with a religious purpose and had some success as a playwright. Her tragedy Percy, produced by Garrick, running at Drury Lane Theatre, London, for 21 nights. She wrote poetry which made appeal in her time, but is now forgotten. Her book sold well and enabled her to live well and happily. Characteristic of her style is the following extract from her Percy. If there's a sin more deeply black than others, distinguished from the list of common crimes, a legion in itself and doubly dear to the dark prince of hell, it is hypocrisy. Anna Letitia Barbauld, 1743 through 1825, a native of Kilworth Harcourt, Leicestershire, was an essayist and poet. Wordsworth admired her poem entitled Life, in which occur the lines, Life, we have been long together, through pleasant and through cloudy weather. 'Tis hard to part when friends are dear. Perhaps 'twill cost a sigh, a tear, then steal away, give little warning, choose thine own time. Say not good night, but in some brighter clime bid me good morning. Isabel Pagan, 1740 through 1821, an eccentric Scottish spinster, wrote the song Ca the Yos, beginning Ca the Yos to the nose, ca them where the heather grows, ca them where the burnie rose, my bonnie dearie. Burns used this refrain when he composed a new version of the lyric. Ca the Yos means drive the ewes. Nose are knolls, little hills, and rose is rolls. Susanna Blamar, 1747 through 94, a Cumberland woman, composed Scottish songs and also poems in the Cumbrian dialect, including one entitled Old Robin Fords, of which the following is an extract. I mind when I carried my wark to yon stile, where Willie was dakin, the time to beguile. He wad flim me a daisy to put in my breast, and I hammered my knottle to meek out a jest. Another Old Robin song is Old Robin Grey, which was written by Lady Anne Bernard, 1750 through 1825, daughter of James Lindsley, 5th Earl of Belcars, Fife. The secret of the authorship of this famous song was first revealed by Lady Anne in a letter to Sir Walter Scott, dated 8th July, 1823. Mrs. Elizabeth Grant, 1745 through 1814, a Banffshire lady who died at Bath, wrote the song Roy's Wife of Aldivalic, which used to be very popular. She is often confused with Mrs. Anne Grant, 1775 through 1838, the wife of a Highland clergyman who wrote verse, but is best known for her Letters from the Mountains, 1806, and Superstitions of the Highlanders, 1811. Mrs. Amelia Opie, 1709 through 1853, a native of Norwich and wife of John Opie, R.A., 1761 through 1807, wrote pathetic stories including The Father and Daughter, 1801, which went through a number of editions. She was also a poet, her best-known poem being The Orphan Boy's Tale. Stay, ladies, stay, for mercy's sake, and hear a helpless orphan's tale. Ah, sure my looks must pity wake, 'tis want that makes my cheek so pale. The boy's father was killed in the Battle of the Nile. Mrs. Hunter, 1772 through 1821, a surgeon's daughter who married Dr. John Hunter, the famous physician, wrote several poems, including My Mother Bids Me Bind My Hair, which was given a musical setting by Haydn. Mrs. Tighe, 1772 through 1810, the daughter of a Wicklow clergyman, composed distinguished verse, her highest achievement being Psyche, which influenced Keats. It is in Spenserian stanzas and reveals a fine sense of color and melody. The amethyst was there of violet hue, and there the topaz shed its golden ray, the chrysoberyl and the sapphire blue as the clear azure of a sunny day, or the mild eyes where amorous glances play, the snow-white jasper and the opal's flame, the blushing ruby and the agate gray, and there the gem which bears his luckless name, whose death by Phoebus mourned ensured him deathless fame. End of Pioneer Women Writers by Donald A. Mackenzie.
Wooed a Marjorie Daw for 14 long years by Anonymous, from the New York Times of October 2nd, 1910. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Wooed a Marjorie Daw for 14 long years. Connecticut man gave up his earnings freely to an imaginary girl, the creation of a neighbor, it is charged. Long correspondence with his phantom fiancé. For 5 years, Judge Thomas F. Walsh of the Connecticut town of Southington has been trying the ordinary cases of village misdemeanors. In the old-fashioned courthouse on the main street, fronting on a well-shaded square with the inevitable monument to those who fought for the Union in the center, the petty sins of villagers have been heard and the guilt established and the punishment meted out with mercy. The town court has been established only for 5 years, and Judge Walsh has been on the bench all of that time. Prosecutor Franklin G. Brown also has held his office all of the existence of the court, while Sheriff James McCabe, a hardy type of county politician and county police officer, has been the deputy in charge of this district for 18 years. The court is hardly more than a family council, for there is not a shyster lawyer in the little community, and if one appeared, it is hardly probable that he would be tolerated. Mr. Brown is prosecutor in title only. He hears the cases with the magistrate and does not seek convictions. He is as much counsel for the defense as he is counsel for the people. The main idea of the little court being to get the truth at any cost of time, and to punish with due and decent consideration for extenuating circumstances, and ever with mercy tempering justice. Imagine into this tiny courtroom and into this family council looming suddenly a case that for tragedy, insofar as the human heart goes, has seldom been equaled in the courts of New York City. Picture a clean-shaven bachelor of 48 years, rather poorly clad, wistful of eye and shy of demeanor, the plaintiff, and a man about 5 years his senior, with the skin drawn tight on his face, and his eyes small and bright, the defendant. The man of shy demeanor wore a bit of black bound about his hat. It was a sign of mourning, for a sweetheart that never lived. The man with the keen little eyes stood charged with having conjured before the mind of the old bachelor the picture of a beautiful and lovable woman, that through this creature of the imagination he might swindle him of his earnings. When it was no longer possible to keep loving hope in the breast of the village bachelor, the creator of this sweetheart phantasm killed the Lady of Shadows in a letter. The dupe was heartbroken. He had loved deeply, had felt the pangs of love, and he still suffers the torture of having had heaven spread before his mind's eye and then ruthlessly wiped away. For 14 years, Prosecutor Brown charges, and claims to have ample evidence to prove the charge, William A. Barnes held the mind of the bachelor, George F. Osborne, in thrall with imaginary loves, getting from him in the meanwhile fully $6,000, all the money he earned in that time as a watchmaker. As the Connecticut law does not carry a charge of swindling for more than a year before the limitation for prosecution comes, there is against Barnes the charge of swindling only $500, the amount given up by Osborne during 1910. On this charge, Barnes is now under bail to appear for trial in the county court during the December term. The grief in the eyes of the bachelor watchmaker, the fact that he stood stripped of every cent his labor had brought him, the fake letters that the fake sweetheart had written him, all in the handwriting of Barnes, the heart hopelessness of the man sent a thrill of compassion through the hearts of the judge and the prosecutor when the case was brought up for the preliminary hearing. If ever a man had been cruelly bilked both by his fellow man and that incomprehensible thing called fate, George Osborne appeared to be that man. When the late Thomas Bailey Aldrich wrote his first prose success, a short story that swung him from the fame of a lyrist in verse to among the masters of the better-paying form of composition, he told this same story in prophecy. Few who know English literature can forget the suspended poignancy of the story of Marjorie Daw, the tragedy of a man who fell in love with a girl he had never seen, and who was only conjured up in the imagination of a letter-writing friend who sought to disperse the tedium of an invalid by getting him interested in something other than his own hurt. In the fiction story by Aldrich, John Fleming lay for weeks with a broken leg. His irritability was such that his physician wrote to Edward Delaney, asking him to try and write something that would ease his mind and smooth the way for his quick recovery. Delaney wrote of a girl in a hammock across the street of a New England village. The ill man was made easy of mind. His friend wrote more of her. She was gracious and sweet and all that was good. His friend told him that he talked with her about him and that she was interested. The letters went on. The ill man fell in love with a lady of shadows, and the imaginative friend had the creature of his mind fall in love with the dreaming and happy Fleming. Fleming became healed, and sought his love with a beating heart. It was his first love. He was half crazed to see her. Mr. Aldrich, whose whole life was gentleness, ended the story with the start of Fleming to the village where his love was supposed to live. The anguish of the dissipated dream was left to the imagination of the reader. Marjorie was the tragedy of a few weeks only. That tremendous story by Du Maurier, Peter Ibbotson, gave the dream love an ideal ending. There was no ghastly disappointment. He carried Peter and his love clear into the spirit world and into the heaven of spirit cognizance and recognizance. But here in Southington, which almost nestles in the shadow of the Berkshire Hills, and where there is a serenity and a beauty of nature and the calm and peace of people peacefully possessing, poor George Osborne wears a band of crape on his weather-beaten hat, and in his heart a scar that was plowed deeper and deeper with each of the 14 years of his illusionment. "He could have all the money this experience cost me," said Osborne, "if he would only give me back the woman he created and made me love. Penniless, I would be happy still." What emptiness in life for a man in a village to face after a tragedy of this sort! If, after passing through the agony of this strange tragedy, and saving once more enough money to make a home, he should cast about for a mate, he would find none. What practical village mother would have as a son-in-law this man who so ardently loved a creature that never existed? And what woman in his class in life could hope to understand the poignancy that the death of this creature, which was never born, had caused him? George Osborne left his work among the little wheels and springs of watches in his home on the morning of August 19th last, to go to the post office and seek a letter from his beloved. Her name was Gladys Wilson. He knew no one in the great outside world that would write to him or take notice of him save the woman he loved. When Barnes, who got money from him on any and every pretext, went to Philadelphia, where she lived, he always got letters from him. Letters that brought joy into his life, for they mentioned her name and told of her. There were no other correspondents for the village watch tinker, and there had been no mail for him before the fiction of Gladys Wilson was built. For the years that the fiction lasted, his had been the joy of going to the village post office every mail time, along with other people, and asking for Osborne's mail. So, in the flush of summer, Osborne asked at the post office, expecting another letter from the Lady of Shadows, and he received one from Barnes. This was the letter. Philadelphia, August 18th, 1910. Dear Friend, I sent you word from Toronto that Miss Wilson was dead. She died on August 16th. I had to come down here, as they called me, and they paid my expenses. I will be at your place on the 20th, and I want you to go down with me on the 21st. Have ready your fare of $4.92. They will let you have the checks when you get there. I have got to go to New Haven on the next train. Will tell all when I get to you. Respectfully, W.A.B. If word had been sent Osborne from Toronto, he had not received it. The woman he loved was dead. The checks referred to in the letter were a part of the fiction. Gladys had written him that before their marriage she was going to give him her property. Property meant nothing to Osborne. Through the years he had given her what he had earned at one call after another, and to Barnes, who had first told him of her beauty and grace, and had started the correspondence, he had freely given in gratitude. He wanted nothing save the love of woman. He had nothing but this love in his breast, and she was dead. He was staggered by the blow. Miss Wilson is dead. She had never been born in the flesh and blood, but she had lived in his mind and heart. The village watch tinker had prepared for her coming as his bride. Through the years she had set dates and even named trains. He had found, to his utter dismay, that she had even come to his humble home one day when he was away, and he found a note from her telling that she was sorry that she had missed him, that she wanted to see him so much, and that she was compelled to take the next train to Boston. He must have kissed the sill of his door where her feet might have trod, and the nearness of paradise delayed must have wrenched his simple, trusting heart mightily. But there had been another little tragedy at the village post office before this great, overwhelming one. 2 years ago he disregarded Barnes, through whom he had sent and received his mail from his beloved, and undertook to write to her himself. He had a friend in the village typewrite this letter for him. His handwriting is the scrawl of the man who is diligent with still things other than the pen. She had promised to come to him, but at the last minute had hurt her thumb, in a letter sent through Barnes, and this injury to the woman he loved had deeply worried him. Here was the letter he wrote her, sending it to an address he had cornered Barnes into faking. Miss Gladys Wilson, No. 605 Wabash Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. My dear Miss Wilson, I was quite disappointed that you did not come with Mr. Barnes Sunday night, but it may be for the best that you stay until your thumb is better. I should like to go to Philadelphia and come up here with you when you get ready to come. That is, if you would like to have me. Please write and tell me when and where to go there. I hope your thumb will get well soon, so that you may come. Mr. Barnes gave me a letter he said Dr. Swift had written to me. I have not received your picture and letter yet. I must close. With love, George F. Osborne. He haunted the post office after sending this letter, and one day got it back with a red splotch on the face, a finger pointing to his own address in the corner, and informing him, in red type, that no such person lived at such address. He hunted up Barnes. There was an excuse. Barnes had been making excuses for 14 years and had become an adept. She had left this address, but he promised that the picture would be forthcoming. Hope came to George Osborne once more, and he resumed the mending and making of watches. Barnes promised faithfully that the picture would be sent to him. Time and again he had been fooled, but always he lay down at night to dream of this woman, Gladys, the woman he loved and who had told him in many letters that she loved him. In the fiction story of Marjorie Daw, Delaney found the same trouble with his victim. Fleming insisted on a picture, and it was promised time and again, but never given. But Barnes reached a point where his victim must be fed a crumb. He sent him a picture, the photograph of a pleasing-looking woman of 40 years or so. It was just the sort of a prototype that a keen and discerning man would have chosen. Osborne was passing beyond the roaring 40s. A girl love might not appeal to him. A mature woman might. Barnes sent him this photograph, and poor Osborne bowed down and worshipped it, kissed it night and morning, and hope grew strong within him, because at last he knew that his love had features and eyes and hair, like the women who were not only in dreams, but in the flesh and in everyday life. It was but the cruel prolongation of the agony. The picture was that of a woman who had never heard of Osborne, and perhaps had never known that such a village as Southington was on the map. Barnes and Osborne have been friends since childhood. The former has been initiative in character, and the latter passive. Barnes is a skilled mechanic, able in a shop, but leaning towards idleness. The latter has been industrious, but silent and shy. He was ever afraid of women, but at the same time a dreamer. He would not work in the machine shops that employ the majority of the population of Southington. He wanted the fresh air, toil over his watches and clocks under his own roof, and a pay envelope that he filled himself. Barnes wanted the fun of evenings at the many tap rooms of the village, summers at the not-too-distant shore of the Sound, and nights in Bridgeport. To have these pleasures he must have money. Prosecutor Brown says that Barnes took hold of Osborne as a leech in the early days of their youth, and with the cunning of an unscrupulous man who can read the weaknesses of a friend, devised a plan of preying upon his earning capacity. One of the exhibits to be shown in the trial of Barnes is a letter that is alleged to have been written by the young daughter of Barnes, a girl named Ruby. Mr. Brown says that Barnes held out the girl to Osborne as a prospective wife, and that he was the means of sending to Osborne this letter from his own child. Dear George, I think of you all the time and what you have done. I want to come up there, but Mamma has all the time made trouble. I will come up there as soon as I can. Then we shall be happy all the time. With love, Ruby. This was before the immortal and dead and never born Gladys was concocted by Barnes. The father of Ruby borrowed all the money that Osborne could make on the promise that he should have Ruby as wife. Osborne gave readily and allowed himself to be shorn, for did not Ruby love him? The fiction of Gladys only came after Osborne was left in the pitiful plight of seeing Ruby marry another man and bear a daughter by the husband, the man she loved. But Osborne was young when this trickery was played him, and when his natural yearning for a mate returned to him after the subsiding of his grief, Barnes evolved Gladys. Through the years, Gladys lived in the mind of Osborne, but not one of the many hundreds of letters the prosecuting attorney took from Osborne failed to mention a matter of money. They show that Gladys was a well-to-do woman. They speak largely of the estate left her, and go into details of ridding it of legal encumbrances and tangles, and there is always the request for a few dollars. To help her, Osborne worked his fingers to the raw. He lived in a little flat above the meat shop at Plantersville, a part of Southington. He begrudged himself food and tobacco. He has never been known to enter a saloon unless it was to fix a clock. He has never been known to take a drink. Drink was a waste of money. In the 14 years, according to the letters of Gladys, in the handwriting of Barnes, Osborne gave all that he earned. When his business was dull, he beat carpets for the well-to-do, and even ran chores, solemnly doing the work of a child. Even after the death of the Lady of the Shadows, he was preyed upon, for letters from Barnes show that money was needed for probate. In the meanwhile, the idleness of Barnes became the laughing topic of the village gossips. How could he do it when others worked 6 days a week in the mills, turning out machinery day and night? He drank and played. He was a barroom songster. He went to the shore in summer, and he only worked a few days at a time. No one suspected, for George Osborne was a man of few words, and with but a single friend, Barnes. Barnes was the man who had known Gladys Wilson. But Barnes overstepped himself. In a moment of weakness, he met Osborne with a promise to repay him for all the years of giving and lending. He handed Osborne a note payable to G.F. Osborne 30 days after date at the New Haven National Bank for $5,000. The note was signed E.M. Whitmore. Osborne tried to collect the money. No such man as Whitmore was known at the New Haven National Bank. The bank officials wanted to know something about the note. George told them about it. Deputy Sheriff McCabe soon had the case and arrested Barnes. Then came the prosecutor and his investigation, which uncovered to Osborne and to the village the hoax of Gladys Wilson, which laid bare as cruel and as unusual a swindle as ever got into public print. The United States authorities have not yet started an investigation of the use of the mails by Barnes, said Mr. Brown to a Times reporter. We will finish with him, and if by any chance he should escape, we have plenty of letters to turn over to Uncle Sam. But to the final settling of matters with Barnes, George Osborne does not seem to be strongly inclined. He will appear and tell his story, and he will end that story of 14 years of cruel illusionment with his one single statement, that if Barnes could give him back Gladys Wilson, he would count his loss of 14 years' toil as no loss. The skeptical reader might say that he is weak-minded. He is not that. He is a shy and bashful old bachelor of a Connecticut village, and he wanted someone to start his courting for him. Had he been fortunate enough to have managed this with an honest friend, he might today be the quiet and loving and peaceful father of a family. As it is, he is back in his little quarters, tinkering at watches and clocks. The little building half hangs over an arm of the purling Quinnipiac River. This little stream of water sings day and night over pebbles and through rank water growth. Through his open window he can hear its song. Down through the marketplace of night came Peddler Sleep, clad in a ragged dusk about whose seams full many restless sighs in tatters hung, while all his wares were dreams. And dreams he had, gay seamed with gold love threads, wild dreams embossed with trembling and with fears, and some were sadly patterned out in gray, embroidered round with tears. The rest of this poem, recently printed in the Academy, granting forgetfulness to the spirit of unrest, may apply to George Osborne, bachelor and trusting friend. But today it does not, for he would again go through it all for the very phantom of love, and that he might have his Lady of Shadows back with him. Not the perfidy of Barnes, not the toil he gave in the work of his heart and hand, drove the light of life from the wistful eye of Osborne. It was the cruel letter that was not written in the Marjorie Daw letters of fiction that blasted him, the letter that told him she died on the 16th. End of Wooed a Marjorie Daw for 14 Long Years by Anonymous, from the New York Times, October 2nd, 1910. Recording by Colleen McMahon.